The K-30 train, departing from the capital of the combat nation to the capital of the dragon nation, is about to set off. Passengers who have not yet boarded are urged to hurry. This is Yang Xin's pure white world gradually transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Bro, could you please hurry up? The train is about to depart. A deep, rugged male voice resonated from behind him. Yang Xin glanced around, recalling that just moments ago, he was being devoured by mutated creatures. How did he suddenly end up here? Checking his phone, he saw the date, January 10th, 2025. Damn it, I've been reborn. Yang Xin exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. In his previous life, during this time, school was on break, and he had chosen this international train to admire the scenery along the way. However, shortly after boarding, the apocalypse descended upon them. Not only did he fail to appreciate the landscape, but he also encountered numerous flesh-eating zombies. During that tumultuous period, he awakened his unique ability, enabling him to produce vast quantities of food daily. The value of this ability in the apocalypse is something that esteemed individuals like Yin Zhu and Ji Ling are undoubtedly more aware of than I. He named his ability Abundant Harvest, and the food he produced possessed many extraordinary effects. It was akin to a more intelligent version of the principle of speak, and it shall be. Eventually, Yang Xin's powers were exposed, leading to betrayal by a well-meaning captain who imprisoned him. Like a dairy cow, he was forced to produce goods under duress. While Yang Xin produced food amidst torment, it wasn't long before another group abducted him. This time, the situation was even worse. They shackled his wrist with a heavy iron hook, rendering him immobile. Years later, he managed to escape through a stroke of luck, only to be gnawed upon by formidable mutated creatures in the wilderness. Thus unfolded the tragic tale of his previous life. Despite awakening a remarkable power, he had misplaced his trust in others, leading to his untimely demise. Yang Xin silently vowed that in this life, he would not easily trust anyone, skillfully wielding his powers to live comfortably amidst the apocalypse. Hey, are you deaf? Why aren't you moving yet? The man behind him urged once more. Yang Xin felt no anger after all. He had just been reborn, and such joy could not be extinguished by a few words from a passerby. He found his seat and sat down. While stowing his luggage, he noticed a bird cage wrapped in blue cloth in his hands. Yang Xin's heart leapt with joy. I almost forgot about this little fellow. He discreetly lifted a corner of the cage, revealing a gray-blue hawk inside. Though only about 30 centimeters in size, it was a fierce raptor. Moreover, it was a national second-class protected species, but this particular one was special. Through a twist of fate, he had saved it, and due to an unfortunate series of events, the Natural Management Bureau could not care for it, ultimately leading Yang Xin to become its legal guardian. He had named it Alive, hoping for its survival. In his previous life, Alive had fainted after the apocalypse struck, only to awaken with an incredible power. After Yang Xin was imprisoned, Alive was cooked by that unruly group. That was a genuine raptor. There was hardly enough meat to fill a tooth gap. Alive! Cheap to sharp, high-pitched call drew the attention of those around. Yang Xin secured the birdcage on the luggage rack. Then, he opened his suitcase, revealing several tubs of instant noodles. During the apocalypse years, that group had fed Yang Xin like a pig, living a life worse than that of livestock. Seeing the instant noodles made his mouth water. With time to spare before the apocalypse descended, he decided to treat himself to a bowl of noodles to celebrate his rebirth. The man with an American crew cut seated beside him had been watching Yang Xin intently until he finished the bowl of noodles, a hint of disappointment flickering in his gaze. Yang Xin remembered this individual. He had a bit of a cognitive issue, and those around him referred to him as the fool. In his previous life, after the apocalypse began, the people behind Yang Xin turned into zombies. In the ensuing chaos, he was caught by a zombie, and just as he was about to be bitten, the fool pushed him away. That single push saved Yang Xin's life. The fool, however, was bitten by that very zombie. Such a debt of gratitude could not go unpaid. In this life, I will protect you. The fool furrowed his brow and scratched his head upon hearing this. Dear passengers, the K-30 train, traveling from the capital of the combat nation to the capital of the dragon nation, has now departed. Please secure yourselves and wait until the train stabilizes before moving. Having satisfied his taste buds, Yang Xin began preparing for the impending apocalypse. He retrieved a 20,000 milliamp hours power bank from his suitcase and slipped it into his pocket as he made his way to the duty room. The attendant was a woman, approximately 25 years old, of average appearance. Yet her uniform added an air of allure. Could this be the fabled allure of a uniform? Passenger, this is the duty room. How may I assist you? The attendant, having just donned her jacket, felt an intense gaze fixed upon her back. Are you really going to help me? Yang Xin asked with a mischievous smile. Assisting passengers is our duty, the attendant replied, adjusting her demeanor. Hand me the key to the connecting door, or knock yourself out, and he'll retrieve it from you. The attendant frowned, thinking this man must be insane. It seems you cannot assist me. Bang! The sound echoed as the attendant collapsed to the ground. Yang Xin swiftly located the key on her person and returned to his seat to wait quietly. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left until the apocalypse arrived. Once it struck, zombies would erupt simultaneously from the front and rear of the train. Those who remained uninfected would flee toward the middle carriages, and Yang Xin's seat was conveniently located in carriage 7. In carriage 7, only one person had turned into a zombie, the very individual who nearly bit Yang Xin in his previous life. That person was currently seated behind Yang Xin, engrossed in his phone. The time was drawing near. Yang Xin tapped the shoulder of the blonde young man who was about to become a zombie. Bro, I'm stepping out for a smoke. Want to join? The blonde young man glanced back at Yang Xin, who offered him a cigarette. Embracing the notion that refusing a cigarette was foolish, they proceeded to the connecting section of the carriage. Yang Xin lit a cigarette for himself and helped the blonde young man ignite his. After exchanging casual words and finishing their smokes, the blonde young man returned to his seat. As they passed the restroom, Yang Xin seized the 20,000 milliamp hours power bank and struck the young man forcefully on the back of the head. Bang! The blonde young man collapsed. Yang Xin locked him inside the restroom, securing the door with a shoelace knot. This commotion prompted screams from nearby passengers, who called out for the attendant. Later, they discovered the attendant sprawled in the duty room. Panic ensued among the passengers, as they suspected they were under attack by train robbers. Yang Xin didn't care. The end of the world was coming soon, and it didn't matter whether to call the police or not. Yang Xin locked the through door at the back and quickly ran to the number 5 carriage to close the through door. Then he went back to his seat. He checked the time. There were still 10 seconds until the end of the world. Countdown 10, 9, 8.3, 2, 1. Here they come. Chapter 2. The zombie train. Suddenly, the sky outside the train transformed into a deep crimson hue.at. First, the passengers were captivated by this spectacle, murmuring in astonishment and capturing videos. Only Yang Xin was aware that, amidst the global apocalypse, 80% of the populace had succumbed to becoming zombies, while among the 20% of survivors, only a select few had awakened extraordinary abilities. Cities lay in ruins, order disintegrated. Nations fell, and zombies roamed freely, wreaking havoc alongside mutated creatures. A handful of passengers, carrying an injured attendant, intended to seek out Yang Xin, but the abrupt turn of events left them frozen in shock. Soon, they began to hear piercing screams emanating from other carriages. People rushed into the aisles, and before long, they witnessed a chaotic scene in carriage 8, where a stampede ensued. Those who were knocked down were bitten, and within moments, their bodies convulsed grotesquely before rising again to join the throng of zombies. In a desperate bid for survival, the crowd fled towards carriage 7, only to discover that the connecting door was locked tight, their cries for help echoing in vain. The compassionate souls among them rushed to open the door, but lacking the key, they could only watch helplessly as their companions were devoured by the approaching zombies. The door became smeared with blood, and gradually, the screams faded into silence. Where are the attendants? Yang Xion's consciousness could enter the gourd, a place of exquisite beauty akin to a fairyland, where dozens of varieties of grains were cultivated. Beside it stood a thatched cottage, where an elderly man with white hair reclined leisurely in a rocking chair at the entrance. He was, in fact, the embodiment of the gourd in his previous life. During his captivity, Yang Xin spent most of his time within this ethereal realm. Otherwise, being confined in a lightless abyss for so many years would have driven him to madness, just as in his past existence. The old man with white hair did not express surprise upon Yang Xion's arrival. Young friend, you have just awakened your extraordinary ability, and your daily grain production is 100 gene. You may choose one type of grain to take with you. The old man inquired, There's no rush, Yang Xin replied. Young friend, I must advise you that any grain produced daily that is not taken away will vanish by day's end. I am aware, Yang Xin said nonchalantly. For he was a reborn individual well acquainted with the rules of this land. Are you perhaps considering exchanging for special items? The old man, intrigued, stepped down from his rocking chair, hands clasped behind his back. Special items refer to unique varieties of grain. There are 3 types: loyalty, body enhancement, and mutated grains. Taking loyalty grain as an example, 100 gene of ordinary grain can be exchanged for 1 gene of high-quality grain. Consuming it increases the consumer's loyalty to Yang Xin. The individual variation allows for a loyalty increase of between 1 and 50. Beyond 50, higher-grade grains are required. Body enhancement is straightforward. It augments strength and physical resilience. The mutated grain requires a staggering 10,000 gene for a single exchange. In his previous life, Yang Xin's production capacity could not meet this demand before his imprisonment, and he had no opportunity to utilize it thereafter. However, by literal interpretation, it should grant the consumer extraordinary abilities, akin to Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. This was merely Yang Xin's speculation, as he had never experienced it firsthand. It is worth mentioning that during his captivity, Yang Xin learned from the guards that the evolution of extraordinary beings comprises 6 stages, each with 9 levels, subdivided into beginner, intermediate, and pinnacle tiers. Those who have not awakened their abilities can naturally evolve over time. Albeit at a considerably slower pace, of course. One can also accelerate their evolution by slaying zombies to obtain the crystal cores nestled within their brains. As time passes, the most terrifying entities are not the zombies but the mutated plants and animals. Even the most unassuming mice, some with exceptional gifts, can evolve to surpass even the northeast tiger in size. With the presence of divine dragons, the depths of the ocean, the Amazon rainforest, and even the terrifying underworld. What kinds of mutated creatures might exist? Yet, these considerations were for another time. In his past life, Yang Xin had been nurtured to level 1, tier 9, yielding a daily grain output of 12,000 gene, enabling him to achieve many things. The transformations that would occur upon ascending to tier 2 or even higher remained uncertain for now. At that time, those individuals had learned of Yang Xin's ability to produce grains with special effects and forced him to comply. Yang Xin understood that once he cooperated in producing those special grains, they would only intensify their draining of his resources. He consistently refused, leading to periodic torment from them. Eventually, in desperation and fearing that Yang Xin might secretly produce special grains that could threaten them, they injected him with a suppressant to halt his natural evolution, leaving him stagnant at level 1, tier 9. They also administered a certain drug to render him mute, effectively blocking all avenues for his escape. As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Xin's overwhelming fury surged across the vast expanse of land. He silently clenched his fists. At present, Yang Xin had just awakened, currently at level 1, tier 1, beginner, ordinary individuals. Whether through natural evolution or the consumption of crystal cores, would transition from level 0 to level 1. In contrast, awakened beings begin at level 1, giving them a significant advantage over the vast majority of ordinary people in the early stages. A level 1 Yang Xin could produce 100 gene of grain daily. While 100 gene may seem insignificant, when combined with the gourd's effects, it requires only about 8 gene of grain to exchange for an AKM with a 40-round capacity. This means that 100 gene could procure 12 AKMs. What does this imply? The K-30 International train comprises 13 carriages, 6 of which are luxurious compartments accommodating 4 passengers each. This totals to 16 individuals per compartment, equating to 96 people across the 6 compartments. The remaining 6 compartments are hard sleeper sections, each housing 36 individuals, resulting in 216 people. Even when including the crew, the total does not exceed 350 individuals. In contrast, there are merely over 80 unmutated individuals. Thus, the entire train currently harbors approximately 270 zombies. If paired strategically, Yang Xin could potentially wipe out all the zombies using the firearms obtained from 100 gene of grain. Of course, slaying zombies carries its risks, especially within such confined spaces. In this second chance at life, Yang Xin must proceed with utmost caution. With such an extraordinary ability at his disposal, did he need to engage in direct combat with the zombies? In a world where resources are scarce, even a single hot dog or a piece of bread can compel countless individuals to serve you. Those former school goddesses would fight over a morsel of food. Yang Xin, blessed with the ability to continuously produce grain, could exchange it for any desired items. Hoarding supplies seemed trivial to him. However, the prerequisite was that Yang Xin must hasten his ascension. Otherwise, 100 gene of grain would yield little. Reflecting on this, Yang Xin turned to the white-haired old man, who awaited his response, and calmly stated, "There is no rush." Subsequently, Yang Xin withdrew his consciousness, shifting his gaze to the individuals on the ground. Moaning in agony from gunshot wounds. Experience, was it not right before his eyes? Chapter 4. Whoever dares to obstruct my path to supremacy shall certainly face death. Yang Xion's gaze was cold and filled with avarice. The 6 individuals under such scrutiny felt a chill run down their spines. Yang Xion disregarded their desperate pleas for mercy, choosing instead to continue his task. "Please, don't kill me. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 2-year-old child. Has your family just gained internet access? What era are you living in to resort to such archaic tactics?" Yang Xion shot a disdainful glance at the speaker and resumed his work. The fool standing nearby was perplexed by Yang Xion's actions. Yang Xion patted the fool's shoulder, instructing, "Return to your seat and wait for me. I have some matters to attend to." The fool blinked, glancing from Yang Xion to the injured individuals. "Are you not going to kill them? Do you believe they are good people or bad?" Yang Xion countered with a question. "Bad people," the fool asserted without hesitation. "Am I a good person or a bad one?" "A good person." "Why? You are willing to help me. You are a good person." The fool shrank back, displaying a rather dim-witted demeanor. "You also stated they are bad people. Should not good people punish bad ones?" The fool pondered this for a moment before nodding. "Bad people must be punished." "Exactly, you are quite right. Bad people deserve punishment." As he watched the fool depart, Yang Xion exerted some effort to untie the shoelaces binding the restroom door. He carefully retrieved his firearm and cautiously opened the restroom door. The blond man had already transformed into a zombie and lunged at the sight of the door opening. Yang Xion was prepared. He pressed the handgun against the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and a black hole appeared in the zombie's skull. Yang Xion then inserted his finger into the cavity, swiftly locating a green crystal core the size of a grain of rice. Afterward, he procured a bit of zombie blood and dripped it onto one of the wounded individual's injuries. A minute later, the injured person began to convulse violently, rising in an eerie manner. "Ah no! A zombie! You devil! You will go to hell!" Yang Xion paid no heed to the curses of these dying individuals, though they had not yet succumbed to their injuries. In this environment, they were destined to perish eventually. Before their demise, they would endure the agony of illness. It was far more beneficial for the living to extract their final value. Yang Xion observed as the zombie pounced up. "Unlike you, who merely endured a few blows, this will not cost you your life." As he spoke, Yang Xion lightly tapped the glass of the passageway door, where zombies on the other side clawed at it frantically. "I merely require you to assist me in pulling a zombie inside. Thus, our grievances will be settled." Are you jesting? The moment I open the door, the zombies will overwhelm me." The man was evidently not foolish. Zombies possess weaknesses. They fear the dark, and when night falls, they become as blind as bats, rendering you safe. Yang Xion explained. The man remained skeptical of Yang Xion's assertions. However, soon the train entered a tunnel. As the light vanished, the zombies indeed fell silent. Once light returned, they would resume their frenzied scratching at the glass. Initially, zombies had poor vision. When darkness enveloped them, they were akin to the blind. Over time, as they evolved, they would gain the ability to see in the dark, a fact not unknown in the past. "See? In the next tunnel, help me pull a zombie in, and your task will be complete." The man hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. He had no choice. The truth lay in Yang Xion's hands, and whether he consented or not was irrelevant. Otherwise, he would be subjected to torment before being sent to meet his maker. With no recourse available, after a brief wait, the train once more entered a tunnel. The zombies, deprived of light, instantly grew quiet. "It is your moment to shine." The man approached the passageway door, gazing at the terrifying, aimless zombies. "If I pull him, he won't bite me, will he?" "No, at this time, they are as docile as lambs." The man, filled with doubt yet trembling, cautiously opened the passageway door, as Yang Xion had predicted. Upon opening the door, the zombies could not see him. The man's courage swelled slightly, and he grasped the nearest zombie, pulling it backward. Just then, the zombie sensed itself being dragged and caught a whiff of fresh prey, suddenly lunging at the man and biting him. Roar! Ah! The man's scream drew the attention of the zombies, and the fool hastily pulled both the man and the zombie inside, while Yang Xin cooperatively closed the passageway door. The aimless zombies scratched at the glass for a while before falling silent. On the other side, the man had already been bitten by the zombie, and in his frustration, he pointed an accusing finger at Yang Xin. You deceived me. From the moment you intended to strike at me, such awareness should have been anticipated. Anyone who dares obstruct my path to supremacy shall surely meet their demise. The man met a tragic end, and Yang Xin dispatched the zombie with a shot to its head. After a brief interval, the man transformed into a zombie, also receiving a bullet to the head. With 2 zombies eliminated, Yang Xin acquired 2 crystal cores. Now, he possessed 9 crystal cores, sufficient to elevate to level 2. Chapter 5. Loyalty at 101, Unchanging. Consuming these crystal cores would suffice to elevate Yang Xin to level 2. However, there was one more matter to attend to before that. As he spoke, Yang Xin's consciousness once again entered the gourd. Greetings, young friend. Have you decided on what item to exchange? I wish to trade for a pound of premium corn. Once upgraded, the grain yield stored in the gourd will refresh. If left unused, it would go to waste. Exchange a pound of premium corn for the fool's consumption, testing his loyalty. For the next period, the fool would remain by his side. Understanding the fool's loyalty would enable Yang Xin to strategize better. The white-haired elder chuckled, handing over a pound of corn. The corn was raw. All produced grain remained uncooked. Under current conditions, there was no opportunity to cook the grain. Raw corn could be eaten as is, and premium corn was even more tender and palatable. Upon regaining consciousness, Yang Xin found 2 ears of corn in his hand. The gourd was withdrawn as Yang Xin focused his consciousness. Just as Yang Xin anticipated, the corn was exceedingly tender, exuding a faint, delightful aroma. Even uncooked, it was mouth-watering. Truly, it was premium grain. By the way, I still don't know the fool's name. Although his intellect may be lacking, it would be impolite to simply call him a fool. What is your name? Yang Xin inquired. Nikolai. Names from the battle nation tend to be long, and the fool's name was even lengthier. Nikolai, is it? Very well. The fool corrected himself. Nikolai. All right, I understand, Nikolai. Who could possibly pronounce such a lengthy name? By the time you finish, the person would be long gone. Nikolai, eat these 2 ears of corn. Nikolai accepted the corn, having never encountered such fragrant corn before, and saliva began to flow. Nikolai obediently consumed the 2 ears of corn without any suspicion toward Yang Xin. Soon, Yang Xin sensed Nikolai's loyalty towards him. The loyalty level was astonishingly at 101, unwavering. My goodness. Yang Xin was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. It is known that an ordinary person's loyalty could only rise to a maximum of 50 after consuming a pound of premium grain. Beyond 50, it would require 1,000 pounds of ordinary grain to exchange for a pound of perfect grain to enhance loyalty. Moreover, a pound of perfect grain could only increase loyalty by 2. With a maximum cap of 80. Afterward, it would take 10,000 pounds of ordinary grain to exchange for a pound of golden grain, yielding a 1 loyalty increase, capping at 90. Surpassing 90 would necessitate 100,000 pounds of ordinary grain to redeem a pound of legendary grain, providing a mere 0.5 loyalty increase, topping at 100.100 pounds 1 time 50 loyalty 0.1, 15 pounds times 80 loyalty 0.10, 10 pounds times 90 loyalty, 100,000 pounds 20 times 100 loyalty. After reaching 100 loyalty, one would need to redeem 1 million pounds for a pound of eternal grain to attain 101. Therefore, the journey from stranger to 101 loyalty would require at least 115,100 pounds of grain. Hence, Yang Xin was utterly astounded. Eternal and unchanging, never wavering. Only such a person would Yang Xin trust with his back. Indeed, the fool was not without merit, at the very least, in terms of loyalty. He was undoubtedly T0 level. Nikolai, do you know how to handle a gun? Yang Xin intended to consume the crystal cores, and during this period, he needed someone nearby to protect him. Nikolai hesitated for a moment, contemplating the gun in Yang Xin's hand. After a brief pause, he nodded. With 101 loyalty eternally unchanging, Yang Xin naturally did not doubt Nikolai's words. Moreover, this was the battle nation, where firearms training facilities were abundant. As long as one was a citizen or a permanent resident over 18 years old who had undergone safety training, they could possess firearms. Nikolai, I need to rest for a bit. Keep an eye on these people for me. If they approach or you suspect anyone of ill intent, do not hesitate, shoot them. Yang Xin handed the gun to Nikolai and added, regardless of what happens to me, do not intervene. Your sole task is to ensure these individuals remain in their seats. Nikolai nodded, accepting the gun and skillfully disengaging the safety. It was unclear whether Nikolai comprehended the instructions, but he handled the gun adeptly. The passengers in the carriage grew uneasy upon seeing Nikolai with the firearm. What the hell is going on? Allowing a fool to point a gun at them. What if he went berserk? What if he used them for target practice? After struggling to survive in this apocalypse without becoming a zombie, it would be lamentable to be shot by this fool. Sir, you cannot be so irresponsible. His mental state is unstable, and our safety is not guaranteed. We cannot agree to this, a middle-aged, overweight woman declared. His words resonated with the crowd, particularly those seated closest to the fool. They had observed the fool fidgeting and occasionally uttering sounds. It was evident that his mental state was unsuitable for travel. What if he went mad and opened fire on us? Indeed, we refuse to let the fool wield the gun. We must select a kind-hearted individual for this task. Yang Xin chuckled. Choosing kind-hearted individuals, are you all a bunch of sanctimonious do-gooders? In this apocalyptic world, the first to be eliminated would be individuals like you. Yang Xin was unaware of the fool's mental state, but he was certain that he would not shoot Yang Xin. That alone was sufficient. As for whether you sanctimonious do-gooders lived or died, it mattered little as long as you didn't all perish. That was acceptable. Listen carefully. He is named Nikolai, not the fool. Furthermore, I am not consulting with you. I do not require your opinions. Anyone who disagrees may leave this carriage at once, or jump out the window. Though the crowd was dissatisfied, sending them to another carriage filled with zombies was tantamount to signing their own death warrants. Jumping out of the window was even less feasible. The train was moving at a considerable speed. Would they survive the jump? Even if they miraculously survived, the sudden drop in temperature would surely freeze them to death. Faced with the gun in the fool's hands, the crowd reluctantly fell silent. Yang Xin patted the fool's shoulder and sat alone in the passageway. He consumed the 9 green zombie crystal cores. Instantly, he felt a warm current flowing from his stomach to his limbs. Then, all the bones in his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if they were shattering and then reassembling. The pain caused Yang Xin's entire body to convulse, cold sweat pouring down him. Observing Yang Xin in such agony, Nikolai grew anxious. He contemplated rushing to aid Yang Xin, but Yang Xin had previously stated that he was not to intervene. Regardless of what transpired, Brother Yang is in great pain. What should I do? At this moment, the sensation of pain reached its zenith for Yang Xin, and he involuntarily emitted a groan of suffering. Nikolai, this gentleman is unwell. Allow me to assist him. The speaker was the original owner of the Glock handgun, the delusional elder. I possess some knowledge of first aid. I can take a look at him. Nikolai hesitated. The delusional elder sensed an opportunity and slowly approached Nikolai. Click. Nikolai chambered around in the handgun. Then his lips twitched, appearing as if he were having a seizure. The elderly man, seemingly possessed, bore a pallid visage, prompting the thought, could this fool truly succumb to a fit at such a critical juncture? Chapter 6 revealed a staggering advancement to Level 2. Was it even feasible to endure such a transformation? Meanwhile, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as a carriage full of passengers shared in the anxiety. For crying out loud, why allow a fool to wield a firearm? This fellow appeared on the brink of a seizure. A mere flick of his finger, and they would be gone. Those with keen eyes had already crouched low. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Nikita, his body convulsing, aimed his gun at the elderly man. Nikita, you are a good person. Do not act recklessly. Lives are at stake. Despite the gun aimed at him, the elderly man remained remarkably composed. One could not deny that he was a remarkable character. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely soiled themselves at the sight of a deranged individual brandishing a firearm. The atmosphere was rife with tension, forcing the elderly man to momentarily withdraw. Nikita's agitation began to subside. At that moment, Yang Xin finally completed his upgrade. The most noticeable change was in his countenance. which had morphed from merely handsome to extraordinarily striking. His physique had become more muscular and defined, and his overall strength had surged dramatically. To illustrate, the average man can bench press between 35 to 50 kilograms, while a trained individual might reach around 80 kilograms. Upon awakening his powers, Yang Xin had already achieved a strength of 200 kilograms. Now, having ascended to level 2, his strength had skyrocketed to an astonishing 400 kilograms. To put this into perspective, the world record for unassisted bench press is only 355 kilograms. Yang Xin had shattered that record upon reaching level 2. Furthermore, this strength was a measure of his entire physical capacity, not limited to a single discipline. In simple terms, a strength of 400 kilograms is something an average person could only aspire to. Upon sensing the transformation within his body, he seized Nikita's firearm, uttering not a single word, leaving only the sound of the train wheels clattering against the tracks. It was no jest. He had just taken several lives. Who would dare to speak up? Noticing the passengers had fallen silent once more, Yang Xin entered the gourd. Upon entering, he was met with the radiant visage of the white-haired elder. He had not expected Yang Xin to short-haired men have lost their minds. My goodness. I said I wouldn't be picky. But must you truly hand me a dagger? How on earth am I to fend off those zombies? Is this a delivery service? Hungry, perhaps? A dagger? Take a good look over there. Those are dozens of ravenous zombies. My friend, you claimed not to be choosy, and I believe this dagger suits you perfectly. Yang Xin tossed the weapon to the short-haired man, wishing him good luck. The man, somewhat speechless, nevertheless accepted the dagger. His willingness to take risks came with his own calculations. Not long ago, as the train passed through a tunnel, he noticed that the zombies seemed to lose their focus and subsequently ceased their frenzy. When the light source illuminated the carriage once more, the horde of zombies began clawing at the doors and windows with renewed vigor. He deduced that these zombies must have poor eyesight. As long as he opened the door while entering the tunnel, he could slip past them undetected. This was the reason he dared to step forward. He had ridden this train countless times, fully aware of how many tunnels there were and the duration of each in his previous life. It was the short-haired man who had alerted everyone to this fact. He approached the connection between carriages, gazing at the zombies lurking behind the connecting door, then made a face at them. Soon, I shall take you down. The zombies clawed at him in response. Finally, the train re-entered the tunnel, and the frenzied zombies suddenly grew quiet. The short-haired man took a deep breath and opened the connecting door. At that moment, Yang Xin grasped his hand, urging him not to rush, as Nicola would accompany him. There was still an hour until the Vladimir station, during which they would pass through 3 tunnels. If they timed it right, they could potentially eliminate all the zombies in this carriage. Such an opportunity was too good for Yang Xin to miss. Nicola, they are no longer human. Once we enter, just aim for their heads, Yang Xin instructed Nicola beside him. Nicola, now obedient to Yang Xin's words, did not question the reasoning. Yang Xin released the short-haired man's hand, who then opened the connecting door and crouched to enter. Using a holographic sight and silencer, Nicola began shooting at the zombies blocking the door. His marksmanship was impressive and his speed astonishing. This efficiency far exceeded Yang Xin's expectations. The short-haired man, not idle, managed to take down 2 elderly zombies in the process. In barely 30 seconds, the duo dispatched 15 zombies. However, the train soon burst out of the tunnel. The short-haired man, quick-witted, began to retreat before the train emerged. He even tugged at Nicola, but the latter ignored him. Yang Xin saw the short-haired man hurrying back and understood that the train was about to exit the tunnel. He immediately signaled Nicola to return. Alas, it was a moment too late. As the train exited the tunnel, the zombies regained their sight and lunged toward Nicola. Roar! Nicola swiftly retreated while firing, his bullets quickly depleting. Just as the zombies were about to pounce on him, Yang Xin opened the door and crouched down. Rat-a-tat-tat. A series of gunfire erupted, dropping the zombies at the front. Yet, they were quickly replaced by others from behind. Yang Xin pulled out 2 offensive grenades, pulled the pins, and tossed them. Boom! The grenades were packed with a substantial amount of gunpowder. Although their lethality was limited, their shock value was significant. One grenade caused a dozen zombies at the front to briefly lose their mobility. At this moment, Nicola changed his magazine, his finger glued to the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire rang out like a crisp nail gun, each shot creating a gaping wound in the zombies. Yang Xin stood by the door, pulling Nicola's shoulder back as he closed the connecting door just as the zombies lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies frantically battered the glass of the door. Fortunately, the glass was sturdy enough. "How are you?" Yang Xin hurriedly inquired, not wanting to lose his newly loyal companion so soon. Nicola wiped the blood from his body, checking himself thoroughly for wounds, finding none. The short-haired man had already retreated and was unharmed. This wave had likely eliminated around 25 to 30 zombies. However, the noise had attracted more zombies from the rear carriage, effectively negating any reduction in their numbers. Simultaneously, the temperature gauge plummeted to -32 degrees. In just a few minutes, the temperature dropped another 11 degrees. At that very moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed from outside the carriage. Chapter 8. I am only wearing black stockings. This sound came from outside the train, presumably caused by the sudden drop in temperature affecting the train structure. Even with Yang Xin's formidable physique, he felt the chill. His mind immediately turned to his storage, needing to exchange for a set of warm clothing. The first thing that came to mind was Canada Goose. He had never been able to afford such a down jacket before, as one would cost over 10,000. However, now he could trade a mere few pounds of food for one. The cost-effectiveness was unparalleled. The old man casually waved his hand, presenting countless styles of down jackets. Yang Xin selected the 2025 model of the new long Canada Goose down jacket, with a fill power of 700 and weighing just 3 pounds. This thickness not only provided warmth, but also did not hinder movement. He then chose a pair of down pants with a fill power of 650, more than sufficient to withstand this temperature. Naturally, Yang Xin also exchanged for a pair of genuine snow boots, not the cheap ones sold for a few dozen that one typically finds. He even opted for a size larger, allowing him to wear down socks underneath. The comfort was exceptional, and Yang Xin marveled at the quality of good items. Combined with heat packs, he felt incredibly warm. Everyone present was astonished by Yang Xin's seemingly magical suitcase. Is this some kind of Doraemon's magical pocket? How can it hold so much? With the same 20-inch suitcase, they could only fit a few clothes and basic necessities, while Yang Xin pulled out item after item. A magician? He was undoubtedly a magician. "Sir, no, big brother. Could you sell me a pair of cotton socks? My feet have lost all sensation from the cold. Mr. Yang, I wish to buy a pair of down pants. I am only wearing black stockings, and my legs ache. Please sell me a pair of down pants as well. I am bare-legged." Yang Xin glanced up at the two women. To his surprise, they were both stunningly beautiful. Not only were they attractive, but they were also tall, with fair skin, and exceptionally striking. It was no wonder that the temperature had plummeted with the apocalypse upon them. Even before the temperature drop, it was already below freezing here. If you adore beauty that freezes, then you must endure the consequences. Yang Xin ignored the two, focusing on changing into his new attire. After placing a few heat packs inside the down jacket, he began to sweat shortly thereafter. "Sir, may I buy the clothes you no longer need? I am truly freezing. Please give me a piece of clothing. I can do anything for you, including that which you desire." The beautiful woman's pale thighs were turning a rosy red from the cold, evoking a slight pang of sympathy in Yang Xin. However, he was no saint. While the two women were indeed lovely, their only utility lay in that one regard, rendering them nearly worthless otherwise. In a climate that could freeze a person to death, Yang Xin felt no desire in that direction. These two women held even less value now. Moreover, opening this door could trigger a chain reaction, which would be disadvantageous for Yang Xin. "So, your discomfort is of no concern to me." Yang Xin offered his clothes to the short-haired man without a word. He still needed him later, and if he froze now, it would hinder their actions. The two women, having received no clothing, returned to their seats, wrapping themselves in nearly useless thin blankets. "Thank you." The short-haired man momentarily startled before slipping the clothing over his own. Though it felt somewhat humiliating, he was far warmer than before. Yang Xin then exchanged a similar set of warm clothing for Nicola. He was one of their own and deserved the best gear available. Just as the short-haired man expressed his gratitude, he felt a pang of envy. Indeed, there was no harm in comparison. Even the slowest among them realized that Yang Xin's suitcase was undoubtedly peculiar. A 20-inch suitcase couldn't possibly contain so many items. Just 2 guns and a pile of magazines would already fill it to capacity, let alone an entire set of clothes. pants, and shoes. Moreover, from the looks of it, this suitcase contained many more valuable items. As the cold began to take its toll, the initial shock began to fade. Some individuals turned their attention back to Yang Xin. The short-haired man, keenly observant, noticed the malicious glances directed at Yang Xin. Sir, you must be cautious. Some may wish you harm. Yang Xin had already noticed, but he felt no fear in terms of individual strength or weaponry. He was a godlike presence at this moment. Even without a weapon, his current physical prowess would allow him to handle 2 or 3 people with ease. If this group dared to disrupt him, he could simply turn them into zombies, ultimately eliminating them to gain experience points. Unfortunately, this group ultimately lacked the courage to revolt. The next tunnel finally arrived, stretching for a duration of 42 seconds. Yang Xin chose to join this time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for just the 2 of them to reach the heating room within such a short time. When the door opens, you head straight for the heating room. Leave everything else to me. The short-haired man hesitated for a moment, then agreed. As the train entered the tunnel, darkness enveloped them, and the zombies lost their target. The short-haired man opened the connecting door and crouched to enter. Yang Xin signaled to Nicola to take the left side, while he took the right. Once inside, they began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Nicola's accuracy and speed were extraordinary, while Yang Xin's fell slightly short. During his years studying in a combat nation, Yang Xin frequently visited shooting ranges. Among ordinary people, his marksmanship was undoubtedly commendable. However, in the face of Nicola, who had undergone relentless training and seen battle, he appeared lacking. The rapid sounds of gunfire echoed through the space as the still zombies fell like ripe vegetables under the relentless assault of the 2 in a matter of 30 seconds. They had eradicated every last undead creature within that carriage. The short-haired man successfully entered the heating room, but alas, as soon as he opened the door, he was ambushed by a zombie that had once been a staff member. The creature sank its teeth into his arm, and feeling the searing pain, he frantically stabbed at the zombie. Its neck was soon punctured, and with a forceful blow, he decapitated it. Once Yang Xin dispatched the final zombie, the light of day seeped in, and the zombies in the next carriage regained their sight and surged forward. Yang Xin cast a glance and promptly shut the connecting door, the undead crashing against the glass and howling in frustration. He then turned his attention to the short-haired man. "Kill me. I refuse to become a monster," he pleaded, leaning against the door of the heating room. After such a harrowing escape, to face this fate? Yang Xin examined the man's shoulder, carefully using the gun's muzzle to peel away the torn fabric. He then patted the man's shoulder. "Take care of yourself, and perhaps retrieve the zombie's dentures from your arm as a memento." Upon hearing this, the short-haired man reignited his hope, inspecting his shoulder to find indeed a denture stuck to it. "Ha ha ha, I won't become a zombie." He laughed heartily, then lit a cigarette and took a satisfying drag. With the zombies dispatched, the passengers erupted in cheers, some even daring to open the connecting door and enter. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Yang Xin fired into the air. "Everyone, retreat." "But why? The zombies are all dead. We only wish to scavenge some clothing." A voice protested. I said, "All of you, retreat." Chapter 9. Did the apocalypse descend with hellish difficulty? Yang Xin forced everyone back, and the crowd, intimidated, complied, raising their hands in surrender. "We only wish to survive, not freeze to death." "Why? There is no way. I will give you time to scavenge clothing shortly," Yang Xin declared, closing the connecting door once more and hanging several garments on the glass to obscure the view. This carriage alone harbored over 50 zombies, which meant 50 crystals waiting to be harvested. He could not allow this group to witness him extracting the crystals, though they would inevitably discover it later. It was not the right time. After finishing his cigarette, the short-haired man entered the heating room, shoveling large chunks of coal into the stove. Soon enough, the temperature in the carriage began to rise. Meanwhile, Yang Xin and Nicola diligently extracted the crystals from the zombies' heads. After a strenuous effort, they finally finished, accumulating a total of 56 green crystals. Before upgrading, it was essential to consume the previous food supplies. Otherwise, upgrading would waste resources upon refresh. Yang Xin contemplated exchanging a pound of premium food to test the short-haired man's loyalty. After much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. The short-haired man was no fool. There was no emotional foundation between them. Even if he consumed it, his loyalty would not exceed 50%. Such a level of loyalty would not significantly impact the outcome. After further thought, Yang Xin opted to exchange 2 pounds of premium fortified corn. Spending 200 pounds, 0.1 kilogram permanently increased strength by 10 kilograms. Initially, this appeared rather underwhelming, but it required consistent accumulation over time. Moreover, this was merely the most basic food. As food production increased later, higher-tier options would become available. With the remaining 48 pounds of food, Yang Xin exchanged it all for weapons and ammunition, 2 QCQ-171 submachine guns, along with 40 fully loaded magazines, plus 8 fragmentation grenades, which would come in handy when replenishing coal. These were all stored within a gourd, ready to be summoned at will by the old man upon Yang Xin's thought. Having completed these preparations, Yang Xin instructed Nicola to stand guard while he began consuming the crystals. For an ability user, advancing from level 1 to level 2 required 9 green crystals. Ordinary people progressed from level 0 to level 1. Transitioning from level 2 to level 3 necessitated at least 5 times that amount. Yang Xin swallowed 46 crystals in one go, ultimately reaching the threshold of level 3. After the upgrade, he was nearly rendered faint from hunger, as the bodily consumption during the process was staggering, especially since he had bypassed 3 minor stages to leap directly to level 3. Although he had felt hunger during the previous levels, he could still endure. At level 2 to 3, however, it was unbearable. Fortunately, Yang Xin was prepared. He exchanged for 2 pounds of top-quality tuna belly from the old man, along with his homemade fresh juice. Eating this combination was nothing short of heavenly. 2 pounds were just enough to satisfy Yang Xin's appetite. Following the enhancement of his abilities, food production surged from 300 to 500. His strength increased to 700 kilograms, and with the fortified food's additional 20 kilograms, his total strength reached an astonishing 720 kilograms, far surpassing the Guinness World Record. Most importantly, as his strength increased, so too did his body's resilience to damage. Yang Xin felt as though a normal person could punch him with all their might without causing any pain. Out of curiosity, he asked Nicola to take a swing at him. "Brother Yang, you're a good person. I can't hit you," Nicola protested vigorously. "I want to test my resilience. Just give me a punch. In a way, what if I accidentally hurt you?" Yang Xin found this reasoning absurd, but after some persuasion, Nicola finally agreed. With all his might, Nicola delivered a punch to Yang Xin's abdomen. Yang Xin furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't overly painful, but it was unexpected. That punch had to have had 400 to 500 pounds of force. How could an ordinary person possess such strength? Was it mere coincidence? Yang Xin shook his head. Returning to his earlier thoughts, the increase in strength also enhanced physical durability. Eventually, as strength reached a certain level, it could even withstand bullets. However, Yang Xin had only heard such claims during his imprisonment, and he was uncertain at what level one could deflect bullets. "Brother Yang, you're amazing. You don't even flinch when hit?" Nicola exclaimed, utterly astonished. He was well aware of the weight behind his own punch. Once, he had struck a neighbor during a fit, leaving them in a vegetative state. Since then, his father had insisted on accompanying him everywhere, fearing he might inadvertently injure or kill someone. "Would you like to possess such incredible strength?" Yang Xin inquired, holding 10 crystals in his hand. The level 1 crystals held little value for a level 3 Yang Xin. It would be more beneficial to enhance Nicola's strength instead. Nicola nodded, then shook his head again. "Why the indecision?" Yang Xin asked. "Brother Yang, you became stronger by consuming those precious green beans. I cannot accept such a valuable item. Foolish boy, don't you wish to grow stronger to protect me?" "I can protect you now. I have a gun." Nicola proudly brandished the submachine gun. "But zombies will grow stronger too, and there will be mutated creatures that are impervious to bullets. How will you protect me then?" Nicola scratched his head, unsure of how to respond, and of course, you need to become stronger to protect me, that's so. If I give you the crystals, you must consume them. After hearing this, Nicola finally agreed to eat the crystals. He devoured 10 in quick succession before collapsing to the ground, convulsing in pain and sweating profusely. After several minutes, he gradually returned to normal. The most noticeable change was in his face. It had always been rugged, but now it seemed even more formidable, with a jawline that could serve as a weapon. "Whoever dares to challenge me, come and see if you can withstand my chin," he boasted. "How do you feel?" "Nicola?" Yang Xin asked. "Brother Yang, I'm so hungry." Nicola struggled to rise. his condition far more severe than Yang Xin's after his first upgrade. Yang Xin quickly provided a pile of food for Nicola, who devoured it as if he hadn't eaten in centuries, finishing with a large bottle of ice water before letting out a satisfied burp. Nicola, how much do you think your strength has increased? Brother Yang, I feel like I could kill a cow. Yang Xin was taken aback. Is it really that exaggerated? I only felt capable of killing a cow after reaching level 3. You already feel that way after just reaching level 1? Yang Xin had initially considered letting Nicola punch him again, but recalling the earlier oddities, he abandoned the foolish notion. If what Nicola claimed was true, and he could indeed kill a cow, then Yang Xin taking a punch would likely result in injury. Yang Xin picked up the body of a zombie, standing at a height of 180 centimeters and possessing a robust physique. Now, strike it in the chest. Nicola stretched his neck and swung his right fist with all his might. Thud! Nicola's fist pierced through the zombie's chest. Holy moly! How incredible! Yang Xin exclaimed, astonished. Even he was unsure if he could shatter a zombie's abdomen with a single punch. Nicola had somehow achieved this feat after progressing from an ordinary person. Then, Yang Xin recalled something he had heard while imprisoned. There existed a particular type of evolver who, despite appearing to possess no special abilities, had physical strength that far surpassed their peers. As levels increased, this disparity became increasingly apparent, and only then did everyone realize that these individuals were indeed ability users, with their formidable physicality being their unique power. If this were the case, then Nicola might have awakened alongside Yang Xin. Yang Xin had assumed Nicola was merely an ordinary person, but it seemed he might be a super strong physical ability user. This meant Nicola was not at level 0 to 1, but rather at level 1 to 2. However, if Nicola had awakened at the same time, why hadn't he experienced any painful symptoms during his awakening? Furthermore, both ability users at levels 1 to 2 and ordinary people at levels 0 to 1 required 9 crystals. Yet, Nicola had consumed 10? Was this all merely coincidence? Yang Xin was perplexed but decided to let it go. After all, Nicola growing stronger would only benefit him. As time passed, the temperature in the carriage gradually rose, eventually surpassing freezing. Those who had nearly succumbed to the cold began to recover. Yang Xin opened the connecting door, allowing the people to venture out and gather the necessary resources. As the temperature rose, these individuals found themselves increasingly disinterested in the soiled garments. After all, gathering supplies necessitated navigating amidst the corpses, where a moment's inattention could result in a calamitous fall, while dirty clothes were of little consequence. Having the blood of the undead splattered into one's eyes or upon the tongue would spell disaster. With less than 10 minutes remaining until reaching Vladimir Station, Yang Xin reassembled the survivors. You must have seen the news. The apocalypse has arrived, with 80% of the global population transformed into zombies, and countless flora and fauna undergoing mutations. The world you once knew has vanished. And it is highly probable that your homes have also ceased to exist. Do you not expect your nation to come to your rescue? They are preoccupied with their own survival. Moreover, the world is experiencing a drastic temperature drop. With an average decrease of 30 degrees in most regions, temperatures hover around -40 to 50 degrees, with the coldest areas plummeting to -60 to 70 degrees. Consider for yourselves whether such frigid conditions could lead to death. Before you now lie two paths. First, disembark at Vladimir Station, the closest point to your capital, where locating military aid is most feasible. Second, adhere to your original plan and alight at the designated station of your intended destination. For those choosing the latter option, at each stop, you are to disembark and procure coal. This train does not accommodate idlers. Yang Xin could have chosen to exert force to control them, but that would entail unnecessary worry and the constant need to guard against these individuals, which was exhausting. By clarifying matters in this manner, he allowed them to make their own choices. As long as they were not foolish, they would not opt to disembark. Along the journey, everyone witnessed cities falling into ruin, transportation systems collapsing, and where there were people, hordes of zombies relentlessly pursued them. Massive creatures erupted through the frozen lake surfaces, while airplanes continuously plummeted from the sky, as though the Third World War had commenced. After granting them a few minutes for discussion, upon reaching the supply point, 21 individuals chose to disembark there, while the remainder opted to follow Yang Xin. Although Yang Xin had taken lives, he had not indiscriminately slain the innocent. The initial victims had intended to harm him, which justified their demise. Subsequently, he had not acted against them, and in this apocalypse, aligning with an intelligent and capable leader significantly heightened their chances of survival. Even the young women in black stockings and bare legs chose to remain, much to Yang Xion's surprise. He had little recollection of them, likely having encountered them during the previous outbreak, where they had perished. He wondered if they would survive this time. Just then, the train's horn blared. "Attention passengers, Vladimir Station has fallen. The train will continue onward. This is a formal announcement." In the previous life, these words had led everyone to forego stopping at Vladimir Station, resulting in countless freezing to death thereafter. Yang Xin seized the crew member's walkie-talkie. "Vladimir Station must stop. Who are you?" "I am the one who just eliminated a compartment full of zombies." "Why should I believe you?" "Tell him I possess an arsenal of weapons, and if we do not stop, everyone will freeze to death." Yang Xin instructed the crew member, who promptly relayed his message. With the crew member's endorsement, the driver indeed acquiesced. "Vladimir Station is approaching. Please prepare your belongings if you wish to disembark." X3 The vehicle gradually approached the station, the surroundings eerily quiet, devoid of any zombies. Though the ground was smeared with blood in the previous life, this station had been teeming with the undead. Why was it different this time? Yang Xin was perplexed, as people disembarked to gather resources. The station's entrance was suddenly smashed to pieces by a colossal creature. In a way, is the apocalypse starting off at hellish difficulty? Chapter 10. The mutated brown bear. 2 minutes prior, the train arrived at Vladimir Station, and a portion of the passengers exited towards the exit. Those remaining donned their clothing and stepped out to collect coal. Nikolai and Yang Xin stood guard at the train's entrance. Teo speak candidly. Yang Xin was reluctant to venture out into the cold. However, the strangeness of this station compelled him to take command. Although there had been few zombies at this station in the last life, at least a dozen had roamed near the platform. The sudden absence of them this time put Yang Xin on high alert. There was a coal supply truck over there. "Let us make haste." Yang Xin shouted, and 10 individuals swiftly descended from the train, jogging to push the coal truck over, transporting large quantities of coal to the heating room. Just as they thought everything was proceeding smoothly, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the direction of the exit. Yang Xion's heart sank. "Hasten your pace," Yang Xin yelled, raising his gun alongside Nikolai, aiming towards the exit. The screams lasted only a few seconds before the ground began to tremble. And in the next moment, a thunderous crash erupted as a 10-meter-tall mutated brown bear burst forth. The exit's door was obliterated as if it were made of paper. "What the hell is that? What a massive bear! Goodness, I've never seen such a gigantic bear before. Let us take a group photo this afternoon." The crowd. The mutated brown bear moved with astonishing speed, charging straight towards the train. If it collided with the train, their escape would be impossible. "Fire!" Yang Xin bellowed, and in the next moment, he and Nikolai began firing at the mutated brown bear. The bullets struck the creature as if they were merely bouncing off rubber, failing to penetrate its thick hide. Yet, the pain was still palpable as the mutated bear roared in fury. The two successfully captured the creature's attention, and its massive body lunged towards them, each step causing the ground to quake. They dodged and weaved, shooting and retreating, utilizing the low awning to slow the bear's advance. Unfortunately, this beast possessed not only tremendous size but also unbelievable strength, smashing through everything in its path. Thankfully, Yang Xin had recently upgraded, enhancing his physique to match that of Usain Bolt. Nikolai was even more astounding. Despite being only level 2, he sprinted faster than Yang Xin. "What the hell? Who is actually level 3 here?" As they ran, Yang Xin tossed 2 offensive grenades in the bear's pursuit path, causing them to explode. Boom, boom. The bear roared in response, and the blasts thoroughly incited its fury. The mutated brown bear barreled forth, its colossal paws obliterating everything in its way. Yang Xin barely managed to dodge as a metal shard grazed his down jacket, scattering white feathers like fairy dust. "Damn it, does it think I'm defenseless?" Yang Xin cursed under his breath and conjured an RPG. Weighing 9.15 kilograms with the ammunition, Nikolai aimed for its eyes, its nose, its mouth. Just infuriate it. "All right, Yang Gu," rat-a-tat-tat. Nikolai rolled and darted away from Yang Xin, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the bear's head. No matter how thick its skin, its eyes, nose, and mouth must be softer, right? I refuse to believe bullets can't penetrate those vulnerable spots. A hail of bullets rained down upon the mutated bear, causing it to bellow in pain. The enormous paw raised to shield its head from the incoming projectiles, charging towards Nikolai. Just then, Nikolai's ammunition ran dry, with the mutated bear now less than 5 meters away, its paw the size of a basin crashing down. The sound of the paw slicing through the air was audible. It's over. Even Nikolai's level 2 physique won't withstand that. Foolish one, it's the end. Boom. Just as everyone thought Nikolai was doomed, Yang Xin loaded his missile and struck the mutated brown bear with precision. Howl! The creature let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. What? The giant bear just died like that? Look, that Dragon Kingdom fellow has an RPG. No way. It's really an RPG. When did he acquire that? How peculiar. I had my suspicions. How could such a small suitcase hold so many items? There is only one explanation. This Dragon Kingdom individual is a magician. A magician is not a sorcerer. Such an environment lacks the conditions for setting traps. It must be a superpower. It is undoubtedly a superpower. Those who disembarked have been slaughtered by the giant bear, and our choice to follow the Dragon Kingdom individual was indeed wise. Meanwhile, the RPG continued to emit smoke as Yang Xin fixed his gaze on the fallen mutated brown bear. Its body was a dark mass, blood oozing from wounds, and its chest heaved violently. It was not dead yet. As soon as the words left his lips, the mutated brown bear suddenly surged to its feet, clamping its jaws around Nikolai. Damn. Yang Xin cursed inwardly. The colossal bear had not perished. It had withstood the RPG at close range. How impressive. How thrilling. Shall we take a picture? The crowd. Are you out of your mind? Yang Xin rapidly pondered a solution within his mind. Using the RPG again in this scenario would obliterate Nikolai along with the bear. Shooting the bear's eyes with a submachine gun, even if it could kill the bear, would it simply stand still for the shot? Once it turned to retaliate, Nikolai would likely be struck and perish. Think. Aha! The Tang Dao. The Tang Dao was a primary weapon in ancient armies, renowned for its exceptional cleaving ability. Even an average person with minimal training could effortlessly slice a mature pig in half. Given Yang Xion's significantly superior physical strength, could he sever the mutated bear's head with a single strike? After a brief internal deliberation of merely 0.5 seconds, Yang Xion leaped high into the air. And in the next moment, he wielded a Tang Dao. The weight of the blade is 3.2 kilograms, forged from tungsten steel, its hardness far surpassing that of ordinary metals. With a single strike, it would be a challenge for the mutated grizzly bear to survive. The sound of flesh tearing, blood splattered, the bear's head severed. The onlookers were left in shock, as if turned to stone. That person from the dragon country actually decapitated the colossal bear. Could this individual possibly be a monster? This time, the mutated grizzly bear met its demise in a most thorough manner. Yang Xion helped the fallen Nikolai to his feet. To his surprise, Nikolai sustained only minor abrasions, with hardly any blood loss. Nikolai's formidable physical strength truly astonished Yang Xion. Having successfully slain a mutated grizzly bear, an unexpected bounty was now at hand. The moment for gathering spoils had arrived. With a swift motion, Yang Xion cleaved open the bear's skull and began rummaging within. Moments later, a crystal core, distinct from all others, fell into his grasp. Chapter 11. May I be your girlfriend? This crystal core was unlike any he had encountered before. Although it was green like the others, it was evidently larger. This must be a level 2 core, and it appeared to be on the verge of evolving into a level 3 core. Without hesitation, Yang Xion cleaned it and consumed it. A warm sensation coursed through his body instantly. His experience points increased by approximately 1/9. The effects were as he had anticipated. Now at level 3, he needed 3 level 3 cores to ascend a minor rank. And to rise a full level required 9 level 3 cores. The core that seemed to be level 2 had, in fact, reached the effectiveness of a level 3 core, in the early days of the apocalypse. The evolution rate of zombies was still relatively slow. Some exceptionally gifted individuals might reach level 2 on the first day, while genius zombies could ascend to level 3. The child of destiny might evolve to level 4 or 5. But such occurrences were rare. Once a zombie exceeds level 5, it gains the ability to summon companions, and upon surpassing level 9, they become increasingly intelligent. Therefore, it was imperative to establish an advantage in the early stages. ensuring one's level remains in the forefront. This way, even when facing exceptionally gifted zombies or flora and fauna, one would still possess the strength to fight back. Yang Xin evaded the gazes of the crowd and stowed his weapon back into the gourd. Only self-produced items can be reclaimed. At this juncture, the coal had been fully transported, and Yang Xin, along with Nikolai, returned to the train. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The cabin temperature had reached a comfortable 10 degrees Celsius. Even dressed in just a long-sleeve shirt, one would not feel cold. Then came the resounding applause. The entire carriage turned their appreciative gazes towards Yang Xin, recognizing him as a hero. "Mr. Yang, you are a hero. You accomplished what others could not. I witnessed you sever the giant bear's head with a single strike. It was so cool. You are incredible. Mr. Yang, do you have a girlfriend? May I be your girlfriend?" Yang Xin filtered through the flurry of words, but the phrase girlfriend was impossible to overlook. He searched the crowd for the speaker and soon spotted a striking blonde beauty. She wore a form-fitting black top and tailored pencil pants, complemented by a pair of black combat boots, fully revealing her long, slender legs. Yang Xin had seen this woman before, but back then, she was bundled in a thick down jacket due to the cold. Now that the train was warm, she had shed her layers, revealing an exquisite figure, refined features, and fair skin. She bore a striking resemblance to the elegant, white-haired elven archer often seen online, perhaps even surpassing her in beauty. To be honest, having such a stunning woman approach him stirred something within Yang Xin. However, he had no recollection of her from his previous life. She was likely among the first to perish. He was unaware of her intentions or her background. It was prudent to observe her first. If her admiration was merely for strength, then cough, I have taken note of you. Yang Xin responded evasively and returned to his seat to rest. The woman in the tight pants pouted but did not pursue him further. After all, a forcibly won affection is seldom sweet, and a man of such quality would not be easily swayed. As the train set in motion, Yang Xin's consciousness entered the gourd. The recent battle had drained a considerable amount of his stamina, and he needed to replenish his energy. The old man was still leisurely sitting in front of the thatched cottage. Upon seeing Yang Xin approach, he casually remarked, "Young friend, what would you like to exchange this time? Food. Please list some delicacies for me. What types of food would you like me to enumerate? The more, the better." Upon hearing this, the old man waved his hand, and the vast land before them transformed into a grand supermarket, its size immeasurable. Rows of shelves were filled with a plethora of food items: seafood, meat, vegetables, cooked dishes, fruits, dried fruits, baked goods, and much more. Anything you could imagine, it was all there. Yang Xin navigated through the aisles, dazzled by the variety before him. As long as he desired it, he could exchange for any food item here. However, a dilemma arose. He needed a chef. No, not just one, but at least 10. In this apocalyptic world, if he wished to indulge in culinary delights from around the globe, only he, Yang Xin, could make it happen. Can you stockpile food from across the world? Top-tier cuisine demands high standards for ingredients, cooking equipment, and utensils, which cannot be satisfied by mere supermarkets. Yet, Yang Xin could exchange for any item in existence. This was something that stockpiling could not compare to. I in the meat section, Yang Xin exchanged for 5 pounds of premium Wagyu beef, black pepper salt, a portable gas stove, a portable gas canister, a large block of butter, and 2 sets of knives and forks. Then, pretending to open his suitcase, he materialized these items one by one. The passengers watched in astonishment as Yang Xin produced a plethora of goods from the suitcase. "Look, that's top-tier Wagyu beef. Is this for real? How much can that suitcase hold? Goodness, even a large portable gas stove fits in there. It must be a black hole. And butter. He is not actually going to cook steak here, is he?" Yang Xin paid no heed to their chatter. He sliced a small piece of butter, melting it on the portable gas stove, then drizzled it over the steak, gently massaging it in. After sprinkling a layer of black pepper salt, he continued the gentle massage until the flavors absorbed. After a brief marination, he placed the steak onto the stove as it heated up. Sizzle. The unique aroma of seared steak permeated the entire carriage. It was utterly divine. To be enjoying top-tier steak in this apocalypse, and yet not share it with me, how outrageous. Such a man exudes charm. He is strong, skilled in magic, and I long to be his woman. Having seared one side, he flipped the steak to cook the other. Sizzle the rich, charred aroma tantalized everyone's senses. Before long, the 5-pound premium Wagyu steak was ready. Another sprinkle of black pepper salt, and it was done. Yang Xin sliced off a piece. It was perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, bursting with juice with the slightest pressure. What a satisfying experience! He cut half for Nikolai, who devoured it ravenously, eating with great abandon. Before long, the two had polished off the entire steak. After feasting, Yang Xin laid back to sleep, while Nikolai kept watch with his firearm, safeguarding Yang Xin. The coal supplied by Vladimir was sufficient to warm 2 carriages for 7 to 8 hours. Alleviating any concerns about temperature. As for the zombies in the other carriages, Yang Xin chose to ignore them for the time being. After all, these zombies were only level 1, and a level 1 core offered negligible benefits for his advancement. He decided to wait. By morning, some level 2 zombies would emerge. When that time came, he would reap another harvest. Wouldn't that be delightful? Yang Xin slept soundly for a full 5 hours, while Nikolai remained still beside him. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky. Yang Xin gently patted Nikolai's shoulder, saying, "You should rest too. We have work to do later." "No, it's fine, Brother Yang. I'm not tired," Nikolai replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Get some rest. Conserve your energy. Tonight will be a sleepless night." Chapter 12. The mutated wolf pack attacks the train. Nikolai looked puzzled. A sleepless night. Yang Xin nodded. On the first night of the previous life, their train had been besieged by a pack of mutated wolves. With Nikolai resting, Yang Xin found himself with some idle time. He opened his phone to check on the situation back home. The apocalypse had only descended a few hours prior, and the internet was still functioning. Domestic social media platforms were flooded with apocalyptic videos, and many were live-streaming. As he scrolled through, he stumbled upon a live recruitment for supernatural abilities. "Hello, everyone. I'm Cui Dajian. After the apocalypse struck, I awakened my powers." As he spoke, Cui Dajian extended his right hand, and suddenly, nails over 20 centimeters long sprouted forth, encased in a faint yellow flame. "Wow, that's incredible, host. You've turned into Wolverine, and he's on fire. Can that claw slice off a zombie's head?" Someone explain. "Is this a special effect?" "Special effect? Please, the apocalypse has arrived, and awakening powers is quite normal now. I just saw a host who awakened frost abilities." Cui Dajian continued, "Everyone, you see this? This is my power. I call it Flame Claw. To be honest, I can easily cut through rebar and concrete, severing zombie heads as effortlessly as slicing watermelons. I believe many of you have awakened your powers as well. So I'm forming a team. Those who have awakened abilities are welcome to join us. We, the awakened, are the chosen ones. As long as we unite, we need not fear the apocalypse. Certainly, those friends who have yet to awaken their extraordinary abilities may also join us. For the logistical personnel are indeed of paramount importance. Furthermore, let us not harbor any illusions that the government will come to our rescue. They are already overwhelmed with their own predicaments, and if help does come, it will be for the privileged FEW, as a mere underling. Your plight goes unnoticed. Our only hope for survival lies in our own hands. Oh, by the way, my squad is called the Blade Edge Team." Cui Dajian, Yang Xin was exceedingly familiar with this name. In his previous life, he had joined this very team, only to end up imprisoned in a tragic fate. Cui Dajian's fiery armor was indeed formidable in the early stages. Ordinary steel seemed as fragile as paper before him. Not only was this individual powerful, but he was also one of the rare dual ability awakeners. His second ability pertained to social standing. For instance, in the event of a dispute, as soon as Cui Dajian activated this power, even those unfamiliar with him would inexplicably yield and cease their quarreling. In his past life, Yang Xin had mistakenly attributed this to Cui Dajian's personal charm. It was only after being schemed against and imprisoned by him that he discovered the existence of such an ability. Yang Xin clenched his fists. "Cui Dajian, in my previous life, you caused me immense suffering. A gentleman does not leave grievances unavenged, and I have no grand aspirations. I shall ensure you pay in blood for your debts." Time swiftly passed, and before long, 3 hours had elapsed. There remained half an hour until the wolf pack's assault, and Yang Xin roused the drooling Nikolai, urging him to rise and get to work. Nikolai sprang up from his chair, exclaiming, "Yang Gu, are the wolves here?" "Not yet, but we have tasks to complete before the pack arrives. Gather a few men to dispose of the corpses from car number 5 and scatter them evenly on the ground. Yang Xin instructed, handing Nikolai 2 buckets of 5-kilogram cooking oil. Understood, Yang Go. Yang Xin greatly appreciated this aspect of Nikolai. No matter the task, he would immediately set to work without questioning the reasons behind it. Armed, Nikolai sought out several burly men to assist in disposing of the bodies. 20 minutes later, the corpses in car number 5 had been cleared away. Howl just then, a wolf's howl pierced the air. The wolves are coming, quickly, turn off the lights. Yang Xin shouted, prompting the attendants to extinguish the lights in cars 6 and 7, leaving the illumination in car 5 still on. Drawing from his experiences in his previous life, Yang Xin understood that the mutated wolves were attracted by the train's lights. They moved with incredible speed. Rushing outside the train, a ragged pack of around 20 to 30 wolves could be seen, accompanied by a massive white wolf, the Alpha, the Wolf King. Listen up. If you wish to survive, silence yourselves and make no sound. Nikolai, come with me to car 5, Yang Xin commanded, pulling out his QCQ-171 submachine gun, swiftly loading it and disengaging the safety. Outside, the biting wind howled as the pack approached the train at a speed exceeding 90. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their sizes were 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary wolves. Howl, roar, crash. The lead mutated wolf lunged at the glass of car 5, crashing against it with a dull thud, causing the train to shudder slightly. Fortunately, the train's glass was manufactured in the Dragon Country, enduring the impact without shattering. The mutated wolf that failed to break the glass tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, its bones shattered. Upon seeing this, the White Wolf King rushed over and licked the near-death creature, and in an instant, the injured wolf visibly healed. The healed mutated gray wolf bowed before the White Wolf King, who bared its teeth. In wolf language, fool, couldn't you see that thick glass? Were you waiting for that fat one to break it before you made your move? Mutated gray wolf. In wolf language, I was just too excited. Wolf King. In wolf language, what a useless idiot. Stop dawdling and chase after them. On Lin Xion's side, mutated gray wolves continued to crash against the train's glass. After a relentless assault, the glass finally shattered. A gray wolf, as large as a Siberian tiger, leaped inside, baring its fangs at Yang Xian and his companion. What are you staring at, beast? If you have the guts, come at me, Yang Xian taunted. The mutated gray wolf, evidently provoked, lunged forward. However, just as it charged, it slipped and skidded to Yang Xian's feet. With a smirk, Yang Xian asked, "Is it slippery?" Bang! With a gunshot, the head of the mutated gray wolf burst apart like a watermelon. Nikolai, sensing something was amiss with the gunfire, turned his head to look. "Wow, you can do it like this?" he exclaimed, noticing that Yang Xian now held a shotgun, its barrel still steaming. When had the QCQ-171 submachine gun transformed into a shotgun? Nikolai was completely in the dark. Yang Gu was truly unpredictable. Yang Xian blew on the barrel. Against such large mutated creatures, a shotgun was indeed more effective. The MPSA 12 automatic shotgun weighed 9.5 pounds when unloaded and could hold up to 20 rounds. Nikolai glanced at Yang Xian's shotgun and then at his own submachine gun. Crash soon, more glass shattered, and the mutated gray wolves that jumped and saw their fallen comrades, their eyes filled with rage as they charged at the two. Roar! In the next moment, they lunged at the duo, just like the first mutated gray wolf, only to slip and fall as they began their charge, subsequently being taken down by Yang Xian's gun. The second, third, fourth. Until the 7th mutated gray wolf fell, the cooking oil on the ground had finally been swept clean by their FUR.AT that moment. The unique traits of the mutated gray wolves began to reveal themselves. Chapter 13. Instant kill of the White Wolf King. Do not be deceived by the size of the mutated gray wolves. Their speed was astonishing. In a matter of seconds, they would appear before Yang Xian. He swiftly aimed his gun at the approaching mutated gray wolf and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the gray wolf in mid-leap was struck in the chest, its body propelled away by the force. On the other side, Nikolai was equally relentless. While a submachine gun could not inflict widespread damage like a shotgun, skillful marksmanship could mitigate that deficiency. Rat-a-tat-tat, the gunfire erupted, and before the poor mutated gray wolf could even close the distance, it was riddled with bullet holes. With each anguished howl, Yang Xian took down 2 more. In mere minutes, the two had slain a total of 10 mutated gray wolves. Such a feat would have been unthinkable in his previous life. Back then, Yang Xion's level was low, and due to the cramped space, he often risked harming his own comrades while using firearms. He had resorted to various cold weapons, with groups of 3 or 4 men per wolf, resulting in many casualties. As the mutated gray wolves continued to leap in, Yang Xion was undeterred. Each one provided a wealth of experience, with every crystal core yielding more experience points than that of a level 1 zombie, akin to a level 2 core. Just when he thought they would successfully eliminate all the mutated gray wolves, fortune took a turn. The Wolf King, enraged at the loss of its pups, howled. Attack from the rear cars. I noticed that cars 6 and 7 were lit. There must be people inside. Ensure they are all killed. Understood. Received. I shall go and kill them. Suddenly, several remaining mutated gray wolves leaped out of the windows of car 5. Yang Xion, puzzled by the commotion, soon heard screams from the rear cars. Help! The wolves are coming. They broke the glass. I'm going to die. Woo! Roar. Simultaneously, a massive white wolf suddenly leaped inside. Yang Xion focused, recognizing the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at Yang Xion. It was astute enough to identify the leader in the room. However, the White Wolf King did not rush to attack. Instead, it licked the fallen mutated gray wolf that was still clinging to life. And in the next moment, the nearly dead wolf stood up once more. Yang Gu, the dead wolf is alive again, Nikolai exclaimed in astonishment. Unfazed, Yang Xion smiled. Little White, we meet again, the White Wolf King. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yang Xion fired, and the resurrected mutated gray wolf fell once more, this time with a headshot. The White Wolf King, unable to intervene, glared at Yang Xion, producing a hissing sound. Why aren't you saving it? Yang Xion intentionally provoked it, luring it closer to eliminate it with his shotgun. However, the White Wolf King was exceptionally clever. It seemed to sense Yang Xion's scheme and hesitated to approach. Nikolai, fire away without concern for ammunition. Shoot to your heart's content. Upon hearing this, Nikolai aimed at the White Wolf King, his finger firmly pressing the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, realizing it could not evade such a barrage of bullets, the White Wolf King leaped through the window to escape. I'll pursue the Wolf King. Nikolai, deal with the troubles behind us. Don't let everyone die. We need some of them alive. With that, Yang Xion glanced outside, spotting the White Wolf King racing toward the front of the train. This cunning creature aimed to attack the driver, intending to halt the train, which would surely lead to the death of those inside from either bites or the cold. What a clever little wight. Yang Xion grasped the edge of the train car and, with a surge of strength, vaulted onto the roof. The biting cold wind was piercing, and in an instant, Yang Xion felt his face burning from the chill. However, he had no time to worry about frostbite. If the driver died, they would be doomed in this desolate place. With determined strides, Yang Xion raced toward the front of the train, quickly spotting the White Wolf King. Without a moment's hesitation, he manifested his QCQ-171 submachine gun and opened fire. The White Wolf King sensed bullets whizzing past him and turned his head to see the approaching Yang Xion. With a fierce roar, the White Wolf King continued sprinting towards the front of the vehicle. As he neared his destination, Yang Xion hurled several offensive grenades. Boom, boom. The grenades detonated near the White Wolf King, producing a deafening blast that shook the air. This tactic proved unexpectedly effective. At last, Yang Xion had successfully drawn the White Wolf King's ire, and in a series of agile leaps, the beast bounded onto the roof of the vehicle. Yang Xion raised his gun, aiming to shoot in one fluid motion, while the White Wolf King adeptly crawled and sidestepped to evade the bullets. Indeed, in such an open space, it seemed impossible to hit him. Yang Xion retracted his submachine gun and unsheathed the Tang broadsword anew. Upon seeing Yang Xion's transition to a cold weapon, a sly grin flickered across the White Wolf King's maw. Inside the sixth carriage lay chaos. As a pack of mutated gray wolves tore into the crowd, ordinary people, in the face of these aberrant wolves, resembled mere chicks and ducklings, utterly powerless to retaliate. The sharp claws that struck a human were akin to evisceration. When the crowd caught sight of Nikolai, their excitement surged. Finally, someone had come to rescue them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted, and the nearest mutated gray wolf was reduced to a mass of holes. Yang commanded, fire at will. No need to worry about ammunition. Nikolai understood this implicitly and pulled the trigger mercilessly. eager to unleash a full magazine upon a single mutated gray wolf. Soon, only two of the beasts remained. One was grotesquely fat, resembling a ball, while the other was lean and muscular. The rotund gray wolf charged, curling its body mid-stride and rolling towards Nikolai. Bullets struck the hefty beast as if hitting a tire, and Nikolai was knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the fat gray wolf clamped down on him, prompting Nikolai to grasp its jaws with his hands, resulting in a stalemate between man and wolf. Typically, a gray wolf's bite force hovers around 150 to 300 kilograms, while a mutated gray wolf's bite force is 2 to 3 times greater. This meant Nikolai was grappling with a grotesque creature boasting a bite force of approximately 900 kilograms. Remarkably, he began to gain the upper hand. At that moment, the lean mutated gray wolf suddenly lunged forward. The White Wolf King, witnessing Yang Xin switch to a melee weapon, surged forward with renewed vigor, aided by the wind at its back. Vanishing in an instant, Yang Xin assumed a stance with his blade drawn, the gusts whipping at his clothing. The distance closed rapidly as the White Wolf King leapt to pounce. Become my first meal after mutation. Human, swoosh, bang bang. The White Wolf King faltered upon landing, feeling an odd sensation, as if it could no longer feel its backside. Wait, what is that rustling sound? Oh no, it's my blood flowing. This human lacks any sense of martial ethics. With a roar of indignation, the White Wolf King howled. Yang Xin blew on his still-smoking shotgun, then gazed down at the ailing White Wolf King. Sneering with that, the Tang broadsword reappeared in his hand. And with a swift thrust, the White Wolf King's head fell to the ground. Chapter 14. In this apocalypse, who still indulges you? Yang Xin felt a surge of satisfaction within in his previous life. Slaying this White Wolf King had been an arduous endeavor. Not only was the creature swift and large, but it also acted as a caretaker, able to revive its wolf pups as long as they remained alive. Moreover, its self-healing abilities were formidable. Only by severing its head could one ensure its demise. How splendid it would be to appropriate such extraordinary powers. With this thought, Yang Xin immediately entered the gourd. Old White, do you possess any treasures capable of copying or stealing others' abilities? My young friend, you jest. Such a feat is unachievable, Old White chuckled, stroking his beard. Was it truly impossible? Yang Xin had inquired about this in his previous life. And now, unwilling to relent, he sought clarification once more. Yet the answer remained unchanged. Just as he was about to depart, Old White suddenly spoke up. However, Old Green might have a solution. Old Green? Yang Xion's interest piqued. Old White had not mentioned this figure before. Who is Old Green? He is my brother. What? You have a brother being a gourd. Is this a crossover with the Gourd brothers? Yang Xion was taken aback. During his long imprisonment in his previous life, he had never heard Old White mention any brother. Had Old White deemed him a worthless case and thus neglected to speak of it? Was this not bullying the innocent? Yang Xion suppressed his anger and pressed on. If he is your brother, can you summon him for me? Impossible. Why not? We can only meet twice in a lifetime. Once at birth and once at death. What? Is this a riddle? Birth once, death once. What could that mean? The flower of the other shore. But that is incorrect. The flower of the other shore signifies never meeting, not merely twice in a lifetime. Yang Xion's powerful analytical mind failed to decipher its meaning. What must I do to see him? The secrets of the universe cannot be revealed. Go away, riddle master. I'm done playing, my young friend. Do not be angry. Old White rushed to comfort him. It is not that I cannot say. However, with your current low level, what I share will be of no use to you. So why trouble yourself? I want to know. Will you tell me or not? If you don't, I might just give up. Young Xin realized that Old White seemed quite afraid of his giving up. Could it be that his surrender would somehow affect Old White? Do not be upset, and I shall tell you. With a long sigh, Old White continued, to meet him is not difficult. You simply need to advance to level 2, and you will naturally encounter him. Oh. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Young Xin. Old White, Old Green, level 1, level 2. This meant the essence of this gourd was not singular but rather 0.6. Enlightenment struck. In his previous life, Old White had never hinted at this despite Young Xion's threats. It seemed that Old White had deemed Young Xion doomed back then, yet this time was entirely different. After awakening his powers, Yang Xin had rapidly ascended 2 levels, leading Old White to see hope in him. Was this why Old White feared his giving up? What benefit does my advancement bring you? Well, enough with the riddles. No, my young friend. As soon as you reach level 2, I will achieve my ultimate form. What do you mean by ultimate form? This is the apocalypse. Don't start talking about cultivating immortality. It is not about immortality. Achieving my ultimate form is simply a state of being, not what you think. Is that so? Well, as long as it's not about immortality, I feel reassured. Yang Xin relaxed slightly. As for the development's post-advancement, Old White stated that it was beyond his understanding and required his brother, Old Green, to explain. Even with all his threats, Old White maintained this line of reasoning. Yang Xin felt this was likely all Old White could know or share. He refrained from pressing further, as that could backfire. After all, Yang Xin could not truly give up. He still needed to return to Longwa for revenge, to carve his path to kingship, and to fulfill his father's dream of 100 descendants. Everything hinged upon Yang Xin's capabilities. Only by continually leveling up could he achieve these goals. Yang Xin's consciousness emerged from the gourd, and mere seconds had passed outside. Meanwhile, Nikolai gripped the jaws of the fat gray wolf with all his might when the lean gray wolf charged at him. Though his mind was clouded, his survival instincts urged him to fight with every ounce of strength. Nikolai bellowed, muscles bulging across his arms. Crack! The fat gray wolf's jaws were forcibly snapped, blood splattering up to 5 or 6 meters. The broken bones pierced the chest of the charging lean gray wolf. In an instant, both mutated gray wolves lay lifeless. They're dead. The big gray wolf is dead. We're saved. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh my god. Sodius. I'ma die. The crowd, stunned, murmured in confusion. Just then, someone helped Nikolai to his feet, and at that moment, someone picked up his submachine gun. The air suddenly stilled. What is happening? That gun belongs to our hero. Quickly, drop the gun. Don't be foolish. He can tear apart mutated gray wolves with his bare hands. Are you out of your mind? A man, oblivious to the situation, fiddled with the submachine gun, loading it and taking aim at Nikolai. What are you doing? He just saved us. And what of it? Did I ask him to save me? He chose to do it himself. It has nothing to do with me. The man adjusted his glasses. You all see him as a hero, but to me, he is merely a jester. Oh no, to be precise, a foolish jester. Ha ha. Now that I have the gun, I'm the hero. I'm the boss. Even if that Yang comes back, he'll have to call me grandpa. Is that so? Just then, Yang Xin entered through the connecting door. Yang, brother Yang. Nikolai felt a wave of shame. As a soldier, he had lost his weapon. Yang Xin patted Nikolai's shoulder, offering him a reassuring look. How fortuitous. Everyone kneel before me. I hold the gun. The bespectacled man aimed the gun at the crowd. What if I refuse to kneel? Yang Xin slowly approached the man. In this apocalypse, who still cared for the lives of others? You're seeking death. In an instant, the man who had been trembling with fear a moment ago now seemed indifferent to life and death. He pulled the trigger, aiming at Yang Xin. It's over. The crowd instinctively closed their eyes at the sight. Moments later, the anticipated gunfire did not resonate, nor did they witness Yang Xin transformed into a mass of holes. The scenario of Yang Xin collapsing and groaning for help never materialized. What the hell? Could it be instantaneous? Damn it. What did you do? Where's my gun? The bespectacled man clearly pulled the trigger, yet the firearm inexplicably vanished from his grasp. Your gun? Are you referring to this one? At some unknown moment, the man's weapon appeared in Yang Xin's hand. That instant, onlookers began to perceive Yang Xin as a sorcerer. In reality, Yang Xin merely utilized a gourd to retract the item he had manifested and rematerialized it within his possession. To the outside world, it seemed as though he had magically appropriated his opponent's weapon. Initially, Yang Xin had approached this with a mindset of experimentation, never anticipating such success. This revelation promised an abundance of extraordinary combat possibilities for Yang Xin in the future. Thrilled at this thought, he wasted no breath and shot, piercing the bespectacled man's skull. Bang. What a joke. After all the trouble I went through to protect you, this is how you repay me. Yang Xin's actions elicited a chorus of screams from the passengers. The shrieks were not in response to murder, but rather because Yang Xin had once again resolved a crisis. Yang Xin extracted the crystal cores from the mutated gray wolf's body, counting a total of 27. Just as he decided to return to his seat, the blonde beauty reappeared. Her distinct fragrance wafted into Yang Xin's nostrils. Turning his head, he was taken aback. A tremendous pressure descended upon him, a cascade of white enveloping him. Chapter 15. New ability, visual sharing. What on earth? Yang Xin gasped. Was the beauty already throwing herself at him? Sensations of fullness coursed through him as he scrutinized the golden-haired beauty before him. He couldn't help but acknowledge her fair skin. Stunning beauty and long legs, truly a rare gem. During his years studying in the combat nation, Yang Xin had encountered numerous local beauties, yet they did not seem to share the fondness for Dragon Nation men that was often touted online. Most Dragon Nation boys studying abroad remained single, unable to find girlfriends, and those who did were primarily with fellow compatriots. Yang Xin had always harbored hopes of winning the affections of a beauty from the combat nation. However, as graduation loomed, he realized that not only had he failed to win her over, he hadn't even gotten to touch one. Now, with this exquisite beauty approaching him so willingly, he resolved to accept her advances. After all, Yang Xin was a gentleman and felt it was his duty to assist her in fulfilling her desires, wasn't it? What is your name? Yang Xin inquired. Anna. Anna, I accept. Please wait for me in the restroom. Huh? Go to the restroom? What, can't my first request as Yang Xin's woman be fulfilled? Yang Xin had his own motives. This train, while equipped with luxurious compartments, was currently infested with zombies, making it a hassle to clean. Although the area before him was also a sleeper, its limited space was hardly conducive for a proper exchange. Moreover, with so many onlookers, it was hardly appropriate. The restroom, however, presented an ideal setting for a deeper interaction. Anna pouted, seemingly reluctant, but Yang Xin's formidable presence and his undeniable tone left her little choice but to comply. He was so domineering, and she found it irresistibly appealing. After Anna departed, Yang Xin returned to his seat and summoned Nikolai to keep watch. As usual, before leveling up, he intended to expend the remaining rations. After several battles, he had consumed a total of 82 gene of food, leaving him with 418 jin. It was impossible to spend it all. Yang Xin exchanged 100 gene of food for 1 gene of premium corn, which he planned to use to test Anna's loyalty. He also intended to procure Nikolai a set of tactical gear, a level 4 American Standard GA6 bulletproof vest, and an IHPS tactical helmet, commonly referred to as level 4 headgear and armor. Lightweight yet highly tactical, the helmet was equipped with a quad-eye night vision device, offering expansive visibility and transforming nighttime into day. The bulletproof vest would carry smoke bombs, a multifunctional folding military knife, detonation cord, 3 spare magazines for rifles, and the secondary weapon, an MP443 Raven pistol, with a capacity of 17 rounds. Additionally, there would be a front-mounted medical kit containing a tourniquet, bandages, a syringe, adrenaline, and antibiotics. On his right hip was an RB-60 thermobaric grenade, filled with cloud explosive agents, delivering damage through shockwaves and oxygen depletion, boasting 10 times the power of a standard grenade. The tactical belt would carry 4 rifle magazines, 4 pistol magazines, and 3 thermobaric grenades. His main weapon was an AK-105 assault rifle, camouflaged, equipped with an optical sight, vertical grip, tactical flashlight, laser sight, and suppressor, firing 5.45 39mm armor-piercing rounds. This entire set cost him 50 gene of food. Yang Xin initially planned to obtain a set for himself, but after a brief trial, he abandoned the idea. It wasn't due to weight. The full set weighed over 50 gene, a mere trifle for his current physical strength. However, it proved rather cumbersome, hindering movement. Nikolai, before becoming a simpleton, had been a soldier and actually reveled in that cumbersome feeling. Clad in his new gear, Nikolai looked remarkably impressive, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld him. "Am I handsome, Yang?" Nikolai asked like a simpleton. "You should consider the price. If this were to be bought with real money, it would cost over $1 million. Nikolai scratched his head, having little concept of currency. It was worth noting that since Nikolai's upgrade, Yang Xin observed a slight improvement in his cognitive abilities. Although it was a minor enhancement, it was a positive sign, indicating that physical fortification could somewhat mend the damage to Nikolai's mind. Yang Xin continued to expend 200 gene of food to exchange for 2 gene of premium fortified corn, augmenting his strength by 40 kilograms. With 68 gene of food remaining, he converted it all into ammunition. totaling a staggering 2,000 rounds. Even in the face of a zombie horde, he felt undaunted for a short time. Having completed these tasks, Yang Xin began preparing for his upgrade. Among the 27 crystal cores, 26 were level 2, and one was level 3. Ascending to level 4 should present no significant obstacles. Yang Xin meticulously consumed each core, and upon reaching the 8th, he sensed a minor elevation in his realm. Advancing to intermediate level 3, after consuming another 8, he reached the pinnacle of level 3. He then retrieved the level 3 crystal core, noticeably larger than the level 2 ones. Upon consumption, a warm current surged through his body, and the sensation of thousands of ants gnawing at him returned. Yet this time, the pain was slightly more bearable than during the previous upgrade. Based on his experiences from his past life, this was likely due to his body gradually acclimating to the pain. Otherwise, enduring such agony each time would instill a fear of upgrading. After 10 minutes, the pain subsided, and his level finally rose to introductory level 4. His food production increased from 500 gene to 1,000 gene. His physical strength soared from 720 kilograms to 1060 kilograms. He had far surpassed Tyson's peak of 800 kilograms. Furthermore, following this upgrade, an additional perspective emerged in Yang Xin's mind. This perspective was currently observing Yang Xin himself. Yang Xin immediately opened his eyes to see that the owner of this perspective was none other than Nikolai. What the hell? Yang Xin was astonished. He had inadvertently shared Nikolai's perspective. What sorcery was this? Could it be that his abilities had transformed post-upgrade? Yang Xin promptly sought answers from the old white-haired man. He soon learned that upon reaching a loyalty level of 101, an accompanying effect would manifest: visual sharing. The lack of this phenomenon prior was due to Yang Xin's body just awakening, which had prevented the activation of visual sharing for several hours. Now that his body had fully integrated with his powers, he had inadvertently activated visual sharing following his recent upgrade. Understanding the sequence of events, Yang Xin couldn't help but grin broadly. Visual sharing was an incredible boon. It was akin to having an additional avatar. From now on, each individual with 101 loyalty equated to another avatar. Just imagine, he could remain at home enjoying life while someone else carried out his commands, and he could witness everything they experienced. Merely contemplating this was exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Anna had already been waiting for over half an hour. Why hadn't her new boyfriend arrived yet? Had he forgotten about her? Or did he never intend to pursue her? Was this how Dragon Nation men treated beauties? Unable to restrain herself any longer, Anna decided to confront Yang Xin. Just then, the restroom door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Come on, let us engage in the activities we desire. Chapter 16. New equipment. New member. Yang Xin's sudden appearance startled Anna. Darling, you scared me to death, Anna exclaimed, placing a hand over her chest. Yang Xin wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at Anna, causing her cheeks to flush. Turning away, Anna felt her face grow even redder. Having just met, this felt so embarrassing. Anna's mind was a whirlwind of emotions, considering their brief acquaintance. As she turned, Yang Xin's hand reached out, exploring her hair, shirt, tight pants, marten boots, and delicate feet. Then came the inner equipment, black and adorned with lace. This little vixen, yet I find it appealing. After thoroughly examining her, Yang Xin offered Anna some premium corn to consume. Confused by Yang Xin's intentions, Anna complied nonetheless. After all, this man had agreed to be her boyfriend, and with her beauty, there was no reason to harm her, right? Shortly thereafter, Anna finished the 2 cobs of corn, and Yang Xin noted her loyalty had reached 50. Just as in his previous life, premium corn could only provide a maximum of 50 loyalty. Nikolai, the simpleton, was an anomaly and not a valid reference. While 50 loyalty wasn't entirely trustworthy, it was unlikely to betray Yang Xin over minor issues. Should it drop below 50, however, matters could become precarious. Given the circumstances, Yang Xin gazed at the radiant beauty before him, licking his lips, determined to win her over. Have you noticed that the swaying of the carriage is becoming increasingly severe? Could it be an earthquake? This situation has persisted for an hour. I hear a soprano singing, seemingly emanating from the restroom. Why does it sound like a woman is being struck? Afterward, Yang Xin lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. To his surprise, Anna turned out to be an innocent maiden. Concurrently, Yang Xin sensed a sudden increase of 5 in Anna's loyalty. He was astonished, never expecting this to happen. Time indeed breeds affection. Anna's cheeks flushed as she leaned against Yang Xin. Brother Yang, are you truly from the Dragon Kingdom? Of course, even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, I would still be a pure-blooded citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Yang Xin replied confidently. Anna blinked her large, captivating eyes, having heard that Asians are petite, but after the earlier incident, she realized this was not the case. Yang Xin was not only impressive but also exuded an intimidating presence. Anna's small frame nearly fell apart under the weight of it all. She could hardly imagine what it would be like in a more spacious environment. Brother Yang, could you do me a favor? Anna suddenly uttered these words. Yang Xin was not surprised. After all, such an exquisite beauty approaching him could not be without ulterior motives. You are now my person. Since you belong to me, I permit you to speak. Upon hearing this, Anna's eyes glistened with tears. After the apocalypse struck, I lost contact with my parents. I worry for them, but as a girl, I lack the ability to return alone. Brother Yang, you are so formidable. Could you accompany me back? Is this your reason for wanting to be with me? No, Brother Yang, I truly like you. You are powerful, handsome and tall, decisive and resolute. I promise to return just to take a glance. Regardless of what happens, I will follow you. Anna gazed at Yang Xin with tear-filled eyes. Yang Xin scrutinized her, finding no suspicious signs on her face. After much contemplation, he deemed it necessary to venture out. Firstly, the train was scheduled to stop at Kirov station for coal resupply. Secondly, Anna's loyalty had suddenly increased, prompting Yang Xin to explore whether this method could further enhance her loyalty. If successful, a partner with 101 loyalty could save Yang Xin over 1,000,000 units of food. All right, I will accompany you, but we must return before the train departs. It operates on a strict timetable. In this apocalyptic landscape, many trains had encountered mishaps, necessitating adherence to the previous world schedule to avoid collisions or being rear-ended. Moreover, given the current temperatures, if the train remained stationary for too long, it might not restart. In such dire conditions, lacking a vehicle equated to a death sentence. Thank you, Brother Yang. Regardless of the outcome, I will remain loyal to you. Anna said, wiping her tears. Yang Xin had no doubts about this. In this harsh world, where resources were scarce, a woman, particularly a beautiful one, faced unimaginable challenges for survival. It was a fool's dream. If she did not end up as a soulless being, it would be a miracle. Anna disclosed her home address, and Yang Xin, taking advantage of the remaining network connection, checked the route. Coincidentally, Anna's home was in Kirov, the next resupply point. After confirming the address, Yang Xin decided to exchange a set of gear for Anna. Her current outfit would leave her frostbitten before even arriving. Now that Anna was one of his own, Yang Xin would not let her suffer. Based on Anna's measurements, he exchanged a specially made outfit for her. The bodysuit, crafted from high-end aerogel materials, not only showcased Anna's perfect figure but also allowed for greater mobility. Most importantly, this material could withstand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius while also resisting frigid conditions of -180 degrees. Furthermore, the outfit was incredibly lightweight, requiring less than a pound of food in exchange. If purchased with real currency, such a suit would easily exceed several million. Previously, Yang Xin had thought himself clever for exchanging for a down jacket. But now he felt foolish, realizing he could have opted for a lighter, warmer, and more convenient outfit. Reflecting on this, he also exchanged a set of aerogel thermal clothing for himself and Nikolai. Yang Xin increasingly felt that his abilities were extraordinarily powerful. Anything that existed in this world, which he could describe in detail, could be materialized if he wished. He could even exchange for an atomic bomb. However, that would be too heavy and dangerously destructive, risking his own demise. Clad in her new attire, Anna appeared even more beautiful and alluring, her legs captivating. If not for the time constraint, Yang Xin would have relished another encounter. Yang Xin and Anna returned to their seats after leaving the restroom. Now that Anna was part of his circle, she naturally sat beside him. After exiting, Yang Xin noticed that Anna had become particularly clingy, always wrapping her arm around his. While such behavior might be acceptable under normal circumstances, the apocalypse posed potential dangers that could catch Yang Xin off guard. Therefore, he gently discouraged Anna from this habit. She complied obediently, pouting slightly as she corrected her behavior. Having been busy all night without a meal, Yang Xin quickly exchanged for some pre-prepared dishes: braised pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, dry-fried green beans, minced meat with eggplant, and a large pot of rice. The pre-prepared meals were simple, requiring only hot water to prepare. Although the taste left something to be desired, the conditions in this apocalyptic world were limited, and high standards could not be expected. In the future, he hoped to find a few chefs so that even amidst the apocalypse, one could enjoy exquisite cuisine at any time. Observing Yang Xin and his companions enjoying their warm meals, many cast envious glances. Now that their physical strength had increased, their food intake had also surged. Yang Xin and Nikolai devoured 10 portions. Meanwhile, Anna, being an ordinary person, was full after just one bowl of rice, a tea. That moment, the train's horn suddenly blared, announcing the arrival at Kirov Station, urging passengers to prepare their luggage for disembarkation. X3 Chapter 17. The beautiful nurse's loyalty is required. As the horn sounded, the tension among the crowd escalated. Outside, thick snow fell heavily, and the train's arrival attracted a swarm of zombies. They pursued the train, relentlessly banging against the windows, some even getting caught beneath the train, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Why are there so many zombies at this station? I'm so scared. Long live the fighting nation. I regret not choosing to disembark at the first supply station. Will there be no return? I'm still a virgin. What a joke. They're just zombies. Brother Yang will surely clean them up for us. A man spoke, glancing at Yang Xin, hoping for a response. However, Yang Xin was preoccupied. Directing tasks to Nikolai. Nikolai, I need to take care of some matters. You stay and watch the train. If anyone wishes to leave, let them go. If someone attempts to sabotage the train or start it up, do not hesitate. Shoot. Understood, Brother Yang. Nikolai nodded in agreement, hesitating as if wanting to ask something. Are you curious about what I'm going to do and why I'm bringing a woman with me? Yang Xin roughly guessed Nikolai's thoughts. Well, I'm accompanying her to check on her family. I will return shortly, so do not worry. Yang Xin patted Nikolai's shoulder reassuringly. Brother Yang, be careful on the road, don't worry. I know my limits. The train finally came to a halt, and soon 10 individuals emerged from the crowd, fully dressed. Yang Xin noted that they were all men, fitting the fierce lineage of the fighting nation. Among them, bore Asian features, likely students like Yang Xin. In his previous life, he had no recollection of these Asian faces, likely having perished in the initial wave. Who? Click. The train doors opened slowly, and a horde of zombies surged forward. Roar, roar, roar. Yang Xin and Nikolai positioned themselves inside, systematically shooting at the zombies. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Soon, a pile of corpses amassed at the door, making it significantly harder for the zombies to enter. This greatly reduced the efficiency of their assault, allowing Yang Xin and Nikolai to breathe easier. As long as their guns were aimed at the entrance, they would never miss. As time passed, the dozens of zombies blocking the door were swiftly dealt with. Observing the heaps of corpses, Yang Xin resolved to inform everyone about the crystal cores within the zombies' brains. This was information that would eventually come to light. It was impossible to conceal, and they could not afford to waste the cores from these dozens of corpses. When they began extracting the crystal cores, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Since this was the case, it would be better to reveal the truth to everyone. Those with the courage could venture out to hunt zombies. Surviving in this apocalypse hinged on critical early choices. As for whether they could successfully hunt zombies and how they would grow, that was beyond Yang Xion's concern. Once people learned that the crystal cores in the zombies' brains could enhance their strength, they seemed less repulsed by the corpses. Instead, they developed a sense of excitement akin to looting in a game. Yang Xion and Nikolai quickly extracted the crystal cores, totaling 34 level 1 cores and 4 level 2 cores. These cores were sufficient for Nikolai to advance to level 3. To be prudent, Yang Xion instructed Nikolai to consume the cores immediately. Advancing to level 3 would significantly enhance Nikolai's physical strength, greatly aiding him in safeguarding the train. After consuming those crystal cores, Nikolai began to exhibit symptoms of spasms. Yang Xion stood guard over him while observing the individuals supplying coal blocks. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed towards them from the direction of the locomotive, shouting, "Help! Help!" The man, clad in a railway uniform, ran while calling out. Yang Xion recognized him. He was the driver of the K-30 train. In his previous life, he had encountered the driver only the following day, yet in this life, they met on the very first night. It seemed the butterfly effect was gradually expanding. "Stop! Yang Xin aimed his gun at the driver. No, don't shoot. I'm here to seek help, the driver exclaimed, raising his hands and panting heavily. What kind of help? Yang Xin inquired. I'm the second driver of the K-30 train. Just now, when the train stopped, a horde of zombies suddenly attacked. The first driver was startled and fell, hitting his head and bleeding profusely. Yang Xin furrowed his brow. This was not good news. The K-30 train was an international long-distance service, operating nearly 24 hours a day, hence it required two drivers. If one was unable to perform their duties, the other would have to drive continuously for 24 hours. A day or two might be manageable, but a week would surely be unbearable. If something were to go awry during a moment of drowsiness, Yang Xin would also be in jeopardy. Is there a doctor? Yang Xin called out to those inside the carriage. The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment, a woman raised her hand. Yang Xin was taken aback. This woman was none other than the alluring figure he had previously expelled from her seat. Are you a doctor? Yang Xin asked. The woman shook her head. Then why did you raise your hand? Yang Xin retorted, annoyed. Was it truly the time to add to the chaos? I'm a nurse. A nurse? Yang Xin scanned the crowd. No one else stood up, and oh doctor? A nurse will have to suffice. After all, it's an external injury. A minor procedure to dress the wound should be manageable. All right, come with me to help. Yang Xin gestured. However, the woman remained unmoved. Yang Xin turned to her. Why aren't you moving? I'll go, but you must promise me one thing, the woman stated earnestly. Yang Xin raised an eyebrow. What do you want? I want an identity, the same as hers, the ability to stay by your side. I know what you did in the restroom. If she can do it, so can I, and I will do it even better. The woman, named Maria, spoke in rapid succession. Yang Xin was momentarily taken aback. When had he become so captivating? It dawned on him that it was merely her observation of his strength, alongside his ability to conjure weapons and food. Maria had understood the dire circumstances following the apocalypse through various channels and networks. Not long ago, she had spoken with her fiancé for the last time. He had been bitten and urged her to find a shelter. The only place where survival was possible. Yet, as a woman in this chaotic world, how could she easily locate a refuge? Yang Xion's appearance sparked an idea within her. The capabilities he displayed convinced her that he was no ordinary individual. To survive in this dystopian reality, one must seek a protector, and Yang Xion was the optimal choice. Moreover, Yang Xion was a man who enjoyed engaging in clandestine activities in restrooms. This gave Maria a measure of confidence. After all, with her looks and skills, she believed no man could resist her charms. Chapter 18. The nurse sweats, her fragrance. What makes you think I will agree to your terms? Only after you have experienced me will you understand just how worthy I am of your agreement. Maria replied with unwavering confidence. Even Yang Xion found himself swayed by her self-assurance. Furthermore, he indeed needed her assistance. Although there were 2 attendants on the train, they were only capable of basic bandaging. For tasks such as stitching and intravenous drips, a more skilled nurse was required. Realizing this, Yang Xion reluctantly acquiesced to her request. Fine, I agree. Put on your clothes and come with me now, he stated before stepping off the train alone. Maria's heart raced. She was genuinely afraid of how she would survive in this world if Yang Xion refused her. Her dear friend, the leggy beauty named Qin Mingyao, tightly grasped Maria's hand, tears streaming down her face. Mingyao, a biracial beauty, had been Maria's close companion since their university days. After graduation, they remained inseparable, sharing everything. They were of similar height, both around 170 centimeters, with Maria weighing 98 pounds and Mingyao 105 pounds. The latter's curves contributing significantly to her weight. Her long, fair legs were undeniably a striking feature. Maria, you won't abandon me, will you? Mingyao cried. Maria reassured her. Don't worry, Mingyao, as long as I have food, I won't leave you behind. Just give me some time and I believe in you, Maria. Mingyao reluctantly released her hand. Maria hurriedly descended the train to catch up with Yang Xion. As she stepped off, a chill engulfed her. Despite donning all the clothing she could, Maria still shivered uncontrollably. Yang Xion walked briskly ahead, while Anna beside him appeared to be struggling with her words. Are you jealous? Yang Xion joked. No, it's just that, with your capabilities, having another woman to serve you is only right. Anna replied, I'm glad you have such awareness. Maintain that mindset, and I won't treat you poorly, Yang Xion remarked. playfully pinching Anna's cheek. As they conversed, Maria caught up with them, and Yang Xin handed her 2 ears of premium corn. Since she had chosen to follow him, he needed to gauge her loyalty. Maria was taken aback. "You want me to gnaw on raw corn in this cold weather? Are you a lunatic?" Nevertheless, she accepted it. She would comply with any request, even if it meant chewing on ice, for Yang Xin represented her key to survival. By the time they reached the control room at the front of the train, Maria had finished the corn. Yang Xin sensed her loyalty had remarkably reached its maximum threshold of 50. This indicated that her intentions for following him were genuine. Yang Xin felt a bit more at ease. At that moment, the first driver lay on the ground while the second driver tended to him. Maria approached to assess the first driver's injuries. "Brother Yang, his condition is critical. Continuous bleeding could cost him his life." Maria stated bluntly, "If I were to ask you to save him, could you do it?" Yang Xin inquired, his brow furrowed. "He cannot die. Not now. I need to know his blood type and arrange for a transfusion. If we can accomplish that, we should be able to save him," Maria pondered aloud. Checking the blood type? "Can you use this?" Yang Xin produced a small blood type testing kit with a flick of his wrist. Maria's eyes widened. Although she knew the man before her was enigmatic, she never expected him to conjure whatever he needed. Yes. Maria's loyalty increased by 10, loyalty at 60. Anna's loyalty increased by 10, loyalty at 65. Indeed, showcasing his abilities could bolster their loyalty. There was no need to exchange vast quantities of food. He could simply rely on his powers. With that, Maria tested the first driver's blood type and concluded, "It's type A. Brother Yang, please find someone with type A blood for a transfusion. No need for that," Yang Xin replied, waving his hand. In a swift motion, 4 bags of 250 milliliters of type A blood appeared in his grasp. Maria's pupils widened in shock. Anna's eyes bulged as well. The second driver was equally astonished. Maria's loyalty increased by 10, loyalty at 70. Anna's loyalty increased by 10, loyalty at 75. Yang Xin couldn't help but feel elated. In such a short span, their loyalty had surged by 20. It was simply delightful. Although Maria was astonished, her professionalism kicked in. She took the blood and was about to request the intravenous equipment when Yang Xin had already handed it to her. Maria's loyalty increased by 5, loyalty at 75. With the equipment ready, Maria immediately commenced the transfusion for the first driver. After a brief period, the driver's condition began to stabilize. Maria wiped the sweat from her brow. "Brother Yang, he won't die now." "You did well," Yang Xin smiled. He then exchanged for a set of gel-infused undergarments for her. After all, Maria was now part of his inner circle, and her loyalty had reached 75, making her unlikely to betray him easily. "Brother Yang, do you want me to wear this for you?" Maria asked, eyeing the form-fitting black undergarments, mistakenly believing Yang Xin wished to admire her physique. "This is a reward for you. However, your comment has piqued my interest," Yang Xin replied, pulling Maria into the restroom of the control room. Maria took a deep breath before methodically removing her gear. From the earlier exertion, she had perspired slightly, yet this did not diminish her alluring fragrance. "Yang, do you not want my assistance?" Maria was astonished, even questioning whether her charm was insufficient, or if Yang Xin had found her perspiration off-putting. It was not the right time. She should first don this set of clothing. Upon learning the reason, Maria felt relieved. She changed into the lingerie as instructed by Yang Xin, and the two exited the restroom together. Maria was astounded by the thermal insulation provided by the lingerie, leaving her utterly shocked. Maria's loyalty increased by 10, loyalty at 85. Driver, now that his injuries are no longer severe, you are responsible for driving until his recovery. During this time, I will provide you with everything you need. Once we reach Long Country, I will also grant you an opportunity to survive in the apocalypse. Furthermore, I will return before the train departs. Should you attempt to leave secretly, you know the consequences. With that, Yang Xin produced a timer, the bottom of which was a bomb. Chapter 19. The fruit of loyalty. The driver was taken aback. How could the people of Long Country be even more formidable than their warrior nation? Not content with mere warnings, they resorted to a timed bomb. "Brother, is this bomb stable? I can't have it detonating the moment you leave. I've survived the apocalypse. I do not wish to be reduced to dust in such a manner. Do not attempt to disarm the bomb, or I assure you, it will be the end of you." Yang Xin raised his hand to reveal the intricate details of the bomb. The driver was petrified on the spot. This bomb did not boast the conventional 3 or 4 wires. It had a staggering 20 wires, and only one was the correct wire. Cutting any other would likely result in an explosion. Whoever crafted this bomb was undoubtedly a genius. The driver, even with gallbladder inflammation, dared not tamper with it. Just glancing at it felt like losing a decade of life. Then, Yang Xin exited the vehicle with 2 stunning beauties. I have matters to attend to. Maria, please return and assist Nikolai in overseeing those individuals. Understood, Yang. You must return safely. Yang Xin was her lifeline, and she fervently hoped for his safe return. I will. After saying this, Yang Xin quickly led Anna towards the exit. Given the low population of the battle nation, especially at night, the number of passengers was exceedingly sparse. The previous horde of zombies had already exhausted their presence here. The two made their way to the exit without obstruction, soon departing the train station. Outside the station, numerous vehicles were parked, mostly taxis. The scattered zombies on the road were few in number, and Yang Xin drew out his tungsten steel Tanghung knife. Leading the way, Anna cautiously followed behind. Anna lived less than 10 kilometers from the train station, and walking would surely take too long. Thus, Yang Xin decided to drive. He located a taxi that had not yet turned off its engine. The driver had already transformed into a zombie. Upon seeing Yang Xin, it reached out with claw-like hands, but alas, it was restrained by a seatbelt, unable to reach him. With a swift thrust, the tungsten steel Tanghung knife pierced the zombie driver's skull as effortlessly as if it were plunging into a watermelon. After moving the corpse aside, Yang Xin and Anna entered the car. Yang Xin pressed the accelerator and sped away from the train station. The sound of the engine attracted the attention of the zombies, who began to chase them. Some exceptionally gifted zombies ran faster than Bolt. They leapt onto the roof, distorting the vehicle's top. Anna was startled, quickly covering her mouth. She couldn't let Yang Xin see her fear, especially since he was accompanying her home in such perilous circumstances. How could she show cowardice? Just as Yang Xin was contemplating how to deal with the zombies on the roof, Anna suddenly reached out. Yang, may I borrow the knife? Yang Xin glanced at Anna, hesitating for 2 seconds before handing her the Tanghung knife. Without hesitation, Anna plunged the knife into the roof, the formidable tungsten steel piercing through. And in the next moment, black blood began to flow down. Yang Xin was slightly surprised. This woman possessed quite the courage. With a bit of nurturing, she could make an excellent ally, as the zombie fell from the roof. Another one smashed through the rear window. Roar! Anna thrust her knife, but the zombie swatted it from her grasp. She attempted to retrieve it, but the swaying of the vehicle made it impossible to reach. Roar! 2/3 of the zombie's body was inside the car, and it seemed poised to bite Anna. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Yang Xin shot the zombie's head off, averting the crisis. I'm so sorry, Yang. I'm truly useless. I can't even handle a single zombie, Anna lamented. Stop with that nonsense. Your bravery in confronting the zombie surpassed that of most people. You merely lack finesse. I will give you a few level-up crystals shortly. You will be far stronger than you are now. Yang Xin offered her a small consolation. Regardless, Anna was now his woman. A bond forged in intimacy warranted kindness, and he would not hesitate to wield discipline when necessary. Yang Xin retrieved several level-up crystals that remained from his previous meal and handed them to Anna. These crystals were sufficient for her to ascend to level 1 at Yang. Is this the crystal you mentioned earlier that can enhance physical abilities? Anna gazed at Yang Xin in disbelief. You are giving me such a precious item? Tears welled in Anna's eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yang, you are too good to me. Anna's loyalty increased by 15. Loyalty at 90 Yang Xin. This surge in loyalty is astonishing. If it were exchanged with food, it would take at least over 100,000 to reach 90. Yet, a few level-up crystals that I barely noticed in my backpack garnered Anna a 15 increase in loyalty. What a return! Yang Xin instructed Anna to consume the crystals while he continued driving according to the navigation. Soon, Anna in the passenger seat ingested the crystals, and moments later, she began to tremble. Followed by an overwhelming heat, she started to remove her gear one piece at a time. I feel so hot, so itchy, I want. What is going on? Others experience extreme pain and spasms when consuming level-up crystals. Yet Anna seems to be Yang, I want. Enough with the antics. I'm driving. Can you drive with one hand? Anna, are you serious? Yang Xin was tempted. To remain idle would be unmanly, who couldn't drive with one hand. But why would she wish to indulge in infidelity? After some time, Anna's discomfort gradually subsided. Lacking any powers, she transitioned from level 0 to 1, significantly enhancing her strength, and she appeared healthier than before. She exuded an athletic beauty akin to that of a yoga instructor, a blend of grace and allure that was quite appetizing. Thank you, Yang. Anna blushed, feeling that the boldest decision of her life was to confess her feelings to Yang Xin. Though she initially approached him with ulterior motives, she realized she had completely succumbed to her emotions. Yang Xin's name was indelibly etched in her heart. Whatever he did, she would unconditionally support him, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Yang Xin intended to say more, but his watch alarm chimed. It was the alarm he had set to ring every night at 23:55. The rations in the gourd could only be stored for one day. Refreshing at midnight, to avoid waste, Yang Xin exchanged all food for items at this time. The exchanged items would not be affected by the refresh and could be preserved for as long as desired. This realization had come after he wasted food several times in his previous life. With just 5 minutes until midnight, Yang Xin had set the alarm at 23:55 to avoid unexpected crises that could leave him without rations. 5 minutes may seem brief, but in reality, it was not long at all. A minute in reality equates to a minute, but in the gourd, a minute could equate to an hour's worth of time. 5 hours would suffice for nearly anything. Yang Xin's current yield was 1,000 pounds of food. To purchase equipment and weapons for Anna, he expended 25 pounds. The remaining food was exchanged for ammunition, 10,000 rounds of 7.62, consuming 276 pounds of food, 10,000 rounds of 9mm, consuming 60 pounds, and 10 Tang Hung knives, which were undoubtedly lethal weapons for killing, enhanced with cobalt for better toughness and resistance to bending. Weighing 10 pounds and consuming 100 pounds of food, he exchanged 5 pounds of fortified food. Ordinarily, 5 pounds of tender corn would be insufficient for consumption. However, it is worth noting that within the gourd space, Yang Xin did not consume in a physical sense, but rather through consciousness. Much like taking leftovers from a restaurant, he could choose what to keep and what to discard. Anything unfavorable was, of course, part of the latter. This had been discovered in his previous life, yet by the time he realized this issue, he had already been trapped. Moreover, those individuals were aware of his daily food production, leaving him no opportunity to save any for his own development. Yang Xin absorbed 5 pounds of fortified tender corn, increasing his strength by 100 kilograms. With 39 pounds of food remaining, Yang Xin exchanged them for 100 sets of various sizes of aerogel-made autumn clothing, including tops, bottoms, socks, and headgear. Regardless of their immediate necessity, it was prudent to have spares in case of damage during combat. Just as he completed his exchanges and contemplated exiting, a sudden chime resonated, as if something had fallen from a tree. In the next moment, a tree suddenly sprouted before his thatched cottage, swiftly bearing several egg-sized peculiar fruits, one red, one golden, and another multicolored. "What is this?" Yang Xin inquired of the old man. "These are loyalty fruits. Those who consume your loyalty rations and reach 50 will manifest a fruit on this tree." The old man stroked his beard and remarked, "The fruits manifested by varying degrees of loyalty differ significantly. Each day at dawn, the fruits will automatically adjust according to the changes in individuals' loyalty levels. The colors, from lowest to highest, are green, blue, purple, red, gold, orange, and rainbow. What purpose do these fruits serve?" Yang Xin nodded and continued to inquire. Chapter 20. Do women in university possess such prowess in gaming? There exists a probability of gaining strength or acquiring new abilities. Wow, such a phenomenon exists. Incredible. The higher the loyalty, the greater the quality of the fruits produced. The higher the level of the fruits, the greater the probability of awakening abilities. Each loyal follower contributes a loyalty fruit daily. Yang Xin felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. In the apocalyptic world, 80 of the population had transformed into zombies, leaving only 20 as survivors. Among these survivors, only a small fraction awakened abilities. It could be said that those who awakened abilities were favored by the heavens. To Yang Xin's astonishment, his ability could produce ability fruits. What a delightful twist. This is simply exhilarating. Even a light novel wouldn't dare depict such a scenario. If that were the case, the more loyal followers one has, the more ability fruits will be produced daily. As long as one survives long enough, a continuous supply of ability fruits would be available. Even if the awakening of abilities is probabilistic, a quantitative change would eventually lead to a qualitative one. Just this one aspect alone could render one invincible in the world. Ahahaha. Young Xin was so excited he was at a loss for words. How lonely it is to be invincible. After the excitement subsided, Yang Xin plucked a red loyalty fruit, carefully peeling away its skin to reveal the tender white flesh within. He took a bite, and it was sweet and juicy, reminiscent of longan. Upon finishing the entire fruit, he felt no change in his body. Could it be that disappointing? Was the first one just a dud? Yang Xin, unwilling to concede, proceeded to peel and consume the golden loyalty fruit. The golden fruit, apart from its different exterior color, also possessed a distinct flavor. If the red fruit tasted like longan, the golden fruit resembled an orange. After quickly devouring it, he finally felt a reaction in his body. A wave of soreness surged through his bones and muscles, and moments later, Yang Xin sensed an increase in his strength by 100 kilograms, equivalent to ascending a minor realm. Indeed, awakening abilities isn't as easy as it seems. But gaining an additional 100 kilograms of strength is quite satisfactory, especially for a mere golden fruit. Yang Xin then plucked the final colorful fruit. This should be the fruit produced by Nicola. After peeling it, he took a bite, and his senses were immediately overwhelmed. If the red fruit tasted like longan and the golden fruit like an orange, then the colorful fruit was a fusion of countless flavors. It could evoke any familiar taste while belonging to none singularly. It was difficult to articulate, but in short, it was quite peculiar. After consuming it, Yang Xin felt a distinct change. This time, it wasn't merely a physical enhancement. Both his body and mind underwent a transformation simultaneously. After a brief moment, the world appeared different through his eyes. He could see through objects, revealing their internal structures. Those hidden aspects that were typically obscured now lay bare before him. Was this not the legendary ability of X-ray vision? Yang Xin scanned his surroundings, and not only could he discern the internal structures of objects, but his vision had also become extraordinarily clear, at least 10 times clearer than before. What was once night now resembled broad daylight. Following his gaze towards the driver's seat, Anna's exquisite form was laid out before him in all its glory. Truly a sight to behold, Yang. What are you saying? Nothing, just focus on driving and don't disturb me while I watch the game. Anna replied, oh. In addition to that grand spectacle, Anna's mind housed a speck of light the size of a grain of rice. This must have appeared after Anna reached level 1, indicating her physical strength was at that level. To confirm, Yang Xin lowered the vehicle's sun visor to check the makeup mirror. In the reflection, Yang Xin's head bore 3 specks of light, 1 white and 2 green. One of the green dots matched Anna's size. This small green likely represented his newly awakened ability, the X-ray vision, which was quite diminutive due to being only level 1. The other green and white dots were larger than Anna's, approximately the size of 4 grains of rice, corresponding to Yang Xin's level 4 status. His knowledge was expanding yet again. After only a short while of observation, Yang Xin felt dizzy. This was likely due to the low level of his X-ray vision, and it lasted for about a minute. He promptly shut off the ability to give his eyes a rest. Having an additional ability certainly enhanced his combat prowess, but it also meant that the required crystals for leveling up had doubled. As time progressed, the number of abilities would surely increase. Relying solely on himself to combat zombies and collect crystals would be exhausting. The only solution was to cultivate more subordinates. The more subordinates one had, the greater the resources accumulated, and consequently, the more abilities one could harness, resulting in enhanced strength. With greater strength came more enemies, and with more enemies came the necessity to cultivate even more subordinates. In a word, one must seek out more women. Yang, are you all right? You seem rather fatigued. Anna glanced at Yang Xin while driving. I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest. Yang Xin replied nonchalantly. Yang, I find it hard to comprehend why you treat me so well. You are fully aware of the dangers we face on this journey, yet you willingly put your life at risk for a mere woman like me. Anna's eyes brimmed with tears. You even gifted me precious crystals to make me stronger. Why are you so foolish? You could have simply ignored my fate. In truth, I have a feeling that my parents may have turned into zombies. I'm just unwilling to accept that reality. I must be foolish, right? Yang Xin was taken aback, surprised to discover that Anna perceived him in such a favorable light. So much so that it bordered on being a love-struck fool. Was this for real? He had merely given her some surplus crystals. Accompanying her on this journey was just a fortunate coincidence. As the train happened to stop for supplies at this station, and her loyalty had risen quite rapidly, he simply didn't wish to squander this opportunity. However, these thoughts were certainly not something he could share with Anna. Otherwise, her loyalty would likely falter, or perhaps even diminished at that moment. With her heart laid bare, it was the perfect opportunity to seize. You are the woman I have chosen. Calling you foolish would be tantamount to calling myself foolish. I absolutely will not permit you to say that again. You have no idea how important you are to me. You, Anna, are my woman in this life and the next. I love you. After saying this, Yang Xin felt a twinge of regret. Was he being a bit too intense? After all, they had only known each other for a few hours. Professing a lifetime commitment seemed rather far-fetched, didn't it? Anna's loyalty increased by 10, reaching 100 loyalty. What the hell? Is this even possible? It appears that women are indeed creatures of sound. They revel in such sentiments. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. What matters is your boldness in expressing it. Werwa husband, I love you too. I will never leave you, not even in death. All right, stop crying, be good and drive well. Yang Xin gently stroked Anna's hair, soothing her emotions until she calmed down. Now that Anna's loyalty had reached 100, a slight increase would render it eternally steadfast. Provided no unforeseen events occurred, her 100 loyalty would remain intact. TOB on the safe side, he needed to boost her loyalty to 101 for it to become unchanging. Once loyalty reached 101, a colorful fruit would be produced daily. The probability of gaining abilities from consuming the colorful fruit far exceeded that of other colored fruits. As Yang Xin pondered this. The vehicle passed by a women's university. At that moment, a group of beauties waved at Yang Xin's car from behind a second-floor window. Some bold girls even daringly lifted their garments, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Stop the car. Chapter 21. Carrying a small umbrella, you still claim to be an inexperienced girl? How vulgar. These individuals are utterly shameless. How could they resort to such sordid tactics? With a critical eye, Yang Xin exchanged for a pair of binoculars. He scrutinized the girls who had exposed themselves. Naturally, those who remained modest were also thoroughly visible under his X-ray vision. Indeed, the land of combat is abundant with beauties. A cursory glance revealed at least 20 on this floor alone. At least 10 of the women could easily score above 80 in looks, 3 of whom were rated at 90, and 1 exceeding 95. Yang Xin resolutely could not allow these women to remain helpless in the apocalypse. To save a life is to build a tower of merit. Rescuing them is an absolute necessity. Anna, stop the car. With Yang Xin's command, Anna pressed the accelerator to the floor. The taxi halted at the entrance of the women's school. The school's gates were wide open, and inside lay an entire horde of zombies. All female. Some were clad in towels, while others were entirely nude. Even though all of them were zombies, why did Yang Xin find them so visually appealing? He couldn't even bear to slay these zombies. It would be a waste. Yang? Anna asked. Do you wish to rescue them? Yes, but not right now. Let's move. Although Yang Xin yearned to save these beauties, he was not impulsive enough to charge in blindly without ensuring his own safety and having sufficient confidence. After all, these beauties could become a source of calamity. All right, Anna restarted the vehicle. Yang Xin marked the location on the map, planning to return later if time permitted. He would devise a way to take a few with him. Those scoring below 80 could be disregarded, and even those rated 90 could be overlooked. But that one beauty scoring a solid 95 must be secured. A beauty of such caliber was a rare sight to behold. As a person of humble origins, he could never hope to intersect with someone of such exceptional allure. These exquisite beauties are mere playthings for the powerful, while ordinary individuals can only catch a fleeting glimpse on television, their minds wandering in fantasy before reaching for a tissue. Now, in this apocalyptic world, Yang Xin must seize the opportunity. As time progresses, such striking figures will only become increasingly rare. Therefore, he must act swiftly to gather them. Don't leave, please save us. We are trapped here, surrounded by zombies. Just as the two were about to depart, the girls from the upper floor suddenly opened a window, leaning out to shout. Consequently, the nearby zombies were drawn to their voices. Roar! Hundreds of zombies rushed to the base of the building, swiftly climbing atop one another. Within mere seconds, the horde had stacked itself up to the second floor. Ah, they're coming. Quick, shut the window. there was no time left. They had to use anything to shove them back down. "Why did you have to open the window?" cried one girl in despair. "I'm going to die. The vehicle outside would surely drive away." Whoever they were, seeing such a horde of zombies meant they wouldn't care about them. "Roar!" A bold girl began to smash the zombies climbing up while attempting to close the window. However, as the number of zombies grew, she was seized by the wrist, followed by a horrifying scream. The zombies pulled her outward, and the other girls tugged back in an attempt to save her. With a sickening sound, the struggle culminated in the girl being torn in two. "Aw, how gruesome! Ugh, her backside hit my face. Quick, shut the window." With a loud bang, the window was closed, sealing the zombies outside. However, it was merely an ordinary window, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the undead. It was only a matter of time before it shattered. "What do we do? Oh God, please send a miracle to save us. It's all your fault for opening the window. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament." "Be quiet. We're all doomed anyway. We might as well rush out and fight for a glimmer of hope." "I'll follow you out. I refuse to wait here to die." "Everyone, find weapons and charge out with me," spoke a robust girl, resembling a muscular Barbie. "You can do it because you're so big, but what about us delicate girls?" With a sharp slap, the muscular Barbie struck the girl. "You can choose to stay and wait for death, but do not call me fat. This is all muscle. Are you blind?" The frail girl, stunned by the slap, would have reported it to a teacher under normal circumstances or even called the police. But now, in this apocalypse, who would care? Not only would they turn a blind eye to a slap, but even murder would go unnoticed. The girl could only cover her face and remain silent. Meanwhile, the others began searching for usable weapons. However, the girls' dormitory contained nothing but clothing and snacks, leaving them with no weaponry to speak of. They could only resort to dismantling bed and chair legs. Yet, the girls lacked the strength, managing to gather only 3 bed legs and 2 chair legs. In the meantime, the muscular Barbie produced her handbag, emptying its contents: 2 5-kilogram dumbbells, a small umbrella, a can of pepper spray, and a self-defense tool. You actually have a gun." The other girls were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Attending a girls' school and possessing such an array of weapons, what a fear of being targeted by predators. "You have no idea how many men drool over a fitness beauty like me. There are at least 80, if not 100, pursuing me. Of course, I must protect myself. I am still an innocent girl." "You're lying. An innocent girl wouldn't carry an umbrella. I carry it for those who lust after me. If I were ever in a situation where they overpowered me, I would make them take it. Once LSP hears me, I'll have my chance to escape," the other girls exclaimed. "Impressive." Suddenly, the window shattered. The muscular Barbie picked up one of the 5-kilogram dumbbells and hurled it with all her might. Whoosh, bang! A zombie's head exploded, sending blood and gore splattering everywhere. "Run!" the muscular Barbie shouted as she flung open the door and dashed outside, with the other girls following closely behind. Outside, the zombies had already been attracted by the noise from within, with dozens of them wandering the hallway. Observing this, the muscular Barbie used another dumbbell to smash the heads of 2 zombies blocking the door. Blood splattered all over her face. Then, she entered a berserk mode, charging through the corridor like a rampaging bull, smashing into the zombies along the way. Chapter 22. "Come on." This shocked the other girls. However, they had no time for jesting with the muscular Barbie. Even a moment's distraction could lead to being devoured by zombies. Meanwhile, Yang Xin watched as a horde of female zombies clambered up to the 2nd floor in various grotesque positions. He was somewhat taken aback. He had seen zombies stacking before, but a horde of female zombies doing so was rather bizarre. The girls' naturally frail and slender bodies, combined with their long hair, made them appear as if possessed by a vengeful spirit. The image of so many of them climbing in a grotesque pile was enough to keep anyone awake at night. Yang Xin was contemplating how to rescue these beautiful girls. He couldn't bear to abandon such a multitude of striking figures. After all, they were seeds of extraordinary potential. Certainly, boys could also become loyal allies, but Yang Xin had a preference for beauties. What's wrong with that? To assemble a battalion of stunning women clad in exquisite, form-fitting combat attire, reminiscent of the fierce female assassins in films, just the sight of it would bring him joy. Yang Xin activated his X-ray vision to scrutinize the situation inside. He observed the group of girls bursting from the dormitory. led by the muscular Barbie, who barreled through the zombies in the corridor like a human tank. This muscular Barbie stood at least 175 centimeters tall. Had this not been a girls' school, Yang Xin would have mistaken her for a man. Even so, an ordinary person could not possess such force. There was only one explanation. This muscular Barbie had awakened some form of extraordinary ability. Moreover, it was likely a physical enhancement, akin to Nicola's, perhaps even stronger. If he could recruit her, no, if he could enlist her to serve him, it would undoubtedly elevate Yang Xion's overall strength. With this thought, Yang Xion felt a greater urgency to save them. With his X-ray vision, he could accurately gauge the dangers of battle. It was a significant advantage. However, this ability had a limited duration, lasting barely a minute, and he would have to wait several minutes before using it again. Of course, as his level increased, the duration and cooldown time would gradually shorten. Anna, the plan has changed. We must save them now, Yang Xion declared. Anna hesitated slightly, although she had just met Yang Xion and didn't know him well. His previous behavior suggested that he would not take such a significant risk for a group of unrelated individuals. Why, then, did he wish to save these girls? The only explanation was that Yang Xion desired to recruit them. A hint of jealousy flickered within Anna, though she dared not show it. After all, Yang Xion had given her so much. Without him, she would still be an ordinary passenger, uncertain of her survival. Moreover, she had received miraculous clothing that protected her from the freezing temperatures of 40 below. Most importantly, she had gained physical enhancement. Regardless of her feelings, Anna had no grounds for jealousy. In this apocalyptic world, human lives were as expendable as grass. Beautiful women like her would only become playthings for men. Yang Xion had given her hope for survival and a chance to thrive. Brother Yang, I am yours. I will follow your lead. Anna nodded in agreement. Yang Xion affectionately patted Anna's head, feeling grateful for such a beautiful and unpretentious companion. He then exchanged for an AKM, along with 4 magazines, and handed a Tanghung knife to Anna for protection. He had refrained from arming Anna earlier because her loyalty had not yet reached a level of trust. Now, with Anna's loyalty at 100%, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would not betray him. Thus, Yang Xion felt no apprehension. Anna's eyes sparkled at the weapons that appeared out of thin air, a mix of amazement and curiosity about Yang Xion's extraordinary abilities. Yang Xion noticed her gaze and smiled, curious about how I conjured these. Anna admitted. You are my woman, so I want to hide it from you. This is my awakened ability, akin to a spatial-type power. But it surpasses that. Although I have yet to fully develop spatial capabilities, I have a feeling that soon I will possess all the abilities of a spatial-type power, and more that I can exchange for any describable existing item in the world, using a certain amount of resources. Anna's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. She had heard of spatial abilities, often depicted in sci-fi novels and films. Such powers could store items in a virtual space and transform into offensive or defensive measures, like spatial slicing or absorption. With this ability, if utilized correctly, one could become nearly invincible. The notion that Yang Xion possessed both spatial abilities and even more was astounding. Indeed, this surpasses the spatial abilities. If such words were spoken by another, Anna would undoubtedly regard them as foolishness. Yet, when they emanate from Yang Xion, she believes unconditionally. For he is her man, her unwaveringly loyal companion. Yang Gu, you are truly remarkable. Anna yearned to leap forward and kiss Yang Xion, even fantasizing for a fleeting moment about engaging in an epic battle amidst the freezing landscape. However, the current circumstances did not permit such indulgence. The real challenge lay ahead. They needed to divert the zombies swiftly to create an opportunity for escape. Yang Gu, do you mean we should create noise to draw the zombies over? Anna inquired. She had contemplated the idea of making noise, but a loud sound might attract zombies from afar, putting them in peril, while a softer sound would yield minimal effect. Anna nodded in agreement with Yang Xion's assessment. It was indeed a dilemma. The zombies were swift, and if they surged in from all directions, they could easily encircle the two of them. Moreover, even if they sought refuge upstairs, the zombies could climb and stack upon one another. Hiding in a vehicle would render them passive and unable to control the situation. If there were merely dozens of zombies, Yang Xion might have a chance to engage them directly. Yet, there were over 100 just within the vicinity of the school, and several hundred more inside. Adding the wandering zombies outside, the rough estimate suggested at least 1,000 in total. Furthermore, Yang Xin had discerned through his enhanced vision that some of these zombies had already reached level 2. Faced with such a multitude, including some level 2 zombies, their firepower was evidently insufficient. "What shall we do?" Anna asked. "Drones," Yang Xin replied. "Drones? Indeed. The optimal strategy in this scenario is to remain concealed and utilize drones to eliminate the zombies. Thus, I require your assistance." "How may I assist you, Yang Ge?" "Take this and follow my instructions." With that, Yang Xin manifested a drone. Anna stood in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted. "Is this what you call a drone?" Chapter 23. Promised Combat. "Your drone swarm?" Anna was taken aback as she beheld a swarm of drones, each the size of a brick, entirely black, and astonishingly lightweight. Upon lifting one, she discovered it weighed merely around a pound. "What material is this? Why is it so light?" Anna pondered. "This is the latest drone swarm developed by our nation. I merely substituted its material with a lighter variant, significantly reducing resource wastage. Each drone is equipped with a thermobaric bomb, possessing 10 times the power of a fragmentation grenade. The explosion can reach temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Even if it does not obliterate the zombies, it will surely turn them into charred remains." Yang Xin handed the remote control to Anna. "Have you ever played airplane battle games?" Anna shook her head, then nodded. "You mean the shooting games in arcades?" "Exactly. It seems you aren't as innocent as you appear." Yang Xin teased lightly. Anna blushed. "I never. My first time was with you." The more she spoke, the redder her face became, resembling a balloon. "Haha, I was just joking. Since you've played before, this will be simple. The remote control I give you can command 20 drones. The screen will display real-time footage from the drones. You will direct them to bomb the zombies in the school, while I will handle those inside the building." Yang Xin explained. Anna fumbled with the remote control, quickly adapting. She realized it was not as challenging as she had anticipated. One merely needed to select a drone, lock onto a designated area, and the drone would automatically charge toward that location. Upon impact, an explosion would ensue. Simultaneously, Yang Xin conjured a drone, albeit not a swarm, but a larger one, akin to those used for professional fertilizer dispersal. It featured 2 lightweight machine guns capable of firing 5,000 steel balls. Although its lethality was inferior to that of a rifle, it compensated with a higher ammunition capacity and lighter weight, totaling approximately 35 pounds. Combined with Anna's drone swarm, the total resource expenditure amounted to 62 pounds of food. If no further investments were made, this resource consumption was negligible compared to the daily yield of 1,000 pounds of food. The drone was equipped with a laser radar and a 360-degree panoramic camera. Notably, it was a VR-equipped drone. The visual experience surpassed that of the display on the remote control. Yang Xin donned the accompanying black helmet, and the drone's imagery instantly materialized before his eyes. Anna marveled at the power of technology, increasingly grateful for having aligned herself with the right person. She felt an overwhelming love for Yang Xin, to the point of involuntarily trembling. She had even experienced a moment of exhilaration. How embarrassing! Could this be what they referred to as an admiration for strength? "Yang Gu, I love you," Anna whispered. Yang Xin, engrossed in observing the drone's footage, did not hear her. The 360-degree view, unfamiliar to newcomers, might induce dizziness upon first wearing such a helmet. However, Yang Xin was no novice. His university studies were directly related to drones, making him well-versed. He opened the car door and deployed the drone, which hummed to life and ascended into the air. The panoramic view unfolded before him, and a smile crept upon Yang Xion's lips. It was time to showcase his true skills. Meanwhile, Anna released the swarm of drones from the car. With a flick of the remote, 20 drones buzzed simultaneously into the sky, heading toward the area with the highest concentration of zombies. On the other side, bang 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 boom boom boom, rat-a-tat-tat, the mighty Barbie charged forward, sending the zombies in the corridor tumbling. In mere moments, the dozen or so zombies before them lay scattered and incapacitated. At that instant, mighty Barbie shouted, "What are you waiting for? Finish them off!" Frustrated, she exclaimed. "Girls in the apocalypse truly are dead weight." The other girls exchanged glances, trembling as they cautiously approached the fallen zombies. However, their sluggishness allowed the downed zombies to rise once more before they could deliver the finishing blow. Mighty Barbie, exasperated, thought they would inevitably be the death of her. With that, she swung her dumbbell toward the nearest zombie. Thud! With immense force, the zombie's head burst open like a watermelon. although she remained silent. Mighty Barbie was filled with questions. When the apocalypse struck, she had just returned from the gym, resting in her dormitory. Suddenly, she heard screams from other dorms. Before she could investigate, an unbearable pain surged through her body. Her roommates noticed her distress and helped her back to bed. The pain persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the dormitory as many transformed into zombies, amidst the cacophony of gnawing and screams. Fortunately, no one in her room had turned. As time passed, the survivors began to congregate, desperately seeking help from the outside world. Yet, during the apocalypse, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, leaving no one to rescue them. Attempts to venture outside were thwarted by the horde of zombies. They witnessed others attempting to drive vehicles, only to fail to start, ultimately becoming meals for the attracted zombies. As the temperature dropped, they huddled together for warmth, yet still felt as cold as dogs. Just moments ago, someone had heard a car engine and rushed to the window, spotting a taxi. This was the first vehicle they had seen since the apocalypse began. Naturally, they did not want to miss this opportunity. Leading to the events that followed, it was then that Mighty Barbie realized her body had changed. She discovered that whenever she felt anxious, her muscles would tense up, becoming so hard they could serve as shields. She felt capable of smashing through a wall with a single punch. Of course, she had never attempted it, fearing it might just be an illusion, and ending up with a fractured bone would be embarrassing. Just then, a zombie broke through the glass, and in a moment of panic, her muscles tensed. Without thinking, she hurled her dumbbell, coincidentally smashing the zombie's skull. In that instant, she was nearly convinced that she was different. To test this hypothesis, she stepped outside and effortlessly crushed the skulls of 2 zombies with her dumbbell. At that moment, she was completely certain of her evolution. However, with such a group of deadweights, no matter how powerful she became, the chances of escaping were slimmed. As she eliminated zombies, Mighty Barbie's mind raced with thoughts. Should she abandon these girls? But they were once dear friends. Damn this maternal instinct! Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the glass of the second floor. Amidst the billowing smoke, a drone equipped with 2 large guns slowly floated in. Chapter 24. Beautiful ladies, Big Brother is here. 1 minute prior, Anna had followed Yang Xin's instructions, maneuvering drone number 1 to the second floor of the dormitory to stand by. To prevent the drone's explosion from harming anyone, Yang Xin operated another drone outside the corridor, searching for a point of detonation. However, the frosted glass made it difficult to see inside. Fortunately, Yang Xin had the foresight to equip the drone with a thermal imaging device. Through the icy glass, he could clearly observe the situation in the corridor. At that moment, Mighty Barbie was relentlessly swinging her barbell, obliterating the heads of one zombie after another. The movements were sharp and ruthless, devoid of any hesitation. The scene was utterly shocking. Even though Yang Xin had slain hundreds of zombies in her past and present lives, she couldn't help but want to address her as Big Sister. Such a formidable Barbie could not be overlooked. If Yang Xin failed to recruit her, she would surely be restless all night. Anna, blow it up. Yang Xin had pinpointed the breakthrough point. Received. At Anna's command, her sensual red lips curled upwards. Inside the vehicle, she maneuvered the drone with reckless abandon, soaring through the skies. What an exhilarating sensation! With a decisive push of her delicate fingers on the control stick, the drone crashed into the target. Boom! The tremendous force created a gaping hole in the wall, raising the temperature in the semi-enclosed space to over 1,000 degrees. The shockwave of sparks extended beyond 20 meters, roasting a dozen zombies along the way. This power made Yang Xin exclaim in awe. Subsequently, Yang Xin guided the large drone to slowly enter. The scene resembled the arrival of a Terminator. The other girls were left speechless. Future warrior? Is the country here to rescue us? It must be. I knew the country wouldn't abandon us. We are the flowers of the motherland. In this world, while men may be dispensable, women are indispensable. With so many of us, surely they would not ignore us. Roar! The massive explosion drew the attention of the surrounding zombies. Zombies continuously rushed towards the school, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yang Xin's vehicle was conveniently parked by the school gate, with hordes of zombies passing right beside it. Fortunately, their target was the dormitory building, and they paid no heed to the situation inside the vehicle. Roar! At the same time, the glass in the dormitory shattered with a crash. Hundreds of zombies burst forth from various rooms, charging towards the second floor. Anna, block the zombies outside. Do not let them near the dormitory. Okay, Yang Xin. Anna launched all the drones into the air and bombarded their path. Boom, boom, boom. Limbs and severed arms flew through the air, and Yang Xin's approach was even more straightforward and brutal. With 2 machine guns aimed at the staircase, as zombies rushed up, Yang Xin opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The intense flames and dense bullets sliced through every incoming zombie like an invisible blade. Their bodies crumbled like cardboard, disintegrating with each breath. Ahahaha. Yang Xin was in a frenzy. The thrill of not worrying about ammunition was exhilarating. 5,000 rounds of ammunition were expended in just a minute, with 2,000 steel balls gone in the blink of an eye. The rate of fire was terrifying. At this moment, the staircase was piled high with zombie corpses. The bodies blocked the passage, preventing further zombies from entering, rendering the corridor temporarily safe. However, the situation outside was far from optimistic. This was not due to the inadequacy of the drone swarm's firepower. Rather, there were simply too many zombies. The drone swarm had exhausted its ammunition, yet they had barely managed to take down half of the zombies. Oh no, I've been foolish. 20 drones only managed to eliminate so few zombies. Yang Gu must think poorly of me. Why was I so inept? Why didn't I wait for the zombies to gather in large numbers before detonating? Anna said, shamefaced. What? The drones are gone. Yang Xin could guess the outcome without even looking. With so few drones, even if they were thermal bombs or grenades 10 times more powerful, it was impossible for just 20 drones to eliminate hundreds or even thousands of zombies. That would require a significant gathering. In fact, Yang Xin had prepared for this. The initial 20 drones were merely a practice for Anna. If she could handle them without issue, Yang Xin would naturally entrust her with more critical tasks. If she couldn't even manage 20 drones, then having more would be pointless. They might even blow up the taxi they were in, which would be quite the spectacle. Anna nodded in embarrassment. I had anticipated this. Look at this, as Yang Xin spoke. He waved his hand, revealing a vast array of drones on the ground outside the taxi. Over 100 of them. Yang Xin was indeed making a considerable investment. Having exchanged 100 pounds of food for them, this quantity truly constituted a drone swarm. Anna was nearly ecstatic upon seeing them, as if she had stumbled upon treasure. It must be said that after her first experience with the drones, Anna had become completely enamored with the sensation. Just imagine, nestled in a warm and comfortable environment, operating drones to slay monsters and collect loot without worrying about ammunition or danger. The thrill of massacring at will, while looking down on survivors from above. This feeling was akin to watching a seductive beauty dance before you, as you indulged in both her allure and the control at your fingertips. Unable to tear yourself away, with the number of drones suddenly increased to 100, Anna found no difficulty in managing them. Even Yang Xin, who enjoyed flying drones, felt that Anna was exceptionally gifted. This was great. He could now confidently assign all drone-related tasks to Anna. Meanwhile, through the perspective of Yang Xin's drone, he observed Anna handling the multitude of zombies outside, while the few that could enter the building had already been largely dealt with by him. Only a few scattered zombies remained, posing no significant threat. Now, they just had to wait for Anna to eliminate the external zombies before they could lead the women to safety. In his idle moments, Yang Xin began to scrutinize the women through the drone. Previously, he had observed them from a distance with his X-ray vision. Now, at closer range, he felt even more assured that his decision had been correct. They were all exceptional beauties. Just imagine cough, 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 spending the night with a group cough, 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 referring to the fruits of loyalty. If he were to recruit all the beauties scoring above 90, how many fruits of loyalty could he harvest in a day? Just thinking about it made him exhilarated. Compared to mere decorative vases, these formidable Barbies intrigued Yang Xin immensely. The drone's camera meticulously assessed the Barbie before him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such physical prowess, such powerful muscles, such strong legs. Which man could resist? After a single round, the little bird would surely be rendered utterly incapacitated. Who are you? The Barbie was no fool. She could tell that this drone was being controlled. Locking her gaze on the camera, she inquired. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you are fortunate, for I have just saved you. You must have heard the explosions outside. Shortly, the zombies nearby will be eradicated. And only then will you be truly safe. In turn, you must make your own choice. Yang Xion's voice emanated from the drone speaker, causing the women to momentarily pause before exchanging glances. The apocalypse had just begun, and their savior was not a rescue team, but some organization. Moreover, this organization seemed rather powerful, wielding advanced technology. What choice do you want us to make? The Barbie asked. Follow me, or die. Chapter 25. The 95-point Slim Waist. Fragrant allure. The voice echoed coldly from the drone speaker. The women were taken aback by such a choice. They were still unaware of who was truly behind the drone. The audacity of the speaker was quite striking. If they did not follow him, would they truly be killed? How would he do it? Was it that kind of killing? How domineering? Do you mean that if we do not follow you, you will kill us? The Barbie furrowed her brows, her well-defined muscles slightly trembling. No. What I mean is that you can choose to follow me, or perish beneath this apocalypse. Yang Xion's tone was flat and unremarkable. He was acutely aware of the immense difficulty of survival in this apocalypse. The women, of course, were oblivious to this. They only knew that the end of the world had arrived, and the country was surely working diligently to address it. They believed that rescue was merely a matter of time. After a few days, once the nation had resolved these issues, they would return to their former lives. Such thoughts were utterly laughable, mere manifestations of women's innate dependency. Could you kindly disclose which organization you serve? The Barbie, strong yet astute, refrained from rushing to a decision, seeking to gauge the other party's intentions. The person who spoke in such a manner was certainly not from the military. If the other party belonged to some large organization, joining them in this apocalypse might not be a bad idea. Additionally, she could inquire about the strange phenomena occurring to her. I do not belong to any organization. I serve only myself. Theo put it simply. The situation before you is as follows. The apocalypse has arrived, with 80 of the global population turned into zombies, and the nation incapacitated. Do not delude yourselves into thinking anyone will come to rescue you. To survive in this frigid apocalypse, you must face scarcity of resources, hordes of zombies, and the treachery of humanity. Each one of you here has a survival probability of less than 1. Yang Xion's words were laced with a hint of intimidation. However, they were not far from the truth. Although the nearby zombies had been cleared, there would be no immediate threat from them. Yet, faced with temperatures plummeting to -40 or -50 degrees Celsius, all electronic devices would gradually fail over the coming days. The short-term impact was manageable, but in the long run, without stable heat sources and food, their bodies would slowly succumb to frostbite. Death was inevitable, and perhaps dying sooner would incur less suffering than dying later. The women whispered among themselves, and soon, one girl stepped forward from the back of the crowd. She was the stunning beauty with a score of 95. Clad in a thick down jacket, her already fair complexion was enhanced by a rosy hue from the cold. Yang Xion had previously assessed her figure. She was ample where it counted, curvaceous where it mattered. Most striking was her waist, the most alluring he had seen in over 20 years, truly the waist king. Cough, cough. This mysterious gentleman, I am Sophia. I speak on behalf of everyone. May I ask your name? Sophia, wary of Yang Xion suspecting her of fishing for information, added, Please do not misunderstand. It is merely for convenience in addressing you. This marks the first occasion for Yang Xion to hear her voice, and he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Sophia not only possessed breathtaking beauty and an enviable figure, but her voice was also exceptionally melodious. Truly, she was the epitome of a mature woman. Without a doubt, she was precisely Yang Xion's type, and he yearned to be captivated by such a woman. Yang Xion did not conceal his feelings, as there was no need to do so. Very well, Mr. Yang, we are still university students, but we are not naive. You desire our allegiance primarily due to our physical allure. Correct? Sophia articulated, a conclusion reached through discourse among the women. What value could women like them possibly hold? Ultimately, it was their bodies that mattered. It seemed these women were not entirely foolish. They recognized their worth. Indeed, Yang Xion thought, finding no need to elaborate further. Their reasoning was sound. He did indeed wish to recruit this group, and while their beauty was a factor, his greater objective was to select suitable companions to bolster his loyalty. Yet, this rationale would remain undisclosed to them. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Yang. In these apocalyptic times, it is undeniably challenging for us women to survive in such an environment. If you are drawn to our beauty, it implies we possess some value, and value serves as the foundation for negotiation. Should we choose to follow you, what can you offer us in return? Sophia was forthright, eschewing any unnecessary circumlocution. This straightforwardness was preferable. Time was of the essence, and Yang Xin did not wish to squander it. Basic sustenance and warmth. Will that suffice? Yang Xin replied succinctly. If these women were astute enough, they would comprehend the significance of those 4 words in the context of the apocalypse. Sophia's brow furrowed slightly, her interest piqued. Forever. As long as you choose to follow me for just one day, I can guarantee your sustenance and comfort. Sophia nodded, requesting a moment to confer with her companions. With that, she returned to the group of women. Yang Xin then glanced over at Anna's situation. Her battle was progressing relatively well, having already eliminated 2/3 of the zombies. However, there was one particularly unique zombie that had deftly evaded Anna's drone bombardments. Yang Gu, this zombie is remarkably strong. It consistently dodges the drone strikes, having already caused me to waste 3 drones, Anna exclaimed. Her lips pursed in frustration. Yang Xin observed the screen for a while. The zombie moved with incredible speed and seemed adept at evading the drones. This left him perplexed. His previous life experiences indicated that zombies typically began to exhibit intelligence only at levels 8 or 9. Given that the apocalypse had just begun, it was improbable for any zombie to possess such cunning at this stage. Removing the VR headset, Yang Xin activated his X-ray vision and peered through the vehicle's glass. To his astonishment, he discerned several anomalies. Firstly, this zombie was a level 3 specimen, and secondly, it possessed 2 crystal cores within its brain. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in his past life. Nor had he even heard of it. It was undoubtedly a novel species. This could very well explain the zombie's ability to evade drone bombardments. Yang Xin lightly tapped Anna's cherry-red lips with his finger. Continue clearing out the other zombies. I'll handle this one. After stating this, he donned the VR headset once more while the women continued their discussions. Yang Xin, remaining silent, maneuvered the drone toward the level 3 zombie. Wait! The drone is leaving. Mr. Yang, don't go. Everything is negotiable. I can bring both fire and ice. He was not leaving. They should look outside. The group of women turned to the breach and witnessed a zombie skillfully maneuvering through the throng. Akin to an agile monkey. Whenever an opportunity arose, it would hurl stones to strike the drones above. This zombie was capable of bringing down drones. Could it be that zombies possessed intellect? Impossible. If zombies were intelligent, we would not have survived this long. They would have overrun us by now. Exactly. Let us hope this one does not develop intelligence. But how do we explain this level 3 zombie? On another front, Yang Xin finally confronted the level 3 zombie. I hear you are quite skilled at dodging. I wonder if you can evade 2,000 rounds per minute. Chapter 26. The beautiful mature woman is slain. Yang Xin enraged and unleashes carnage. As soon as Yang Xin's words left his lips, the level 3 zombie let out a fearsome roar. Subsequently, the horde of previously lethargic zombies seemed to respond to a summons. Rushing toward the drone in a frenzy, this creature could command lower-level zombies. This was something Yang Xin had never anticipated. He had only surmised that the 2 crystal cores provided a modicum of intelligence. He had not expected it to also enable the ability to command its minions. This was inconceivable in his past life. One had to reach level 5 before issuing commands to lower-level zombies. Yang Xin's interest in this level 3 zombie deepened, and he even began to suspect that it might be a human in disguise. However, such speculation was nearly impossible. Firstly, in such cold conditions, an ordinary person would never expose themselves. Secondly, the creature's skin was devoid of color, marred by numerous scars. Whether these were remnants from its transformation or inflicted thereafter remained a mystery. Yang Xin dismissed pondering this matter. His immediate goal was to join forces with Anna to eliminate the remaining zombies. Most importantly, he sought to ascertain the true nature of the level 3 zombie's intellect. With this in mind, Yang Xin patted Anna on the shoulder. Anna, unleash your full firepower. Do not be stingy with your ammunition. Obliterate these bastards. Understood. With that, Yang Xin opened fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the advancing zombies. The rounds flew as if they were free, the gun never pausing even as it maneuvered. Steel balls penetrated the skulls of the approaching zombies. Despite their diminutive size, their lethality surpassed that of rifles. However, the sheer volume and rapid rate of fire ensured that every shot found its marked IT, was as if a blade made of countless steel balls effortlessly severed the zombies. Encouraged by Yang Xin's command, Anna, who had previously been conservative with her strikes, unleashed a full-scale assault with her drones, transforming them into an ultimate swarm. The drones bombarded the ground simultaneously, scattering the zombies' remains in all directions. The only drawback was that the zombies, reduced to a bloody pulp, would complicate the extraction of the crystal cores in a matter of moments. Only a handful of zombies remained standing on the battlefield. Anna's swarm of drones was entirely depleted. Yang Xin ceased firing, guiding the drone in a low flight. The remaining zombies were nearly exterminated, with only a few level 2 specimens struggling to survive. Their physical resilience exceeded that of level 1 zombies, yet under the drone bombardment, they remained mere flesh and blood, not obliterated but far from unscathed. As he flew, Yang Xin noticed an alarming issue. The level 3 zombie was conspicuously absent. Its distinctive features should have made it easy to spot, yet it was nowhere to be found. A sense of foreboding washed over Yang Xin. This creature had likely seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. No sooner had he entertained this thought than anguished cries erupted from the second floor. Yang Xin immediately sensed disaster. The level 3 zombie had enacted a feint to lure him away and was now ambushing his loyal companions. "Damn it! You sneak up on me!" Yang Xin's drone shot off at breakneck speed. Without drones, Anna could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded outside. Yang Xin ascended to the second floor, and the sight that met him was infuriating. In mere moments, the level 3 zombie had slaughtered half the people present. A few had transformed into zombies but had been dealt with by the formidable Barbie. Yang Xin scoured the floor for the 95-point beauty. Sophia! The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs and chunks of flesh, rendering it impossible to identify anyone. Given the state of affairs, things looked dire. "No, she's a 95-point goddess, my ultimate desire." Yang Xin was enraged. Everyone hit the ground. He then pulled the trigger, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets at the rampaging level 3 zombie. The zombie was caught off guard, struck by a hail of bullets that shattered one of its arms. Howling in pain, the level 3 zombie twisted and turned. In the confined space, its mobility was hindered, and it was quickly riddled with bullet wounds. Meanwhile, the telltale sound of bullets running out echoed ominously. At that moment, Yang Xin had no time to return and replenish the drone's ammunition. He removed the VR headset and exited the vehicle. "Yang Gu, where are you going?" Anna inquired anxiously. "I'm leaving the drones to you. They are out of ammunition, but that zombie likely remains unaware. Do your best to hold it off." Without waiting for a response, Yang Xin dashed toward the dormitory building. Anna was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that something urgent was unfolding. Hastily donning the VR equipment in an instant, she marveled at the power of technology. The clarity of the imagery was astounding. It surpassed even her own vision. Though it was night, everything appeared as bright as day. Devoid of any blind spots, after marveling, Anna beheld the scene on the second floor. The level 3 zombie hung from the ceiling, its gaze wandering as it seemingly searched for an escape route. Yet, it hesitated to act impulsively. The drone's firing rate was too rapid. It was entirely unlike the hapless individuals it had previously encountered, who had failed to track its movements. However, the drone before it boasted astonishing firing speed and an impressive ability to pivot. It completely outmatched the zombie's agility. Terrifyingly, it seemed to fear the drone. Even without ammunition, Yang Gu had instructed her to hold it off, perhaps because it was intimidated by the mere presence of the drone, which could serve as a deterrent as long as it remained. After observing for a few seconds, Anna discerned the crux of the situation. Meanwhile, the other women had suffered grievously, with casualties exceeding half their number. Cries and screams filled the air incessantly. Only the formidable Barbie was panting heavily, her fierce gaze fixed upon the level 3 zombie. At that moment, doubts about this world once again crept into her mind. Though her strength was considerable and her speed far surpassed that of an ordinary person, the zombies she could effortlessly send flying now seemed impervious. Her swiftness failed to match that of the zombie. Every time she mustered all her strength to charge, the creature would effortlessly evade her. Why? Perhaps only the person behind the drone, someone named Yang Xin, would have the answers. "Mr. Yang, this zombie is quite peculiar. No matter what I do, I cannot keep up with its speed. Can you enlighten me as to why? Do zombies possess special abilities as well?" Barbie inquired. However, the next moment, a female voice emanated from the drone speaker. Brother Yang is on his way. You can ask him when he arrives. The tone was less than friendly, and inexplicably, she sensed a hint of jealousy. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Meanwhile, after stepping out of the car, Yang Xin quickly assessed the situation. The level 3 zombie was only at the intermediate stage and had not yet reached its peak. Although Yang Xin was only a level 4 novice, his overall strength exceeded that of the level 3 zombie, having consumed a total of 8 pounds of enhanced rations, which augmented his strength by 160 kilograms, and an additional strength fruit that added another 100 kilograms. His total power surpassed that of the level 3 zombie by at least 50. Moreover, the zombie was already injured. There was no conceivable reason for Yang Xin to lose this battle, unless, of course, that creature had some hidden abilities yet to be revealed. Even if it did possess hidden powers, Yang Xin was determined to eliminate it today. The level 3 crystal core was inconsequential. The loss of a 95-point beauty was unbearable. Yang Xin even fantasized about taking her back and having her conquer him in a private room. However, how could he let a zombie thwart his plans? He could no longer tolerate it. With this thought, Yang Xin quickened his pace. The enhancement in his strength significantly boosted his speed, allowing him to sprint with remarkable agility. Even Usain Bolt would kneel in admiration. In no time, Yang Xin arrived at the dormitory. He lightly leaped onto a protrusion of the wall, effortlessly ascending to the second floor. Chapter 27. Annihilation of the level 3 zombie. Yang Xion's sudden appearance momentarily stunned the level 3 zombie. The man exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that far surpassed that of the drone. On the other side, the women cast peculiar glances at the man before them, with a strikingly handsome face. He embodied the quintessential Asian visage. Yet, in such frigid conditions, he wore very little clothing. Did he not fear freezing to death? Was he also a zombie? Yet he appeared to be in excellent health, radiating an inexplicable sense of security. Upon seeing Yang Xian arrive, Anna felt the weight that had burdened her heart finally lift. Brother Yang. Yang Xian offered no words, merely nodding slightly before revealing his Tangheng Dao. Upon seeing this, the level 3 zombie was incredulous. Why use a mere hunk of metal when there were far superior drones at his disposal? Initially believing today would be his last, the sight of Yang Xian wielding a melee weapon reignited the zombie's confidence. No human could compete with his physical strength, and none could match his speed. This man was utterly arrogant. With a roar, the level 3 zombie leaped from the ceiling, landing on the ground before charging at Yang Xian. Yang Xian cracked his neck, switching the Tangheng Dao from his right hand to his left. Just as the zombie lunged forward, its foul mouth mere half a meter from his neck. Yang Xian's right hand surged with strength, seizing the creature by the throat. The level 3 zombie was rendered as helpless as a chick, unable to move an inch. What the hell? The zombie was stunned. A mere human possessed strength surpassing that of a level 3 zombie. Bound by the grip on its throat, it was entirely immobile. What happened to its supposed super evolution? Why was it being crushed by a human in such an embarrassing manner? The women were petrified. They could accept his good looks, but to witness him single-handedly dispatch the formidable zombie that had claimed the lives of over 10 of them was simply astonishing. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want to follow such a powerful individual and never worry about sustenance again? At that moment, the women recalled the drone's female voice referring to the man as Brother Yang. Initially, the drone had introduced itself as Yang Xian. Could these two Yangs possibly be the same person? Initially, they thought Yang Xian's assurances that they would not suffer in this apocalypse were merely a ploy to exploit their bodies. However, it now appeared that the man before them possessed the strength to back up his words. On the other hand, Barbie felt as if her jaw had dropped to the ground. While others may not grasp the terror of a level 3 zombie, she was acutely aware. Even though she had become remarkably powerful, she still couldn't even touch a level 3 zombie. Yet, this man had effortlessly immobilized it with a simple grasp. Just how powerful was he? Was he even human? Inside the taxi, Anna, observing the scene through the drone's camera, was equally rattled. She couldn't remain calm. No one understood Yang Xian's strength better than her, and yet, witnessing him incapacitate the level 3 zombie in one move sent her into a frenzy. She instantly recalled the incident in the K-30 train's restroom. The thought of such an incredibly capable, godlike man left Anna immensely satisfied. The level 3 zombie struggled desperately, but it was only at the intermediate level with a strength of 800 kilograms. Yang Xin's strength was a staggering 1260 kilograms, surpassing the zombies by a full 460 kilograms. This was an insurmountable chasm. Yang Xin's eyes glinted with ferocity. He did not harbor hatred for the zombie, but he loathed the creature that had taken his 95-point beauty. With a swift motion, the neck of the level 3 zombie was snapped. Like a deflated balloon, Yang Xin, his back turned to the women, quickly extracted the crystal nucleus from the zombie's brain, discarding the body carelessly aside. Then, Yang Xin turned his attention back to the women before him. 7 remained, and aside from Barbie, they were all merely 80-point women. After expending 200 pounds of food, this was the outcome. Yang Xin felt discontent. However, it was a relief that Barbie was still alive. It wasn't a total loss. At least she had awakened her abilities, which would greatly assist him. Yet, he still needed to gauge her willingness to join him. If she was eager to accompany him, her initial loyalty would surely be favorable. Conversely, if her loyalty was too low, it would cost him a significant amount of food, which would be a poor trade-off. Moreover, low loyalty could lead to betrayal. Yang Xin was particularly concerned about trust issues. "Do you wish to follow me?" Yang Xin asked Barbie directly, completely disregarding the other women with their meager 80 points. Before Barbie could respond, one of the women stepped forward. "Mr. Yang, please take me with you. I am willing to do anything for you." Yang Xin didn't even bother to glance at her. What a joke. He had no interest in a mere 80-point woman. Moreover, there were at least a dozen such women on the train. The only reason he had saved them was for Barbie and that 95-point beauty. The thought of losing the 95-point beauty made Yang Xin's stomach churn. Barbie hesitated slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to join Yang Xin's group, nor did she doubt his strength. She believed that following such a person in this apocalypse was undoubtedly the right choice. However, she still had concerns. Her parents, who had gone missing since the onset of the apocalypse. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that they were in grave danger. But she could not return to check on them. Her heart would not be at ease. "Mr. Yang, I genuinely wish to join you immediately, but I have something of greater importance to attend to." Yang Xin was not foolish. In this apocalypse, the only people worth worrying about were one's closest kin. This was a positive sign. It indicated that Barbie was not heartless. "Where is your home?" Yang Xin inquired. If Barbie's home was near Anna's, he could spare some time to visit. If it was too far and would delay the train, he would abandon her. After all, no matter how pressing the matter, it could not hinder his return home. His imperial journey must begin in Longhua. That was the land he had adored since childhood. He understood that land, and its culture was ingrained in every cell of his being. Although the fighting nation was vast and sparsely populated, with fewer zombies, Yang Xin ultimately could not adapt to the living conditions here. He could not stomach the local cuisine. Though he could exchange for food infinitely, it was either raw or pre-packaged. Even if he found a chef here, they would be local, and he had no desire to eat stale bread every day. Moreover, the women of the fighting nation, while beautiful, could lead to facial blindness if overindulged. Calling the wrong name mid-action would be quite embarrassing. The appearance of Asians was far more appealing to Yang Xin. Most importantly, his enemies resided in Longhua. Chapter 28. Subduing Barbie. "My home is less than 3 kilometers from here." Barbie felt a surge of excitement. Yang Xin's inquiry indicated he might be willing to accompany her back. If that were the case, Barbie would not have to worry too much about safety, especially as Yang Xin had effortlessly dispatched such a powerful zombie. How could the smaller Karamis pose any threat to her? Yang Xin entered the address Barbie provided into the navigation system and discovered that her home was not far from Anna's, just over a kilometer apart. He could indeed accompany her. "First, eat this, and then I will go with you." Yang Xin promptly consumed 100 pounds of food, exchanging it for 1 pound of premium, loyal tender corn. Don't ask why it was always corn. Yang Xin had considered various foods, but tender corn was the most suitable. Firstly, corn can be consumed raw. Secondly, after removing the corn from the cob, the actual amount of corn consumed is less than half a pound. Even a child could finish it in one go. When Jinggang Bobby received the corn, she was perplexed but decided to eat it without hesitation, as she had no reason to doubt. If Yang Xin intended to harm her, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. She was no match for the man before her, who could dispatch her with a mere finger. After finishing the corn, Jinggang Bobby's loyalty level was revealed. Jinggang Bobby loyalty 50. Her loyalty had reached the maximum threshold for high-quality loyal sustenance. Yang Xin was quite pleased with this outcome. It was getting late. We should set off now. After saying this, Yang Xin turned to leave. At that moment, a group of women suddenly surrounded him, asking, "Mr. Yang, what shall we do? You promised to ensure we would not suffer from hunger or thirst." Yang Xin glanced back to see 6 women closing in on him. He had indeed made such a promise, but it was predicated on the well-being of Jingang Babi and the mature woman. Now that the mature woman was dead, only Jingang Babi was worth taking along. Bringing these women would only burden Yang Xin. After a moment's hesitation, he informed them about the zombies with crystal cores in their brains, as those first-level crystal cores held little value for him now. There were dozens of zombies in this corridor alone, more than enough for them to level up to level 2. If they didn't act foolishly in the early stages, they could easily take care of themselves. The women were initially shocked, then excited upon realizing that there were over 1,000 zombies that had perished here. Just imagine the potential for their enhancement. With newfound abilities, they could survive even in the apocalypse without men. However, Yang Xin doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. While I have shared this secret with you, all these zombies were killed by me. So these crystal cores belong solely to me. The smiles on the women's faces gradually faded. Yet, unlike the people of Longhua, they accepted this fact without moral coercion against Yang Xin. This seemed to be a cultural difference. If they were from Longhua, they would have surely resorted to a wave of moral shaming, followed by claims that women are the weaker sex, ultimately branding the one who was coerced by morals as a selfish bastard. But this group of women merely hung their heads in disappointment, which surprised Yang Xin. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that since these first-level crystal cores were of little use to him, he might as well make use of them by having these women help him collect the cores, ultimately gifting them the cores found in the corridor as a reward. This would also alleviate the time he spent gathering them himself. Upon hearing Yang Xion's proposal, the women were profoundly grateful. Even though it was freezing outside, they willingly set out to extract the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. Strength in numbers was advantageous, but digging them out one by one was still too time-consuming. Yang Xion, Anna, and Jingang Babi focused on extracting the cores from the level 2 zombies. Once they had finished with the level 2 cores, Yang Xion collected those that the women had unearthed. He gave all the remaining cores to the women, as he had little time to waste on this task. The women were ecstatic upon hearing that Yang Xion was giving them the remaining cores, nearly throwing themselves at him in gratitude. However, he gently declined their advances. A mere 80 points was not enough to impress him. Even if one of them were a virgin, he had no interest. This time, the haul was substantial: 2 level 3 crystal cores, 31 level 2 crystal cores, and 280 level 1 crystal cores. The trio departed in a vehicle, with Jingang Babi and Yang Xion seated in the back. The reason for this arrangement was Yang Xion's reluctance to expose his back to those he did not trust. With Jingang Babi's loyalty at only 50, she had yet to earn his complete trust. Yang Xion produced 10 level 1 crystal cores to elevate Jingang Babi to level 2. Upon reaching level 2, her overall strength would significantly increase at that point. When facing zombies, Yang Xion would not need to intervene unless he encountered zombies above level 3. He could simply enjoy the fruits of his labor, relishing the feeling of effortless gain. "Thank you, Mr. Yang," Jingang Babi said as she accepted the crystal cores. "In the future, there's no need for such formalities." "Like Anna, you can call me Yang Gu," Yang Xion replied casually. "But you seem to be around my age," Jingang Babi questioned. "Sometimes, a brother can be someone strong or of higher status, regardless of age. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yang Gu?" This was Anna speaking on Yang Xion's behalf. Yang Xion cast a look of approval in the rearview mirror, and Anna felt elated to receive his acknowledgement. "So, I will also call you Yang Gu from now on." "Thank you, Yang Gu," Jingang Babi smiled. Yang Xion returned her smile and urged her to consume the crystal cores quickly, as they would reach Anna's home in about 10 minutes. Jingang Babi had already awakened her powers, and leveling up to 2 would further enhance her abilities. Thus, even in the face of unexpected events, she would not falter due to insufficient strength. Jingang Babi swallowed 9 crystal cores in one go. Immediately, she felt intense pain coursing through her body, curling up in her seat as she convulsed. During the evolution process, no one could aid her. They could only watch silently, as this was a journey everyone had to endure. After 10 minutes, Jingang Babi finally ceased her spasms. Slowly, she opened her eyes and sat up. Yang Xin reassessed Jinggang Bobby and noted that her body had undergone a remarkable transformation after leveling up. She had always been strong, but now her muscles were even more defined and toned. One of her arms was as thick as Yang Xin's leg. Due to the excessive muscle expansion, her clothes had torn, revealing the sinewy and robust muscles underneath. With a single punch, she could undoubtedly deliver a blow exceeding 800 kilograms. Yang Xin also noticed a faint mist of steam constantly evaporating from her body. He was uncertain whether this was due to perspiration from the pain, causing her body heat to evaporate the sweat, or something else entirely. In any case, she was distinctly different from others. After leveling up, "What changes do you feel in your body?" Yang Xin asked. "First, I'm not entirely sure, but I have a sense that I can now control every inch of my muscles and skin at will. Although I could do so before, it always felt laborious. After this upgrade, I feel as though this burden has been lifted," Jinggang Bobby explained, demonstrating her newfound abilities. Chapter 29. The Maxed-Out Succubus. "I can't take it anymore." Yang Xin gazed in astonishment at the transforming Jinggang Bobby. Initially, he assumed she would become more gorilla-like and robust after her transformation. However, he was utterly shocked by the result. She had transformed into a stunning beauty. Her muscles had retracted to a normal state, revealing supple skin, slender legs, and a delicate face. Her voice notwithstanding, she was easily a 95-point beauty. The pale, long legs glimmered under the faint moonlight, dazzling Yang Xin's eyes. And those exquisite feet, truly resembling jade. Not only were they soft and white, but her toenails looked as though they had been meticulously manicured, adorned with a silver anklet, even without a foot fetish. One could easily be tempted by just a glance. The bulging muscles had vanished, replaced by flawless skin and a slender figure. Her already attractive face now appeared even more three-dimensional, resembling an AI-generated perfection. Just one glance made one yearn to conquer her. While Yang Xin was surprised, he felt immensely satisfied. Although he had not obtained the mature woman, he had acquired a formidable ally and a top-tier beauty. This transaction was exceedingly worthwhile. "Yanggu, I can control my muscle and skin, allowing me to eliminate excess muscle. When I do so, my body enters a state of ultra-low load, greatly reducing physical consumption. I can also rapidly expand my muscles, significantly increasing my strength, albeit with a corresponding rise in energy expenditure," Jinggang Bobby explained earnestly. She was still unaware that her transformation had rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Originally, Yang Xin had intended to recruit her as his enforcer, but now he reconsidered. Such a lovely woman should not be overlooked. Yes, that would be ideal. Maintain this state when there's nothing to do, Yang Xin affirmed, as he greatly appreciated her current appearance. Merely gazing at her brought him joy. With this in mind, Yang Xin summoned a set of thermal gel fabric clothing, including a top and leggings, as well as socks. They were gray and slightly smaller than her actual size, intentionally designed to accentuate Jinggang Bobby's perfect physique, akin to wearing yoga attire that beautifully showcased her figure. "Yanggu, what is this?" Jinggang Bobby inquired, puzzled by the clothing. Yang Xin provided an explanation, and Jinggang Bobby soon understood that he and Anna were not immune to the cold nor possessed any special abilities. Rather, they wore clothing made from this unique material, which kept them warm. Upon learning this, Jinggang Bobby was overjoyed, relieved to no longer worry about frostbite. She immediately wanted to change, but when she turned her head, she found Yang Xin gazing at her, causing her face to flush. Before the apocalypse, she was the object of desire for many older men. Despite her muscular physique, which was considered attractive in her unique aesthetic culture, she was undeniably beautiful, though her figure did not conform to the typical standards of Asian beauty. Yang Xin also noticed Jinggang Bobby's gaze, but he paid it no mind. He had already set his sights on her. However, he felt that such words should not come from him, as that would diminish his stature. He glanced at the rearview mirror, and Anna, sensing the unspoken communication, felt a twinge of jealousy but quickly adjusted her demeanor. "By the way, I still don't know your name," Anna inquired. "Oh, I apologize for forgetting to introduce myself. My name is Selena," the formidable Barbie replied. "What a lovely name. I am Anna, and as for the person sitting next to you, I needn't introduce him, right? He is our leader. Since you have chosen to join us, there is one thing you must remember. Everything we have is provided by Brother Yang. Today, as it is now, it will always be so. Do not think that Brother Yang is merely powerful in combat. He possesses another ability. At this point, Yang Xin shot her a glance. Anna immediately understood. After all, Selena had just joined, and some things could not yet be revealed to her. For instance, Yang Xin has the ability to conjure any item he desires, and should this power be exposed, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Especially in the early stages when their strength is insufficient, if they were targeted, a few adversaries might be manageable, but against a horde or even an army, no amount of ammunition could withstand such a force. Ahem. Some things are still best left unsaid. In any case, Brother Yang is the man closest to a god. As long as he exists, you need not worry about food, clothing, or shelter in this apocalypse. Your living conditions will only improve, never diminish. The only prerequisite is that you must be utterly devoted to Brother Yang, just as I am, his rightful girlfriend. However, if Brother Yang desires, I can serve him alongside one or even multiple individuals. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Xin cast another approving glance at her. Initially, Anna had felt a twinge of jealousy, but now she increasingly regarded her proximity to such a godlike figure as a blessing earned over several lifetimes. She should no longer harbor any feelings of envy. Should Yang Xin become aware of such thoughts, he would undoubtedly be disappointed in her. Anna was adept at regulating her mindset, and in no time, she cast aside her foolish notions. Whatever Brother Yang favors, she too shall favor. Whatever he despises, she shall resent. Meanwhile, Anna's words were so clear that even a fool would grasp their meaning. Selena could not possibly remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, she lowered her head, caught in contemplation. Yang Xin was undeniably handsome and immensely capable. Most importantly, he had saved her and elevated her to level 2. All of this was indeed a gift from Yang Xin. Now, he was risking himself to accompany her home. Such a profound the entire room has been utterly consumed. It is worth noting that this room spans a staggering 30 square meters. How on earth did this creature manage to enter? At this moment, the worm opens and closes its mouth, emitting a chilling sound. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that its maw contains the upper half of a human body. That person is none other than Selena's mother. Her face is flushed crimson, seemingly still clinging to life. Feeling as though her body is being devoured piece by piece must be excruciatingly painful, wouldn't it? Selena can no longer endure this torment. She is determined to rush in and slay the monstrosity. Yang Xin restrains her, for he alone is aware of the true horror of that gigantic worm. It is a pinnacle level 3 maggot. Although its level does not surpass Yang Xin's, its flesh is thick and coarse, bristling with sharp spines. It may very well possess venom, and even in the absence of toxins, merely encountering such a creature would be repulsive. Brother Yang, I implore you to let me in. I wish to avenge my parents, Selena cries, her voice laced with desperation. Yang Xin offers no words in response. Instead, he conjures an object for her. If you seek vengeance, use this. Upon seeing the item, despair transforms into a glimmer of hope on Selena's face. Chapter 31. Instantaneous Demise of the Maggot.it is an RPG, 7 rocket launcher. Loaded with high explosive rounds, it is the very weapon Yang Xin previously wielded against the giant bear. Though the ammunition has now been replaced with high explosive shells, initially, Yang Xin contemplated acquiring a more powerful Barrett rifle, but after careful consideration, he deemed the rocket launcher far more suitable. After all, the lethality of the Barrett is significantly less than that of the rocket launcher. Furthermore, the enormous maggot nearly fills the entire room. A small hole may not yield a fatal impact. However, high explosive shells are an entirely different matter. No matter how large the creature, it would be reduced to mere fragments under such immense power. Selena, you must understand this. We are in the end times, and your mother's current state is beyond salvation. Rather than prolong her suffering, it would be merciful to grant her a swift end. With that, Yang Xin leaves the matter in Selena's hands. After saying this, he and Anna descend the stairs. Selena is an astute individual. She knows what she must do. Brother Yang, can Selena truly face such a colossal beast alone? Anna ponders, her jealousy momentarily overshadowed by concern for Yang Xin's feelings. I have observed that massive maggot closely. While it is indeed enormous and at the pinnacle of level 3, it possesses a critical flaw. It cannot move swiftly. It can only shuffle along, and as long as one maintains a safe distance, it poses no threat. Moreover, Its exterior shell may appear formidable, but it is merely relative. While ordinary firearms and blades may struggle to harm it, under the force of an RPG-7 loaded with high explosive shells, its chances of survival are less than 10. Anna, being a soldier from a combat nation, possesses a certain understanding of firearms. Following Yang Xin's explanation, she immediately comprehends the situation. "Brother Yang, you're amazing," Anna exclaims, leaning closely against his arm. Yang Xin feels the warmth of her presence and glances at her. This girl, though not as striking as Selena, is still a beauty in her own right. However, the grief of her recent loss clouds her features, stirring Yang Xin's protective instincts. After all, one tends to feel sympathy for the sorrowful, given their proximity. He decides to offer her some comfort, playfully pinching her cheek. "Don't ask where. Just appreciate the face." "Ah, Brother Yang, be gentle. Gentle." Selena fixates on her phone's screen, witnessing her mother's agonizing plight. Yang Xin's words ring true. Her mother cannot be saved. The upper half of her body has already been consumed by the maggot. Not only are there no medical resources amidst the apocalypse, but even with the best medical facilities in the world, survival in her condition is nearly impossible. Living on would only exacerbate her suffering. Tears cascade down Selena's cheeks as she recalls the beautiful moments shared with her parents throughout her life. Moments later, she retrieves a pipe camera, positioning herself at the edge of the living room, near the window. Glancing downward, she sees Yang Xin gazing up at her. Brother Yang has already devised a plan. She mutters softly, then she opens the window, swiftly loading the rocket launcher in one fluid motion. Taking a deep breath, she pulls the trigger. Farewell to the cherished past. Whoosh! The fiery projectile streaks toward the maggot-infested room. Simultaneously, Selena leaps from the window. Yang Xin catches her just as a deafening explosion reverberates from above. The villa's windows shatter from the shockwave, showering debris in every direction. Anna brandishes a large sunshade, shielding the trio from the onslaught. Selena gazes at the elegant figure cradling her, her heart racing. Selena's loyalty increased by 10, loyalty now at 75. Indeed, the best way to win a woman's heart is to appear during her moment of need. Demonstrating charm and valor, a single high-explosive round has garnered a 10 increase in loyalty. A worthy trade, and to think, this woman is breathtakingly beautiful, making it even more worthwhile. Brother Yang, thank you, Selena whispers as she steps out of Yang Xin's embrace. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Turning to face the remnants of her once happy home, she contemplates the bittersweet conclusion of it all. May there be no suffering in paradise. Yang Xin activates his X-ray vision once more, scanning the rubble for any sign of the maggot. "Wait here for me. I'll check upstairs. The creature is dead, and that crystal core must not be overlooked." The two women nod in agreement. Yang Xin ascends swiftly, utilizing his vision to locate the level 3 crystal core amidst the debris. Strangely, the core resembles a crystalline substance, yet it is indestructible, a fact learned through trials in his past life. This knowledge reassures Yang Xin, allowing him to confidently let Selena demolish the location. Securing the level 3 crystal core, he stows it away and descends to reunite with the two women. Time is of the essence. "We should return to the train." The women nod in agreement, and Anna heads to the vehicle. As Selena opens the car door, she casts one last glance at her home, now reduced to ruins. The journey back is fraught with an air of melancholy for both women. Yang Xin remains silent, granting them space to process their emotions. The snow-covered road is treacherous, and their vehicle moves sluggishly. After traveling approximately 5 kilometers, a sudden beam of light pierces the darkness. A vehicle approaches at breakneck speed. On such a slippery surface, it must be equipped with snow tires or anti-skid chains. Yang Xin's vehicle lacks such enhancements, and soon, the approaching vehicle catches up. As it draws near, Yang Xin peers through his X-ray vision, revealing it to be an off-road vehicle. As he suspected, it is outfitted with numerous anti-skid devices. Inside are 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, each with Asian features. Just as Yang Xin comprehends the situation, the off-road vehicle accelerates, colliding with the rear of their taxi. The taxi spirals out of control, completing a full 360-degree turn before crashing into a tree. The hood flies open, and a plume of white smoke billows from the engine compartment. Anna barely escapes being knocked unconscious by the rapidly deploying airbag. Yang Xin, having anticipated the impact, braces himself against the seat's frame, narrowly avoiding being thrown forward. Selina is fortunate. Yang Xion's hand firmly restrains her in her seat. However, the placement of that hand rests upon a particularly soft and delicate area. Yang Xion turns his head to assess the situation. "Are you both all right?" "I'm fine," Anna replies, shaking her head. "I'm also okay." Selina stammers, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yang Xion notices her gaze fixated on his arm. Following her line of sight, he realizes that his hand is firmly grasping her. Just then, a loud bang resonates from outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being readied. Everyone, get out of the car. Chapter 32. A Day's Loyalty, Daily Loyalty. Upon hearing the voice outside, Yang Xion chuckles, removing his hand from Selina's delicate grasp. Initially, he had thought the taxi was moving too slowly and contemplated switching vehicles. However, throughout the journey, he had seen no cars with their engines running. In this frigid temperature, if a vehicle isn't running, it has a high probability of being unable to start. To avoid wasting time. They had not stopped along the way. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected opportunity presents itself. Yang Xion steps out of the car, raising his hands in surrender. A blinding light shines on his face. Making it difficult to see, he soon feels a sharp kick to his body. Yet, Yang Xion remains unmoved, prompting a surprised gasp from his assailant. "Oh, so you are quite the fighter." The next moment, a cloud of smoke is blown into his face. At the same time, Anna and Selina exit the vehicle. As the two women appear, the leading men's eyes nearly pop out of their heads. "Damn, what stunning beauties," one exclaims. "I can't believe my luck. Even in the apocalypse, I encounter such gorgeous women. I'm going to get rich." The man wielding the shotgun approaches Anna, his hand reaching toward her face. Just as his fingers are about to make contact, he feels a cold sensation and suddenly, his hand is severed at the wrist. With a thud, the hand falls to the ground. "Ah, you bastard." The other man, witnessing this, immediately raises his gun to fire. Bang. The gun emits a flash of flame. But just as the bullet exits the chamber, a streak of white light flashes by, cleaving the bullet in two. A gleaming sword, shimmering with white light, is poised at the man's throat. This entire sequence of events unfolds with such fluidity that even the spotlight illuminating Yang Xion's face fails to capture it. The moment two women caught sight of the unfolding scene, they turned and fled in haste. Anna swiftly drew her firearm, and with a series of loud gunshots, bang, 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 the bullets struck the path of their escape. The two women halted, pleading, "Please don't kill us. We were coerced." Yang Xion disarmed the man and promptly handed the knife to Selina. He then approached the two women, not for any other reason but to appraise their appearance closely. Yet, upon a mere glance, his interest waned. The only certainty was that both were from the Dragon Kingdom, dressed provocatively, but their looks were utterly unremarkable, barely scraping a passing mark of 60. Such mediocrity certainly failed to captivate Yang Xion. "As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want," one of the women implored, suddenly kneeling to undo Yang Xion's belt. "How utterly revolting. Have you even considered your own appearance? Be gone." Yang Xion kicked her over with disdain. The other woman also knelt, begging for mercy. "Please, brother, don't kill me. Compared to your two beautiful companions, I know I'm not your type. But men always crave novelty. Don't they? No matter how beautiful a woman is, eventually, she becomes tiresome. A change of taste can be quite delightful. Don't you think, brother?" Such words revolted Yang Xion, especially the way she coyly called him brother. He shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his body. "Get lost?" he shouted, kicking her down as well. The fact that when the two women arrived, Yang Xion had already lit a cigarette. In a mere 10 minutes, the zombies in the hospital had been eradicated. A total of 10 level 2 crystal cores and 33 level 1 crystal cores were collected. This moment, there were still 40 minutes until the train's departure. Time was of the essence. "Let us depart," Yang Xion remarked, rising to prepare for their exit. However, as he stood, he was suddenly beset by fragmented visions flashing before his eyes. What was happening? Yang Xion covered his eyes, while the two women anxiously supported him. "Brother Yang, what is wrong?" Selina inquired. "Please don't scare me, Brother Yang," Anna added. Yang Xion disregarded their concerns, closing his eyes to delve deeper into the recently flickering images. This time, the visuals became even clearer. the scene was shrouded in darkness. Seemingly within a cage, as beams of light pierced through the night, the images sharpened. Yang Xin noticed the owner of this vision appeared to have bird-like talons. Huh? The feathers bore blue markings? Why did this feel so familiar? Wait a moment. Could it be this my hawk, alive? Yang Xin was overwhelmed with excitement. In the next instant, he grasped the situation. It was indeed alive, but Yang Xin could not discern its loyalty level. How could it share its vision with him without consuming loyalty food? Yang Xin speculated that the hawk lacked the complex emotions characteristic of humans. It simply understood the need to remain loyal to its master, with Yang Xin being its eternal owner. Thus, to a certain extent, the gourd had implicitly deemed the hawk to possess 101 loyalty. To ascertain this further, one need only check if any new loyalty fruits had sprouted within the gourd. With this thought, Yang Xin entered the gourd, only to find a single fruit belonging to Selena hanging upon the tree. Yang Xion's conjecture proved correct. The hawk was indeed different from others. It possessed no visible loyalty. Thus no fruits would grow. This allowed it to circumvent the rule. In simpler terms, it had exploited a glitch. As for why the hawk had not activated visual sharing in the previous life, Yang Xian surmised that such sharing required a prerequisite condition, namely, the presence of a partner with unwavering 101 loyalty. And in this life, he had begun with Nicola as his 101 loyal companion, thereby fulfilling that prerequisite. With this understanding, Yang Xian continued to observe, just as he noticed arcs of electricity dancing upon the hawk's wings. This creature had awakened a lightning ability, identical to its previous incarnation. However, this time it was markedly more formidable. Based on current circumstances, the hawk's combat prowess was at least 2 to 3 times that of its former self. Truly impressive. Many aspects had changed since his rebirth, and as time progressed, these changes grew increasingly pronounced. Yang Xian could only attribute everything to the butterfly effect. One could say that his previous life had commenced in hell, while this life began in paradise. The two were fundamentally distinct. Yang Xian was so exhilarated that he nearly drooled. The lightning attribute ability was elemental, and indeed the pinnacle of elemental powers. Should this ability flourish, it would be akin to a living embodiment of Dr. Manhattan. Its might surpassed mere celestial or terrestrial descriptions. The capacity to destroy and reconstruct any material was but a thought away. Just as Yang Xian was lost in reverie, he sensed the hawk becoming restless. The birdcage began to sway, and soon, he heard the commotion of people in a frenzy, their cries echoing throughout. Peering through the gaps, he soon discerned flickering flames. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. From the panicked crowd and the sporadic bursts of fire, Yang Xian deduced that the train had indeed come under attack. He attempted to soothe the hawk through their mental connection. Upon hearing Yang Xian's voice, the hawk responded with excited chirps. Alive, listen to me. Focus your energy and unleash the lightning within you to break free from this cage, then soar into the sky. Can you do that? Chapter 34. The appearance of the red-haired fire woman. Yang Xian resupplies with Red Bull as soon as he finished speaking. It appeared that the hawk truly understood. It began to flap its wings energetically. Before long, arcs of electricity danced around its claws. Suddenly, its body trembled, the gray-blue feathers bristling, as the air within the cage crackled ominously. Yang Xian was astonished to see tiny arcs of electricity flickering in the hawk's pupils, as if a storm was brewing within. With a piercing shriek, the hawk unfurled its wings, and a small bolt of lightning erupted from its beak, striking the cage's lock with precision. The metallic clasp shattered instantly, and the cage door swung open. The hawk flapped its wings and ascended, its feathers alive with tiny sparks of electricity, resembling a sprite from a fantastical realm. What is that? Holy smokes! For exclamations, incredible! That must be a lightning sprite from heaven. No way! 2 exclamations, the Lightning King. Come on, is it really that exaggerated? Even the birds have mutated. When will it be our turn to rule the world? What the heck? 3 exclamations, the moment the hawk emerged. Yang Xian beheld the source of the flames. A group of strangers had entered the carriage, led by a striking beauty with cascading red waves of hair. Her attire was provocative, bordering on scandalous. An intricately cut leather jacket atop a pair of ultra-short shorts, with red bandages wrapped around her calves, showcasing her alluring legs. While such attire may seem acceptable in a carriage where the temperature soared above 10 degrees Celsius, it was evident that this woman had just stepped in from the frigid outdoors. How was she able to withstand such cold in her garb, which was wholly unsuitable for an environment of -40 or 50 degrees? As young Xin pondered, he noticed flames dancing between her fingers. A fire elemental. No wonder she was unfazed by the cold. She was indeed a fire user. The sudden appearance of the hawk, coupled with the arcs of electricity coursing through it, left the newly arrived woman astounded. This adorable creature can control lightning. It would be the perfect companion for me. Capture that little bird, and you passengers, lie still and do not move. Upon her command, a group of individuals surged forth, wreaking havoc in the carriage. Thankfully, the hawk was nimble enough to evade capture amidst the chaos. You useless fools, do not harm it. Otherwise, I will roast you alive and feed you to the pigs tonight. Yes, Captain. At this juncture, the scene abruptly halted. It was not young Xion's intention to sever the vision. Rather, another image forcefully intruded. It was akin to a video call being interrupted by an incoming one. The new scene emerged, revealing the train's restroom, with Nicola as its occupant. Brother Yang, the train has been attacked. Nicola's voice sounded weary, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. He succinctly recounted the recent events. It turned out that shortly after young Xion and the others had departed, a group had arrived. Upon learning that the train was bound for the Dragon Kingdom, they demanded that all passengers relinquish their supplies and disembark, threatening to kill them otherwise. Naturally, Nicola could not comply. He had promised young Xion to safeguard the train. Thus, he engaged in combat with the assailants. Those individuals were no pushovers either. They wielded weapons acquired from unknown sources. After a protracted battle, Nicola managed to slay 6 or 7 of them. His display of strength sent the remaining attackers fleeing in terror. Just when he thought they had retreated, a woman appeared, capable of manipulating flames. Initially, Nicola could hold his ground, but once his ammunition ran out, he had no choice but to flee. After all, one was ranged, the other close combat. Staying meant certain exhaustion. Ultimately, Nicola took refuge in carriage number 4, leveraging his knowledge of the layout to quietly slip into the restroom. There, surrounded by zombies, the assailants were unlikely to search. As for why Nicola had not informed young Xion sooner, Nicola had always been rather dim-witted. But his intelligence had slightly improved with his elevation to level 3, restoring some of his mental faculties. However, this was still far from the level of a normal person. It was only upon the hawk's emergence that Nicola inexplicably felt as though a door had opened within his mind. This door had been tightly shut. No matter how he pushed, it remained impenetrable. Eventually, he paid the price of dizziness and a nosebleed to force it open. This door led to young Xion's visual sharing. The previous door had been occupied by the hawk. From this information, young Xion understood that visual sharing could only involve one individual or one life form at a time. He speculated that this limitation arose from either his own low level or the insufficient levels of both parties involved, rendering them incapable of accommodating more visual sharing. Having grasped the sequence of events, young Xion bore no resentment toward Nicola. It was truly not his fault. He had fulfilled his responsibilities. Stay hidden here and do not venture out. I will call for you shortly. Young Xion severed the visual sharing and, along with the 2 women, drove towards the train station. The brief 10-minute visual sharing had drained a significant portion of young Xion's mental energy. This mental fatigue far surpassed that incurred by his X-ray vision, which merely imposed a temporal limitation. After a while, his eyes would grow weary. In contrast, this visual sharing was a true drain on his mental resources, leaving him exhausted both mentally and physically. In a bid to swiftly replenish his mental energy, young Xion promptly exchanged for a series of Red Bulls. Nothing could be more effective for revitalizing and combating fatigue than a few cans of Red Bull. Anna, seated in the passenger seat, immediately understood young Xion's intent upon seeing the manifested Red Bulls. Swiftly, she seized one and popped the tab. Meanwhile, Selena in the back seat was equally quick to open another can of Red Bull. The 2 cans were simultaneously brought to young Xion's lips. However, on the slippery roads of a snowy day, young Xion steadfastly grasped the steering wheel, unable to free his hands. Anna suddenly conceived a plan that, although made her blush before even beginning, was worth the embarrassment to help young Xion recover swiftly. With determination, she chugged half a can of Red Bull. Her cheeks puffed out, and then turned to face young Xion. It must be said that while this method appeared rather foolish, it proved surprisingly effective. At the very least, Yang Xin seemed to appreciate this approach. After all, what could be more effective than this method of artificial respiration compared to a mere straw? Meanwhile, Selena in the back seat was not so fortunate. It wasn't that she was unwilling to part with her first kiss, but rather that her position constrained her from doing so. A tinge of disappointment washed over her. Before long, Yang Xin drained an entire series of Red Bull cans, his mental and physical energy steadily replenishing. After a hearty belch, having consumed 6 cans, he indeed felt a bit overstuffed. Anna kindly wiped his mouth with a tissue. In this regard, Selena could not compete with Anna. She secretly resolved to sit in the passenger seat next time to properly serve Brother Yang. At that moment, the off-road vehicle finally arrived at the train station. Just then, a blazing fireball erupted in the direction of the train, followed by a bolt of purple lightning shooting skyward. Chapter 35. The red-haired firewoman is an ex-addict. 3 minutes earlier. Inside carriage number 7, the smell of charred material filled the air, and the ceiling was marred with large black stains. 5 burly men surrounded an overturned seat, pursuing and cornering their target. A small creature deftly weaved through the gaps in the luggage racks, its wings occasionally emitting tiny arcs of electricity. Another man screamed as he tumbled from his seat, his palm branded with a coin-sized burn mark, evidence of having been struck by lightning. The ability to manipulate lightning was growing ever stronger. "You useless bunch! You can't even catch a little bird!" The red-haired firewoman kicked aside a subordinate who was rolling on the ground, clutching his groin. "What else can you do besides chasing women?" Huh! Suddenly, a blinding blue light exploded in midair, and a hawk shot forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at the red-haired firewoman. She sidestepped just in time, the tail feathers brushing past her ear. Leaving a thin inside the VR headset, Yang Xin chuckled. Did these fools truly believe they were engaged in battle? Airstrikes? How absurd. This was nothing short of a massacre. The agonizing screams from outside alerted the enemies within the vehicle. They peered out, and their souls nearly fled in terror. What kind of firepower did the adversary possess? In an instant, 6 or 7 of their comrades were annihilated. Each body was horrifically mangled. The car windows were splattered with blood. A gruesome display of crimson. It was utterly terrifying. Oh, how frightful. Woe is me. I long to return home to my mother to prevent the 2 fortunate souls from escaping. Yang Xin resolutely affixed his finger to the firing button. Advancing forward, soon, he maneuvered to the side of the 2 fortunate individuals' cover. They cowered low, clutching their heads, waiting for the gunfire to cease. At last, the cacophony of gunfire subsided. They slowly raised their heads only to behold the drone's muzzle aimed directly at them. The pair instantly wet themselves in fear. "Daddy, don't hit me. No, no, Daddy, spare me." Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. "Oh dear, why didn't you speak up sooner? You took too long to say anything." With the outside threat dealt with, Yang Xin continued his advance into the vehicle. Just 10 seconds prior, the occupants had slammed the car door shut, intending to thwart the drone's entry. Yang Xin regarded the tightly shut door, hesitating briefly. Then, he veered off in the opposite direction. He departed, quickly contacting the captain. "We are under attack by a drone. Damn it, who the hell designed this drone? I want to chop him to bits. What is going on with this thing?" A man clad in a military coat seized a passenger by the collar and inquired. I don't know." Bang! The man in the military coat shot the passenger, obliterating his skull. "Don't just stand there, speak up." The military coat man then grabbed another by the hair. "You say, speak up or die." I'll tell you. That's a drone." "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me." Bang! The man's head was shattered. The others were dumbfounded. Was this even a question? This was nothing less than a death sentence. "Whatever you say, you'll be killed." What a travesty. "You. Oh, what a lovely young lady," just as the military coat man was about to get rough. He noticed the woman before him clad in scant attire, revealing her alluring figure. She raised her head, her face exquisite, more beautiful than any star. He had never encountered such a stunning woman in reality. And she was a foreign beauty. Having worked in the combat nation for years, he had never had the chance with a foreign woman. To think that even in the apocalypse, he would be graced with such fortune. Truly, heaven was kind to him. To be intimate with this foreign beauty, Even death would be worth it. Little lady, why don't you remove your clothing for me to admire? The military coat man licked his lips, leering at the woman, who happened to be Maria, whom Yang Xin had recently recruited. There are too many people here, big brother. If you desire her, we can go to the restroom. Maria flirtatiously teased the military coat man. He was utterly captivated. Merely gazing at her had left him spellbound. Just a casual beckon from Maria made him tremble. Beautiful lady, I'll follow your lead. Let us hurry to the restroom. Hey, old Wang. What on earth are you doing at a time like this? If that drone comes in, we'll all be dead here. One of his companions shouted urgently. To hell with the drone. I've never had the chance to be with a foreign woman. Dying under the peony flowers is a romantic death. I'll do as I please. The military coat man, old Wang, didn't he even glance back and followed Maria to the restroom. His companion stomped his feet in frustration. Those who are dead. Those who have fled. Now it's just me and these two inexperienced foreign students left. Zhang, what are we to do now? The dead are gone. The fleeing have fled, and we have no clue where the captain is. Isn't this the end? Damn it, this place is no longer tenable. We need to find the captain. He can surely bring down the drone. Zhang declared. Where is the captain? She went to the front to find the driver. With that, Zhang opened the car door, glanced around cautiously, and seeing no immediate danger, stealthily made his way towards the front. 3 minutes earlier, inside the train's engine compartment. It hurts, hee. I'll burn the remaining hair off. Will you tell me the truth? The red-haired firewoman's palm flickered with flames. The second driver's pants had turned blackened. I am telling the truth. The bomb is in this box. If you don't believe me, release me, and you can dismantle it yourself. Humph. I refuse to believe anyone could bring a bomb onto a train. You clearly trying to deceive me with that. The red-haired firewoman hurled another flame at the second driver. The burning driver screamed in agony. If you burn me any further, I'll become an old hag. Spare me, heroic lady. Then will you tell me the truth? Why can't the train depart? The driver was at a loss for words. Having spoken the truth, he was met with disbelief. What more do you want from me? Damn it, if there's a bomb, we can't depart. If the train moves, we'll all be blown to bits. If you still don't believe me, then go ahead and burn me. My life is already devoid of meaning. The driver cried sorrowfully. Caught in the apocalypse with family missing, and now this. His only treasure had been burned. I don't want to live anymore. The red-haired firewoman frowned, having exhausted all her methods. She had tortured this driver to such a degree, there was no reason for him not to speak the truth. But who could have brought a bomb onto the train? This was unfathomable. Then tell me, how can we find that person? The red-haired firewoman asked. I overheard their conversation. That man seems to have returned home with a beautiful woman. I'm not sure what they did, but considering the time, they should be back soon. The red-haired firewoman wanted to ask more when she suddenly heard a flurry of gunfire outside. Captain, someone's coming. The red-haired firewoman peeked out the window and saw chaos erupting near the 7th carriage. A drone was mercilessly shooting at her subordinates. Which fool is causing trouble now? What an unfortunate day. Having just driven off a special forces soldier, now a high-tech drone appears. Will I never catch a break? I just want to return to Dragon Country and marry a sturdy, honest man. The red-haired firewoman immediately commanded her 2 subordinates to bind the driver's hands and feet. I'll be back shortly. Don't even think about escaping. In truth, this warning was unnecessary. The first driver was barely alive, and the second driver, with his pants singed, could hardly move without pain. Where would he flee to? After completing this task, the red-haired firewoman and her 2 subordinates rushed towards the 7th carriage. However, the moment they descended, the red-haired firewoman sensed a killing intent. Her brow furrowed. Relying on her instincts, she rolled to the side. Tumbling beneath the platform, at that moment, gunfire erupted. The 2 subordinates were instantly riddled with bullets. Inside the VR headset, Yang Xin was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected to be discovered despite his careful concealment. Yang Xin pursued relentlessly, soaring above the tracks, preparing to shoot. However, as soon as he revealed himself, a fireball struck the drone's head. In the next instant, the camera was engulfed in scorching flames, and video feed was lost. Fortunately, the firing system remained intact. Relying on memory, Yang Xin pressed the trigger, continuously firing at the last known locations. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Yet, this situation did not last long. 2 seconds later, the drone completely lost signal. Damn it. Yang Xin removed the headset, and the two women immediately surrounded him. Yang, how did it go? Did you take care of it? Yang Xin shook his head. Yang, let me give it a try. Selena hesitated slightly. I've reached level 2. I should contribute to the team. I'll accompany Selena. More hands make for lighter work. Anna agreed. This is not about fighting zombies. It's not as simple as firing a few shots to win. The enemy is a fire-type ability user, akin to a ranged mage. Selena, while your powers are formidable, you are primarily a close combat fighter. Against a ranged ability user, you will be at a disadvantage, Yang Xin explained to the two. Selena lowered her head upon hearing this. She had initially wanted to impress Yang, only to find herself in this position. What are we to do then? Are we abandoning the train? Anna pressed for answers. No, why would we? The train is our only means of returning to Dragon Country. We certainly cannot relinquish it without a fight, Yang Xin asserted. So how do we reclaim it? The two women asked in unison. Chapter 37. Hi there, beautiful. Were you looking for me? Yang Xin did not respond, merely offering a faint smile. On the other side, the red-haired firewoman had just crawled up from the tracks, still shaken. That was far too perilous. Had she not reacted swiftly and sensed the imminent danger, she would likely have met the same fate as her two subordinates, turned into a heap of mangled flesh. The red-haired firewoman inspected the wreckage of the drone on the ground. This drone, even in the post-apocalyptic world, would be considered high-tech. Even the military might struggle to produce something of this caliber. Who is controlling it? Is it the same individual who planted the bomb at the front? The red-haired firewoman pondered when suddenly, 3 figures came running towards her. Captain, it's so good to see you unharmed. Zhang panted. Is it just the 3 of you left? The red-haired firewoman countered with a question. Strictly speaking, there should be 4 of us, Zhang replied. The red-haired firewoman glanced back, searching for the 4th person. Yes, with a woman, Zhang said, hesitating to elaborate. Upon hearing this, the red-haired firewoman's serious expression broke into hearty laughter. What a chaotic situation, where those who lead are as reckless as the soldiers they command. Engaging in promiscuity, their subordinates are equally depraved, their minds nearly lost, yet they still possess an interest in such matters. Captain, when can we depart? The carriage is rigged with explosives, and until they are disarmed, we cannot leave. What shall we do then? Contact my cousin and urge him to come quickly. His university major is ammunition engineering and explosive technology. He should be able to defuse the bomb. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, in carriage 7, the passengers, seeing the invaders flee, finally felt a wave of relief wash over their tense emotions. They exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. Although Yang Xin is formidable, at this moment, that red-haired fire maiden appears even more powerful. With no one guarding them, it is their chance to escape. As if sharing a silent understanding, everyone rose to gather their belongings. Just then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the restroom. The door burst open, and a man stumbled out, clutching his groin. Damn it! That wretched woman has severed my manhood. Following him, Maria emerged from the restroom, clutching a bloodied object in her left hand, which she carelessly tossed to the ground. Crushing it underfoot. You vile creature! I will strangle you, bang. The man's words barely left his lips before his head was blown apart by a gunshot. The weapon was the one Maria had taken from the soldier in the military coat. She had long awaited this moment. Filthy dog. One shot did not quell her rage. Maria relentlessly bludgeoned the lifeless body with the guns, but, countless strikes later, Qin Mingyao intervened, urging her to stop. Maria, enough. He is already dead. Without uttering a word, Maria handed the gun to Qin Mingyao and rushed to the restroom to wash her hands furiously. It was utterly revolting. Maria nearly retched from the stench. Had he never bathed since birth? Revolting. Qin Mingyao, gun in hand, pointed it at those preparing to leave. One is allowed to move. The crowd froze in confusion. Who are you? By what right do you prevent us from leaving? Until Brother Yang returns. None of you are permitted to depart, Qin Mingyao stated sternly. The passengers exchanged glances. While Maria had some connection to Yang Xin, being a nurse and having been promised a place in their group, you are merely an outsider. Yang Xin may not even know of your existence. What gives you the audacity? It has been so long. He may already be dead outside, if we do not leave now. When that red-haired woman returns, we will be trapped. You are nobody. What right do you have to stop us? You are not even Yang Xin's teammate. Indeed, you are correct. You have no authority to obstruct us. Then do I have that authority? Maria seized the gun from Qin Mingyao. The group exchanged glances, recognizing that although Maria held a firearm, she remained merely a fragile woman, her intimidation far inferior to that of the red-haired fire maiden and her crew. Maria was acutely aware of this truth. With Nikolai unaccounted for and Yang Xin's fate unknown, was it worth risking her life to defend this place? Reason urged her to abandon it and escape with Qin Mingyao while they could. Yet deep within, a voice persistently urged her to stay. That voice belonged to Yang Xin. Ever since she witnessed Yang Xin conjure whatever was necessary from thin air, Maria felt bewitched. She believed that only by following Yang Xin could she survive in this apocalypse. Leaving him would be the most foolish act. With this thought, Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will meet the same fate, Maria shouted, pointing at the corpse of the soldier in the military coat. The onlookers gazed at the body, and ultimately, fear triumphed over reason. What do you expect us to wait for? That Dragon Kingdom fellow might already be dead. Get a grip, if we do not leave now. Whether it is the red-haired fire maiden or that peculiar drone returning, we will be trapped. You will get us killed. Maria looked out the window and softly said, He will definitely return. Captain, your brother's phone is off. We cannot reach him. What about his companions? None of their phones are connecting. How could this happen? Although Xiaofeng loves to play, he has never neglected serious matters. With that, the red-haired fire maiden, not losing hope, snatched the phone and dialed again. The result remained the same. Unable to connect, she tried calling her own phone, and it went through perfectly, indicating that the issue was not with the signal or the devices. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Xiaofeng was in trouble. Realizing this, the red-haired fire maiden could no longer remain calm. Others may perish, but her cousin was her beloved. They shared a bond that transcended friendship. Back when they first became curious about romantic matters, they indulged in forbidden fruit. Even after they each entered relationships, that unrestrained feeling continued to thrill them both. Her cousin cannot die. It must be the person behind that drone who harmed him. Considering the driver's conveyed information, Xiaofeng's sudden disappearance, and the drone's unexpected attack, the red-haired fire maiden was nearly certain that it was the same individual. I merely wanted to seize your train, yet you sought to annihilate my people and take my life. Ah, I will kill you. The red-haired fire maiden's eyes turned blood-red, her crimson hair swirling as if possessed around her. The temperature surged dramatically within a 10-meter radius. In the frigid weather, suddenly it felt as if a furnace had ignited. Captain! A few in the water grew fearful. Bring me the person behind that drone. I will kill him. This time, the red-haired fire maiden was truly enraged. Hey, beautiful, are you looking for me? Chapter 38. She really knows how to handle men. Just as the red-haired fire maiden's fury reached its zenith, someone dared to show themselves. Following the voice, she noticed an unexpected sight. Hundreds of drones hovering in the air. Each drone bore a bulging white bag. The contents obscured by the darkness. What is happening? A drone performance. You are the one who killed my cousin, aren't you? Fueled by rage, the red-haired fire maiden shouted at the swarm of drones. Your cousin? Who? Yang Xin, puzzled, responded. After killing so many, who knows who your cousin is? Lu Xiaofeng. What about him? Yang Xin inquired. You killed my cousin. Who? You? What did I do? You killed my cousin. Who? You? What did I do? I will kill you. The red-haired fire maiden was seething with rage. Her fiery hair seemed to defy gravity, each strand standing on end. She whipped her burning locks, igniting flames in her hands, with fire licking at her fingertips. In the next instant, a massive fireball appeared seemingly from nowhere, hurtling towards the swarm of drones. Meanwhile, Yang Xin reacted swiftly. He directed the front row of drones to break away from the group and collide directly with the fireball. Fool! Do you not learn from your mistakes? My fireball reaches temperatures over 1,000 degrees, effortlessly melting your tin cans. Boom! The fireball collided with the drones in front, and just as the red-haired fire maiden believed she had triumphed once more, the skies suddenly unleashed a freezing rain. The icy droplets pelted her beautiful face mercilessly. Wiping the ice off her face, the red-haired fire maiden realized. No wonder they dared to approach. They came prepared. Do you think a little water can defeat me? Wait a moment. Is this ice yellowish, and it has a foul smell? How does my urine taste? The voice of Yang Xin echoed from the drone speaker. Infuriated, the red-haired fire maiden stomped her feet in anger. I will kill you 100 times over. With that, she clasped her hands together, causing the flames around her to swell dramatically, attempting to evaporate all the water. If she did not dry herself quickly, the cold would soon turn her into an ice sculpture. However, the drone's assault did not relent. A second wave of drones swiftly followed, dropping white plastic bags from above. The red-haired fire maiden was no fool. Having learned from her previous misstep, she dodged and weaved. Yet these drones were incredibly fast. No matter how she ran or jumped, they quickly caught up. If this continued, her stamina would inevitably wane. The red-haired fire maiden was left with no choice but to brace herself, gathering flames around her. The clash of water and fire filled the air with a thick mist. Surrounded by the vapor, her vision blurred. She attempted to disperse the fog with her flames, but each fiery explosion was suppressed by the incoming water. The relentless downpour soon drenched her completely, leaving her shivering. Enough! Finally unable to endure any longer, the red-haired fire maiden leaped into the air, conjuring a massive fireball, and hurled it at the drone swarm. The fireball exploded in midair, engulfing several drones. Yang Xin remained unperturbed, swiftly maneuvering the remaining drones to maintain distance, pouring water from an elevated position. He was unconcerned about the water freezing due to the low temperatures. All of it had been treated and salted. As the cycle continued, the red-haired fire maiden found herself unable to completely destroy the drones. There were simply too many, an endless supply. Why does this guy have so many drones? Does this battle nation not intervene? Panting heavily, the red-haired fire maiden felt the flames around her flicker inconsistently. Her energy was being drained while the drone swarm's assault seemed never-ending. Ultimately, her fiery spirit was completely subdued, leaving her to stand helplessly in place, allowing the salt water to wash over her body. Inside the VR headset, Yang Xin silently observed the scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. The battle had come to an end. I beg you, concede. Please, no more drenching. The red-haired fire woman clutched her arms tightly, trembling as if she were in a frenzy. She could scarcely utter a complete sentence. Seeing this, her subordinate, Brother Zhang, immediately shed his down jacket and draped it over her. Meanwhile, the other two university students, sensing the dire situation, hastily fled. Their loyalty was undeniably apparent. Simultaneously, the swarm of drones began to withdraw. Through the night, three figures slowly approached the entrance. The leading man had a falcon perched upon his shoulder. The drone swarm enveloped the trio, ensuring no unforeseen incidents could occur. How excessively cautious! The red-haired fire woman had already succumbed to the cold, her fiery temper extinguished. What cousins, what men! She simply desired to retreat indoors and bask by a warm fire. Yang Xin stepped closer, scrutinizing the red-haired fire woman before him. To his surprise, she was quite beautiful, possessing an admirable physique and fair skin. Despite her current disheveled state, her allure remained undiminished. Had she been a coarse man or one deemed below an 80 in appearance, Yang Xin would have likely dispatched him without a second thought. However, for now, he would first confine her. With this in mind, Yang Xin instructed Anna and Selena to bind the two individuals. He then escorted them to carriage No. 7. The crowd witnessed Yang Xin's return. Having successfully defeated the red-haired fire woman, they erupted in cheers. Wow! Incredible! Mr. Yang is amazing. Evil must be met with evil. Kill her. That vile woman has caused my brother's death. Yang Xin paid no heed to their remarks. Just then, Maria suddenly threw herself into Yang Xin's embrace. Brother Yang, you've finally returned. I knew you would. Loyalty of Maria increased by 5. Loyalty at 90. Meanwhile, Qin Mengyao observed from a distance. Without Yang Xin's permission, she dared not approach. Yang Xin patted Maria's shoulder, offering reassurance. My dear, I'm sorry to have worried you. My dear. This term sparked jealousy in Anna and Selena. Brother Yang had never addressed either of them in such a manner. Why should this newcomer be favored? Yang Xin instructed the others to tidy up the area and notified Nicola to return. Upon his arrival, Nicola was astonished to see the red-haired fire woman subdued by Yang Xin. He had risked his life to eliminate only 5 or 6 of the enemy, while Yang Xin had effortlessly vanquished their entire team in mere moments. Brother Yang is truly formidable. On the other side, Yang Xin secured the red-haired firewoman to the bed. Big brother, I implore you, do not kill my captain. If you must harm someone, let it be me. I will not falter, Brother Zhang interjected. What is your relationship with her? Yang Xin inquired curiously. Nothing much, just shared a bed once. You wouldn't be falling for me, would you? You filthy man. Brother Zhang had not yet spoken when the red-haired firewoman jumped in to answer first. Upon hearing this, Yang Xin was intrigued. What was this about sharing a bed? This was precisely the sort of gossip he relished. Please elaborate on your nocturnal escapades. Brother Zhang's face flushed at the suggestion. While the red-haired firewoman remained unfazed, recounting their encounter, it turned out that the firewoman's command over her subordinates was not solely due to her extraordinary abilities. A significant part of it stemmed from her adeptness at seducing men. Chapter 39. A man cannot say no. If one fails, simply replace him. She regarded her body as a mere tool, an unequivocal instrument, as long as one was willing to join her and possessed some notable skills. The red-haired firewoman would engage in. This not only satisfied her pathological desires, but also fostered closer ties with her subordinates, who were more than willing participants. However, not every man could gain her favor. They must be appealing to her and possess special skills. Otherwise, they would merely be treated to a captivating dance. With her striking appearance, what normal man could resist? Upon hearing this, Yang Xin meticulously examined the red-haired firewoman's physique. Noticing Yang Xin's gaze, she chuckled mischievously. Hee-hee at a bunch of filthy men, unable to withstand the sight of my alluring body. You are no different. What, are you eager to indulge? This woman certainly knew no bounds. She spoke with such audacity, unflinching. Indulge? I fear I might be poisoned. Who has empoison? You possess empoison. Your entire family is afflicted. Oh, you seem agitated. Quite fiery, aren't you? Even in this state, your tongue remains sharp. Filthy man, stop pretending to be calm. I know you are itching to mount me right now. Come, unleash your primal instincts. Show me all your tricks. I shall be more than willing to cooperate. The red-haired firewoman was firmly bound to the bed, writhing in an attempt to awaken the wild beast within Yang Xin. Yet, Yang Xin had weathered many storms. If judging solely by looks and physique, the red-haired firewoman might score a solid 90, comparable to Anna, albeit still a notch below Selena. Her true allure lay in her brazen demeanor, which, in certain contexts, could provoke a man's primal urges, leaving them vulnerable to her advances. With this in mind, Yang Xin activated his X-ray vision. Sure enough, hidden within the red-haired firewoman's secrets was a mechanism. On its inner side lay a circle of razor-sharp blades. Should she choose, she could activate it at a critical moment, inflicting severe injury on any intruder. This woman was indeed ruthless to have set such a trap. Fortunately, Yang Xin had not allowed his baser instincts to cloud his judgment. Had he succumbed, he would have become the last eunuch in this post-apocalyptic world. Are you still a man? Come, me? The red-haired firewoman, frustrated by Yang Xin's reluctance to engage, grew desperate. Her thoughts were straightforward. The man before her had slain her cousin and wiped out her entire team. In this desolate world, she was left vulnerable and scarred. This vendetta must be avenged, and it must be done with fervor. With the red-haired firewoman's provocative words and her incessant writhing, Brother Zhang watched with wide eyes, his throat convulsing. Noticing this, Yang Xin suddenly conceived a cunning idea. Just as he was about to act on this notion, Maria hurried over, tapping him on the shoulder. They stepped aside, and Maria spoke. Brother Yang, the second driver is injured. His dot has sustained severe burns and is currently in a state of distress, refusing to drive. Nicola, Anna, Selena, you all stay here. Maria and I will handle this. Understood, Brother Yang. With that, Yang Xin and Maria made their way to the front of the train. The second driver was sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. I can't go on. I can't live like this. My precious has been ruined. Woe is me. Yang Xin followed his gaze and saw the charred remains. Blackened beyond recognition, it was evident that the red-haired firewoman was responsible for this devastation. This woman was truly merciless. How fortunate that Yang Xin had triumphed over her. Had he lost, who knew the lengths to which she would have gone to torment him? Is there no remedy for his condition? Yang Xin inquired of Maria. The medical conditions do not permit it. Even if there were a hospital, the severity of his injuries makes recovery unlikely, Maria replied. The second driver, upon hearing this, wept even more sorrowfully. In his state of despair, the train could not possibly continue its journey. Even if it could, Yang Xin dared not allow someone in such emotional turmoil to take the wheel. What if he were to succumb to despair and lead them all to ruin? What shall we do? Yang Xin's mind turned to the gourd. The old man was still leisurely enjoying himself in front of the thatched cottage. Upon seeing Yang Xin approach, he hurried over, resembling an ancient innkeeper. He certainly did not carry himself like an elder. After all, Yang Xin had leveled up at an astonishing rate. His ascension depended entirely on Yang Xin's whims. So he had to cater to every visit. Brother Yang, you have arrived. Yang Xin nodded slightly. I wish to inquire about something. If a man's is rendered useless, is there any way to restore it? That? The old man appeared bewildered. A man's treasure. Oh, I see. If it is completely incapacitated, given the current medical standards, it is impossible to restore it. The old man stated bluntly. Even you cannot assist? Brother Yang, this matter truly cannot be resolved. The old man said, stroking his beard. Alas, what a pity. I could have helped him today, and he could have reached level 5. Missing this opportunity, level 5 remains a distant dream. Yang Xin lamented, shaking his sleeves as if to depart. Wait, Brother Yang, do not rush off. I have not yet finished speaking. Upon hearing that level 5 was within reach, the old man immediately stopped Yang Xin from leaving. It cannot be healed, but I do have a method to allow him to continue as a man. Yang Xin scoffed inwardly, knowing the old man had retained a trick up his sleeve. Without offering some benefit, he would remain tight-lipped. What method? Yang Xin inquired. It simply involves providing him with a new treasure. The old man's face flushed slightly. It was the first time Yang Xin had seen the old man blush. It seemed this method was hardly a good one, given the current medical conditions. Where would he procure a new one? Moreover, this was not something that could simply be removed and reattached. Even if everything went smoothly, the recovery would take a considerable amount of time, and he had no luxury to wait. Fear not, this method is not so complicated. It requires only a moment. The old man spoke with a profound confidence, which piqued Yang Xin's curiosity. What method could possibly transform a man so swiftly? If such a magical solution existed, could Yang Xin not also acquire a more audacious persona? Although Yang Xin was already formidable, his prowess rivaled that of the men from the battleground nation. Yet, who would refuse the allure of diversity? Stop with the suspense and tell me, what exactly is this method? Yang Xin pressed. The method lies right here. Observe. Chapter 40. To kill or to spare? The old man bared his arm. Yang Xin stared in bewilderment at the old man. The method simply for me to gaze upon your aged limbs? Are you jesting? However, in the next moment, Yang Xin's pupils widened in astonishment. Before him, the old man's arm visibly morphed into lotus root. What was happening? Was the old man a reincarnation of Neza? Had he lost his celestial powers and transformed into a gourd? This was utterly absurd. What you see is indeed true, Yang Gu. In essence, my corporeal form is not a genuine flesh and blood body, but rather a plant, the old man declared. This revelation had not crossed Yang Xin's mind. He had assumed the old man was some kind of energy or spirit, not a plant. Upon reflection, it made sense, considering his other identity as a gourd. A plant in its own right. I see, but even if you are a plant, how does that relate to the matter at hand? Yang Xin inquired further. Since I am a plant, I possess regenerative abilities, thus. The old man's voice trailed off, as if he regretted his words. Are you implying that I can detach a part of you and bestow it upon another? Yang Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. This notion was a complete upheaval of his understanding. You guessed correctly, Yang Gu. Any part of my corporeal form can be removed and will remain intact for a brief period. As long as the timing is precise, it can be utilized by anyone, and the recipient's body will not reject it, the old man elucidated. This was astonishing. Yang Xin had never encountered such concepts in his previous life. Clearly, in the past, the old man had regarded him as a worthless individual, withholding vital information. This time was entirely different. Yang Xin's rapid ascension had rekindled hope in the old man, who was now revealing his most concealed secrets. Furthermore, The earlier information divulged by the old man indicated that even if a part of him was lost, he could regenerate. This meant that if Yang Xin suffered a severed limb in the future, he could replace it with a new one from the old man's body. This was nothing short of extraordinary. It essentially granted Yang Xin boundless physical existence, as long as he did not perish. Moreover, this ability could also be employed to assist others he wished to aid. This was simply delightful. He would never again fear losing an arm or a leg. Ha ha ha, as Yang Xin erupted into laughter. The old man wore a troubled expression. Although his limbs could regenerate, the act of detaching body parts would inflict excruciating pain upon him. Once Yang Xin settled down, he prepared to take action against the old man. The old man immediately broke into a cold sweat. Yang Gu, there is truly no need for such drastic measures. How else can it be done? Yang Xin queried. Alas. The old man sighed deeply. Using a blade would damage the limb. It must be uprooted entirely. Uprooted? Wouldn't that cause you even more agony? Yang Xin questioned in confusion. Woe is me, the path of humanity is fraught with suffering. The old man lamented, proceeding to take matters into his own hands. With a forceful tug, he wrenched a plant resembling ginseng from his own body. This scene left Yang Xin feeling a profound discomfort. Merely witnessing it evoked immense pain within him. The old man howled in agony before presenting the ginseng-like treasure to Yang Xin, who accepted it with a grimace, placing it into a plastic bag. The old man then explained the method of usage to Yang Xin. As they departed, Yang Xin patted the old man's shoulder, saying, Brother, you are indeed a formidable individual. With that, Yang Xin's consciousness withdrew from the gourd. Only mere seconds had passed. Maria was still awaiting Yang Xin's next directive. Suddenly, Yang Xin found himself holding a ginseng-like object. Driver, I possess a means to heal your injury, but you must subsequently drive the train to the Dragon Nation. Yang Xin addressed the driver. Upon hearing this, the driver instantly perked up. If he could be healed, he would have no qualms about driving the train to the Dragon Nation, or even to the heavens. You truly can heal me? He queried. Do you believe I would jest at such a moment? Yang Xin countered. This was indeed true. After all, Yang Xin had previously demonstrated his uncanny abilities before the driver. If anyone could restore him, it was undoubtedly Yang Xin. Please, heal me, and I vow to safely transport the train to the Dragon Nation. The driver declared with conviction. Yang Xin nodded and placed the ginseng upon the man's injured area. 2 seconds later, the ginseng transformed into a radiant white light, merging seamlessly with the driver's injury. Ultimately, the driver was restored to his former self. Overcome with excitement, he shouted, I am a man again. I have finally become a man once more. The driver grasped Yang Xin's hand, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Maria covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before her. This was beyond any scientific explanation. How could a mere human restore what had seemingly vanished? It was irrefutably charred beyond recognition. The man standing before her was no ordinary mortal. He must be a celestial deity. Maria's eyes glistened with tears. What had she done to deserve such proximity to divinity? What deeds in her past life had led her to encounter a god in this one? Maria's loyalty increased by 10. Reaching 100, Yang Xin sensed Maria's unwavering loyalty and was taken aback. Surely, it was his act of restoring the driver's body that had reshaped Maria's perceptions. Had he known, he would have brought Anna and Selena along as well. Presently, Anna's loyalty stood at 100, while Selena's was at 90. With a little more effort, he was confident that Selena would soon reach 100 loyalty as well. The driver was still intently examining his newfound treasure. Compared to before, it was slightly smaller, but at least it was better than having nothing. However, why were there so many age spots on it? Surely it couldn't be unusable? He would need to find a suitable adult film to test it out later. Having resolved this matter, Yang Xin returned to the train carriage, and the train finally resumed its journey. Upon his return, the red-haired fire girl exhibited an unusual excitement. The fire-resistant materials binding her had been damaged, and it would not be long before she could break free. At that moment, Yang Xin was faced with a decision: to spare or to extinguish her life? Yang Xin's decision to imprison her was deliberate. Naturally, the red-haired fire girl's beauty was one aspect, but it was insufficient to warrant keeping an enemy alive. More significantly, Yang Xin coveted her extraordinary abilities. If he could seize them, his own strength would be significantly enhanced. However, this dilemma would have to wait until he ascended to stage 2 and encountered the green old man for answers. This process could not be accomplished in a day or two, so vigilance was imperative during her confinement. A moment's inattention could allow her to escape. In such a confined space, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Yang Xin. Thus, two paths lay before him. Either to win over the red-haired fire girl and incorporate her into his ranks for his own benefit, or to eliminate her completely to prevent future threats. Chapter 41. Brother, shall we retire to a room? Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Is it because I annihilated your team? Holding on to the hope of sparing her, Yang Xin tentatively inquired. Who cares about those worthless men? I despise you for slaying my cousin. The red-haired fire girl spat, her teeth clenched in fury. Yang Xin was utterly perplexed. Who exactly is your cousin? I have no acquaintance with him. If your cousin was among your crew, it is indeed possible that I may have eliminated him, Yang Xin stated plainly. Do not feign ignorance. My cousin was not part of your group. He was killed on the way here by you. The red-haired fire girl's accusation left Yang Xin speechless. You have no evidence to support your claim. It is outrageous to slander me so. Yet, upon reflection, Yang Xin realized he had indeed dispatched several individuals during his return journey. Could her cousin have been among them? It was evident that the siblings were no saints. One led a band of marauders, while the other assaulted vehicles and abducted women. Were it not for Yang Xin's prowess, he might not have returned at all. Fortunately, the red-haired fire girl's cousin had not been present in her crew. Yang Xin had unleashed a drone to wreak havoc, and everyone had witnessed his actions. There was no way for Yang Xin to fabricate a lie. Since you claim your cousin was slain en route, and you did not witness it, do not blame me if I choose to deceive you. Yang Xin feigned innocence. How could this be? You have wronged me gravely. I encountered no one else on my return. How could I possibly have killed your cousin? Yang Xin adopted a look of feigned innocence. The red-haired fire girl furrowed her brow at this remark. Sensing an opportunity, Yang Xin immediately called upon Anna. If you do not believe me, ask this lovely lady. She was the one driving the car at that time. With that, Yang Xin exchanged knowing glances with Anna, who had been listening intently and was undoubtedly aware of how to respond. Indeed, I was the one driving at the time, and we did not encounter anyone who could be your cousin. Nor did we engage in any conflict, Anna confirmed. Upon hearing this, the red-haired fire girl hesitated for a moment before replying, You are all in cahoots, of course. You would conspire to deceive me. I can attest to the fact that the lady is correct. You have indeed wronged Yanggu, Selina interjected unexpectedly. What do you mean? The red-haired fire girl pressed eagerly. I happened to see an off-road vehicle being chased by a level 3 zombie and nearly 1,000 other zombies. At that moment, I was at the girls' school, witnessing everything with clarity. It was the first vehicle I had seen that could operate normally since the apocalypse, leaving a profound impression on me. This statement is a mixture of truth and falsehood, easily misleading an average person. The red-haired fire girl's gaze wandered, as if contemplating the veracity of Selina's words. Are you suggesting that my cousin was attacked by zombies? Most likely, given the scale of the undead horde. It is improbable that anyone could escape unscathed at this stage. After finishing her statement, Selina discreetly pinched Yang Xin's thigh. She found the thrill of conspiring to deceive exhilarating. Yang Xin was taken aback by Anna and Selina, not only for their beauty but also for their exceptional talent in deceit. They didn't even blink. If Yang Xin hadn't experienced it personally, he might have been convinced. Women, especially beautiful ones, are masters of deception. No way. My cousin is extremely cautious. How could he possibly attract so many zombies at once? You must be lying to me. The red-haired fire girl was on the verge of breaking down. Yang Xin signaled, and Anna immediately stepped in. Miss, think carefully. If Yanggu were indeed the murderer of your cousin, in the current situation, would he have any reason to lie? If he were the true culprit, with his strength, he could easily admit it without the need for deceit, especially since you are the one imprisoned. Anna's words were crystal clear. You are the one confined. Yang Xin can do whatever he pleases. So why would he lie to a captive? A prisoner like you has no rights. Why waste time explaining? Unless he truly wronged you, he would not be so desperate to clarify matters. Upon realizing this, the red-haired fire girl broke down in tears. Her cousin had been killed by zombies, leaving her without a chance for vengeance. Memories of their forbidden escapades flooded her mind, now separated by the veil of death. It was too much to bear. Yang Xin recognized that he had achieved his objective. This was the perfect opportunity to win over the red-haired fire girl. Death is irreversible. In this apocalypse, everyone has lost loved ones. You must be exhausted after such a long night. You must be hungry, right? Coincidentally, I have fresh corn here, healthy and nutritious. Please, eat. As Yang Xin spoke, he quickly retrieved a pound of high-quality, tender corn from his gourd and personally fed it to the red-haired fire girl. Indeed, she was hungry. After a moment's hesitation, she began to devour it voraciously. As Anna had pointed out, she was a prisoner. There were 1,000 ways to harm her, and there was no need to treat her with such gentleness. Watching the red-haired fire girl eat heartily, Yang Xin's lips gradually curved into a smile. Although this consumed 100 pounds of food, it was the most optimal solution at present. First, stabilize her. Once she develops a sense of loyalty towards Yang Xin, things will become much easier. Before long, as the red-haired fire girl finished the tender corn, Yang Xin checked her loyalty level. To his dismay, it was a mere 2, damn it. After all that effort, she didn't believe me at all? Was she merely toying with me? Fortunately, Yang Xin could see her loyalty level. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by this woman. Yang Xin refrained from alarming her. Since she was playing a game, he would play along. Thank you. You are truly a good person. I was so foolish to think of you as a murderer, the red-haired fire girl said, her demeanor completely transformed, adopting an innocent facade. What a skilled actress. Can I call you Yang Gu? Yang Gu, my arm hurts so badly. Could you please help me untie it? Then we can go to the room, and to thank you, I want to give you a big surprise, she said seductively. Yang Xin wasn't foolish. Entering the room with her would surely lead to his downfall. Yet, declining might raise her suspicions. Yang Xin decided to play along, instructing Anna to untie the red-haired fire girl while he retreated into the gourd. Moments later, Anna untied the ropes binding the red-haired fire girl, who immediately smiled and linked her arm with Yang Xin's as they headed towards the restroom. Anna and Selena exchanged glances before gently pulling Yang Xin back. Shaking their heads, Yang Xin lightly patted their hands, signaling them to trust him. Just as the restroom door closed, the red-haired fire girl suddenly embraced Yang Xin from behind. He felt a surge of warmth against his back, and the temperature in the restroom skyrocketed. Even the air felt scalding. Chapter 42. Capturing the red-haired fire girl, you filthy man, die. The red-haired fire girl's hands tightened around Yang Xin's waist, her powers erupting instantaneously. Her entire body was enveloped in searing heat, flames bursting forth from her skin, instantly reducing her clothing to ashes. Through the restroom mirror, Yang Xin beheld her body, glimmering like red jade, smooth and delicate. It exuded an alluring beauty. Cousin, I have avenged you. Yet, it was all for naught. Yang Xin's expression remained calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He had anticipated this moment. Just before entering the restroom, he had donned gloves, shoe covers, and a hood made from aerogel. This ensemble could withstand temperatures of up to 1,400 degrees. The red-haired fire girl was only at level 1 and clearly unaware that zombies possessed crystal nuclei. Otherwise, she would have leveled up long ago. Her attack methods were numerous, yet limited by her low level. She couldn't unleash even 1% of her abilities. The fireball she hurled could barely reach temperatures of around 1,000 degrees, far from the aerogel's limits. Realizing this, the red-haired fire girl was momentarily stunned, wondering when he had donned such equipment and why he was unafraid of her flames. As her frustration grew, the flame's temperature increased slightly, but they still failed to harm Yang Xin. He crossed his arms, as if watching a fool perform. The red-haired fire girl, exasperated, released her grip and attempted to strike Yang Xin with her fists. However, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Her punches felt like mere tickles against him. As the heat continued to scorch, Yang Xin's skin only warmed slightly. The flames couldn't harm him, but the restroom's items could not endure such extreme temperatures. The mirrors shattered, and everything around them ignited. Even the windows exploded from the heat. A chilling wind rushed in, instantly dissipating the restroom's sweltering heat. Understanding the limits of the red-haired fire girl, Yang Xin seized her by the neck. I spare you this time, yet you dare to overstep. He held her neck out the window, the frigid air gradually extinguishing the flames. Before long, the red-haired fire girl was utterly exhausted. Frost began to form on her face as she struggled desperately. Yet Yang Xin's grip felt like a hydraulic press, unyielding. Clenching her teeth, she gazed at him with despair and resentment, realizing she had nowhere to escape. With her last ounce of strength, she gasped, spare me. I thought I was wrong. Yang Xin did not relent. Instead, he continued to let her experience despair. Only in the depths of despair can one truly appreciate the beauty of life. After a while, feeling it was sufficient, Yang Xin tossed the red-haired fire girl to the ground, so cold. She had encountered such a scenario twice today. The cold truly extinguished all her bravado. I was wrong. I promise. I will never dare again. Yang Xin looked down at her from above, refraining from striking again. In the next moment, a blanket suddenly appeared around the red-haired fire girl. She began to weep, gazing up at the man before her. And then unexpectedly threw herself into his embrace. I can't win. I really can't win. Liao Tianquan's loyalty increased by 20, loyalty now 22. Finally an increase. The age-old method of giving a reward after a punishment never fails. Now, in the heart of the red-haired fire girl, Liao Tianquan, whether Yang Xin killed her cousin had become irrelevant. She was genuinely subdued. That bone-chilling feeling was something she never wished to experience again. Being conquered by such a powerful man might just be her true sanctuary. Liao Tianquan, do you pledge your loyalty to me? Yang Xin inquired of the woman in his arms. She was taken aback. How did he even know her name? Her true identity was something even the old lecherous subordinates did not know. How could he possibly know? How do you know my name? Not only do I know your name, but I also know you possess a deadly weapon that can sever any man's most precious possession, should you choose to. What? How does he know about the weapon hidden within me? Impossible. The only ones who knew my secret were the surgeon who operated on me and my cousin. Could it be that my cousin was truly killed by him? I must avenge my cousin. Liao Tianquan's loyalty decreased by 10, loyalty now 12. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Yang Xin delivered a heavy slap to her face, sending Liao Tianquan staggering to the ground. What? Do you want to kill me again? Confused, Liao Tianquan wondered why he seemed to know her every thought. Let me tell you, abandon those unrealistic notions. In my presence, you are but an ant. After saying this, Yang Xin waved his right hand, conjuring an RPG-7 rocket launcher in his grasp. The warhead aimed directly at Liao Tianquan's head. Her beautiful eyes widened in terror. Then, with a flick of his left hand, a tin of caviar appeared before her. I can blow your head apart, or I can grant you the pleasures of this world. It all depends on your loyalty towards me. Do not attempt to deceive me. I can see through all your facades. Liao Tianquan's pupils trembled as her understanding was profoundly shaken. Life and death hung in the balance for a fleeting moment. Should she choose to fight fiercely to the bitter end, only to face utter defeat, possibly leaving no complete corpse behind? Or should she extend her hand amidst this apocalyptic chaos and grasp a delicacy so exquisite that few could afford it even in times of peace? The answer was glaringly evident. She was merely a woman with an addiction, possessing no qualifications to confront the man before her. Brother Yang, I pledge my loyalty to you. I shall sever the bonds of past hatred and willingly follow you. Liao Tianquan knelt, her proud head bowed, kissing Yang Xin's foot. Liao Tianquan's loyalty increased by 38, loyalty now at 50. Such a swift increase in loyalty took Yang Xin by surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed such a significant rise. It seemed that Liao Tianquan had truly submitted this time. At least for the moment, she would not easily betray him. Nevertheless, to be safe, he needed to further bolster her loyalty. Only when it reached 101 could Yang Xin truly trust her. After all, they had once been enemies, and he had even slain her beloved cousin. Who could say she wouldn't take the opportunity to stab him in his sleep? Yang Xin patted Liao Tianquan's head and helped her to her feet. Now, Liao Tianquan was bare, her mental energy exhausted, unable to warm herself. Yang Xin conjured a set of thermal clothing made of aerogel from his gourd. Liao Tianquan donned it in front of Yang Xin. The gray, form-fitting thermal suit clung to her figure like yoga attire, perfectly showcasing her curves. Yang Xin nodded slightly, assessing her from bottom to top. This was a C. Chapter 43. The first royal favor of the new year. The sky lightened with a pale dawn. After a night of exhausting travel, everyone, aside from Yang Xion's level 4 physique, began to show signs of fatigue. Particularly Anna, whose level was merely 1, appeared somewhat drained. Yang Xion emerged from the restroom alongside Liao Tianchun, who still clung to his arm. However, she quickly withdrew it upon receiving a stern glare from him. To onlookers, especially those unaware of the circumstances, it seemed that the red-haired, fire-wielding woman with extraordinary abilities had been subdued by Yang Xion. Had he truly managed to overpower her in the restroom amid the ruckus? They were eager to discover just how formidable this man from Longhua truly was. Why did he always manage to dominate someone with just a visit to the restroom? It was astonishing. Anna and Selena rushed over upon seeing Yang Xion, with even the lively one soaring onto his shoulder, rubbing against his face as if to say, "I was terrified for you." The two women's anxiety finally eased, relieved that Yang Xion had emerged safely. However, both discerned from Liao Tianchuan's gaze that she had already been conquered by Yang Xion. This meant they now had an additional rival, or perhaps a sharer. Everyone was weary from the night, ready to wash up and prepare for a meal. After Yang Xion spoke, he entered the gourd. The old man lay in a rocking chair, and Yang Xion cast a glance at the old man's lap. Indeed, it had grown. That was remarkably swift. "Brother Yang, what would you like to exchange for this time?" The old man inquired with enthusiasm. "Food. Please list all the delicacies for me." As soon as he spoke, the space before him transformed abruptly, revealing a superfood marketplace. Yang Xion first ventured to the fresh produce section, where an abundance of fresh meat was displayed. 12 pounds of premium A5 Wagyu from Sakura country. Such an exquisite grade of Wagyu would have commanded an astronomical price before the apocalypse. Yet for Yang Xion, it was merely 12 pounds of sustenance, a trivial matter. 6 pounds of bluefin tuna caught in the Atlantic, just enough for 1 pound per person. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but rather that such a dish could easily become overwhelming. He might not even finish the 6 pounds. 2 20-pound king crabs, but no, just the legs, please. 3 top-tier king crabs, with the legs totaling 12 pounds. Let us savor the essence. 6 pounds of platinum caviar, 1 jar per person, until satisfied. 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, as I am not particularly fond of red wine. 12 bottles of 500 milliliters of Sapporo beer. Aside from the Wagyu, the other delicacies could be enjoyed raw with dipping sauces that Yang Xion had meticulously crafted, consisting of lime, light soy sauce, white vinegar, 100 pure oyster sauce, and a touch of ginger and garlic, all blended harmoniously. Upon finalizing his selections, the total came to 47 pounds of sustenance. Then, Yang Xion retrieved his suitcase and began to manifest his acquisitions one by one. Anna, Selena, and the others were well aware of Yang Xion's abilities. Liao Tianchun, seeing the man before her as divine, accepted it without question. The other passengers, however, were filled with excitement. This must indeed be the magical pocket of Doraemon. I was foolish. I should have seized the opportunity to steal the suitcase during the chaos. The items were unpacked, but the train's table was too small. Yang Xion exchanged for a larger table, costing 10 pounds of food. This table would be useful for the journey back home, so the 10 pounds were worth it. However, a new problem arose. Space was severely limited, as both sides were occupied by sleeping berths, and the aisle could only accommodate 2 people. Yet this was no obstacle for Yang Xion. Nicholas, dismantle the sleeping berths on both sides. With a command from Yang Xion, Nicholas nodded, stored away his weapon, and began to dismantle. Nicholas possessed frightening strength. With a few shakes, the iron frame welded to the floor came loose in under 10 minutes. Creating a significant amount of space, he positioned the table and placed the food upon it. In the midst of the apocalypse, the tantalizing allure of the feast was overwhelming. The table was set. The delicacies were prepared, but a few stools were still needed. Yang Xion swiftly retrieved 6 plastic stools from his suitcase. In this cramped setting, quality was not a priority. They would suffice for the moment. Once they had a fixed residence, they could replace them with more comfortable chairs. After everything was arranged, Yang Xion gestured for everyone to take their seats. Some were swallowing hard, while others stared intently at him. Without a word from Yang Xion, they awaited his command with remarkable orderliness. Satisfied with such discipline, he said, "Liao Tianchun, you shall cook the steaks. The rest may begin to eat." His words, the others eagerly dug in. Liao Tianchun felt a twinge of resentment but dared not utter a word. Being treated as a servant was simply a consequence of her recent allegiance to Yang Xin. Furthermore, having once been enemies, Yang Xin had now accepted her and provided her with a quality life. This was an immense favor. Soon, the steaks were ready, and Liao Tianchun served each person their portion. Once completed, she stood quietly, awaiting Yang Xin's next words. Yang Xin inspected the steaks. Both sides were charred, and as he cut into one, the juices erupted from within. Quite impressive. Her steak cooking skills were commendable. All right, let us sit and enjoy. Yang Xin finally spoke, and Liao Tianchuan's heart soared with joy as she promptly took her seat and began to feast on them. So fragrant, so delicious, so good it brings tears to my eyes. Is this the kind of gourmet food the wealthy enjoy daily? No, even the affluent might not indulge in such exquisite delicacies every day. Some ingredients are seasonal, especially the bluefin tuna and the colossal king crab legs. They require patient waiting and are not easily acquired. While everyone indulged, the passengers approached one by one. Mr. Yang, I understand that we are in an apocalypse and money has lost its value. However, you surely need someone to clean up. Look at the remnants of food on the table and floor. I can tidy up for you. I only ask for half a pound of steak in return. Mr. Yang, I can help clean as well. I don't need half a pound of steak. Just a taste of caviar will do. I can also assist, and I need neither half a pound of steak nor caviar. Just allow me to lick the food remnants clean. What on earth? This man is ruthless. The first volume of 2025's Royal Favor. Yet Yang Xin merely uttered a single word. Scram. Did he need their cleaning services? He had plenty of people in his group. And more importantly, he needed to focus on training Liao Tianchun. Such menial tasks would certainly fall to her. After Yang Xin's words, those passengers attempted to protest, but he swiftly slammed his gun on the table. They understood that if they said another word, they might find themselves facing the barrel. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only one person standing among them. Yang Xin recognized her as the woman who had once been with Maria. The girl from Longhua, Qin Mingyao, Chapter 44. Establishing rules for the women, she gazed at the feast, her throat tightening. Upon noticing Yang Xin's gaze, Qin Mingyao instinctively recoiled, retreating into the crowd. Wait a moment. Yang Xin suddenly called out to Qin Mingyao. This woman was quite pleasing to the eye, especially with her fair complexion. Despite her loose clothing, her figure was still clearly discernible. She seemed to be at least a C-cup, if not more. Sufficient to adorn an entire face. At that moment, Maria also noticed Qin Mingyao. She immediately looked at Yang Xin with a longing expression. Brother Yang, may I share some of my food with her? Yang Xin nodded slightly. He lacked for food, but he needed people. To forge his path to becoming an emperor, he must gather more followers. The more individuals he had, the greater the production of loyalty fruits. With more fruits, he would have a higher chance of obtaining extraordinary abilities. However, there was a prerequisite for gathering followers. They must be exceedingly friendly. Only then would their loyalty increase significantly when consuming loyalty food for the first time. For instance, with Liao Tianchun, they had been enemies, resulting in her loyalty only increasing by 2 after consuming loyalty food. Such a growth rate was far too slow, and the risk of betrayal was ever present. Since yesterday, Qin Mingyao has been acutely aware of Yang Xin's remarkable abilities, and at this moment, her desire to align herself with him must be exceedingly strong. Reflecting on this, Yang Xin suddenly called out to Maria. Wait, give her this to eat first. Yang Xin manifested 2 exquisite, tender ears of corn. Maria had also tasted this corn when she joined Yang Xin. Though she was uncertain of its significance, she believed that consuming this corn would allow Qin Mingyao to join him. Maria was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, Brother Yang. She then handed the corn to Qin Mingyao, urging her to express her gratitude to Brother Yang. Once you eat this corn, you will belong to Brother Yang. Upon hearing this, Qin Mengyao's eyes glistened with tears. In this apocalyptic world, if she could become one of Yang Xin's, she would be able to survive, and her living conditions would vastly exceed those before the apocalypse. This was nothing short of divine grace. Thank you, Brother Yang. Qin Mingyao bowed repeatedly, and then ravenously devoured the corn. In the next moment, Yang Xin observed the increase in Qin Mingyao's loyalty. Qin Mingyao's loyalty increased by 50. Loyalty level 50 indeed. As Yang Xin had anticipated, the more amiable and aware of his strength people were, the greater their loyalty would be. Subsequently, Maria shared her food with Qin Mingyao. Yang Xin once again intervened, saying, "What are you joking about? Since she is now my person, how can she eat what others have left behind? Do I lack this little food?" With that, he manifested another portion of the same food and provided Qin Mingyao with a chair. Of course, the task of cooking the steak still fell to Liao Tianchun. At this moment, Liao Tianchun was feeling quite miserable. Having been the last to join the group, she had accepted her role as a helper. Yet, with another newcomer arriving, she wondered why she was still relegated to menial tasks. After all, she possessed fire-based abilities. Why was this the case? Liao Tianchun's loyalty decreased by 10, loyalty level 40. Yang Xin furrowed his brow and stood up to slap Liao Tianchun. She fell to the ground, covering her face, her eyes brimming with tears. "I warned you not to harbor ulterior motives. Everything you think is transparent to me." With that, Yang Xin threw Liao Tianchun's share of food onto the ground. "Today, you will have no food. Go reflect on yourself, and only when you come to terms with your thoughts will you find your place here. If you remain confused, you know the consequences." Liao Tianchun trembled in fear, her heart racing. The man before her was formidable and terrifying. The slightest thought she entertained was immediately perceived by him. She dared not entertain any further notions and wisely stood at a distance as punishment. The others quietly enjoyed their meal, and not only did they not dwell on the earlier scene, but their hearts were entirely with Yang Xin. They understood what thoughts were appropriate and what were not. Yang Xin was their everything, and indulging in chaotic thoughts would only lead them to plunge their beautiful lives into the abyss. Only a fool would entertain such distractions. Serving Yang Xin was the only matter they should contemplate. With this in mind, Anna peeled a king crab leg, dipped it in sauce, and fed it to Yang Xin. "Brother Yang, here, this leg meat is the finest part." Yang Xin smiled faintly, appreciating Anna's attentiveness. Selina was not to be outdone. She sliced a piece of the finest steak and offered it to Yang Xin. "Brother Yang, this is for you." Maria and Qin Mingyao, seeing this scene, eagerly joined the feeding line. Only Nicola continued to gobble down his food like a simpleton, oblivious to social niceties and pleasantries. For him, it was enough to fill his belly. He would do whatever Yang Xin asked. Yang Xin was indifferent to this. Nicola's loyalty stood at an unwavering 101. Even if Yang Xin were to end his life, he would willingly extend his neck. So, Yang Xin was unconcerned with Nicola's behavior. As the meal progressed, an idea suddenly struck Yang Xin. Indeed, amidst this apocalypse, consuming such exquisite delicacies should not merely be for the eyes of these passengers. It was imperative that those who lived in dire straits and had grown accustomed to their arrogance witnessed it, especially those who had imprisoned him in his past life. With this thought, Yang Xin took out his phone and opened a live streaming app, where Cui Dajian was currently fervently broadcasting to attract viewers. He held a sausage in his hand. "Look, everyone! In this apocalyptic world, where resources are scarce and the Ice Age has descended, I still have an abundance of food. See behind me? There are plenty of instant noodles and prepared meals. Enough to sustain 100 people for 2 months. As Cui Dajian spoke, 2 women dressed in black stockings suddenly appeared behind him. They were freezing, but in pursuit of a meal, they had no choice. This was merely a ruse to deceive the uninformed eye. In reality, he had very little stocked, at most. It would suffice for 20 individuals for half a month. And that was an optimistic estimate. For after Yang Xin had joined their ranks in the previous life, he had personally witnessed where Cui Dajian stored his food. There had only been a few days' worth of supplies left at that time, and soon they would be depleted. Cui Dajian was indeed quite capable and had gathered numerous ability users. His team had been one of the more prominent ones in Salian Haut. However, while ability users were strong, they also consumed more food. The higher the level, the greater the consumption, leading to their financial ruin. Compounded by the heavy snow that nearly enveloped the city, making the search for food increasingly difficult. The Awakened had access to fewer and fewer supplies, and doubts regarding Cui Dajian's leadership were beginning to surface. Yang Xion's emergence was precisely what Cui Dajian needed to avert a rebellion among his followers. Watching Cui Dajian boast, Yang Xion smiled and then requested to join the live stream. Chapter 45. The women warm Yang Xion's bed as Cui Dajian continued to boast. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to over 20,000. Just as he was ramping up his performance, the addition of the women in black stockings doubled the viewer count. Just as Chui Dajian intended to bring the two women closer and demonstrate how to wear and remove stockings to the audience, he suddenly noticed a request to join the live stream. Oh, someone wants to connect. It seems another awakened individual wishes to join my blade team. Chui Dajian clicked the link with excitement. The next moment, a man wearing a dog head mask appeared on screen. Is this viewer unable to reveal their identity? Chui Dajian was already accustomed to such occurrences. It wasn't the first time he had seen someone connect with a mask, especially in an apocalypse where some awakened individuals preferred anonymity. However, the masked man remained silent, merely widening the angle of the camera. In the next moment, a lavish feast appeared on the table behind him, along with the unmistakable 82 Lafite and a plethora of fresh beer. Most outrageously, there were food items scattered all over the floor. In this apocalypse, how could one be so wasteful? Oh wow, that king crab leg is enormous. That's gotta be over 20 pounds. Look, that's platinum caviar. This guy opened 5 cans right off the bat. Impressive. If I'm not mistaken, that steak appears to be a 5 Wagyu from Sakura country. This is the pinnacle of extravagance, especially in an apocalypse. Chui Dajian's throat tightened as he gazed at the lavish spread before him. Who was this individual? Even in this apocalypse, they indulged in such luxury. Brother, you truly have the capability to live so extravagantly in this apocalypse, but your request to connect isn't just to show off. Is it? Chui Dajian suppressed his excitement and responded with a smile. Bingo, you guessed it. I'm here to showcase my wealth. With that, the masked man waved his hand, and the table vanished. A group of women in hooded outfits suddenly appeared on screen. Dressed in various colored stockings, their waists, legs, and supple skin were mesmerizing. Chui Dajian instantly felt that his 2 women in black stockings paled in comparison. Without comparison, there is no harm. This was an entirely different level. Moreover, the masked figure's profile indicated no beauty filter applied. This was far superior to his 2 women who had used filters. It was a heart-wrenching moment. He then watched as several women approached the masked man, massaging his back and legs. They even fed him grapes. The live stream erupted into chaos. This was the apocalypse, and yet someone was enjoying fresh fruit? Who was this individual? In just a few minutes, Yang Xin's followers surged by over 20,000. Brother, you certainly have the capital to show off. However, my live stream has requirements for joining. Namely, you must be an awakened individual willing to join my blade team. Chui Dajian attempted to regain control. After all, this was his live stream, and he couldn't allow an outsider to steal his audience. Oh, so there's such a requirement. All right, I can join your team, but whether I follow your lead depends on your capabilities. The masked man replied. Chui Dajian immediately became intrigued. Of course, I possess dual talents, and with my skill, there's nothing I can't cut through. Naturally, allow me to demonstrate for you, so you can see why I am qualified to lead the blade team. With that, Chui Dajian waved his hand, and someone brought 2 steel bars. In the next second, his fingernails extended from his flesh, surrounded by a faint flame. With a swift motion, the crisp sound echoed as he effortlessly sliced the 2 steel bars into 10 segments. Brother Dajian is impressive. Brother Dajian's steel cutting skills have improved. Not working on a construction site is such a waste. Alas, truly impressive. However, what I wish to witness is not this, the man with the dog head remarked. If you are not interested in showcasing your powers, then what would you like to see? Questioned Chui Dajian, perplexed. In that case, fetch another steel bar and stand it upright, the man commanded. Although Chui Dajian was confused, he complied. And then remove your clothing and perform a pole dance for me. Are you mocking me? Chui Dajian's face flushed crimson. Ha ha ha, dog brother is truly formidable, even daring to tease brother Dajian, though I have not eaten for a day. Dog brother still manages to amuse me. Please grant me a friend request. Dog brother, you are amazing. Where are you from? I am the campus belle of Sanlianhote University. Shall we connect on V? I am merely toying with you. Relish this splendid moment, for in a few days, your head shall no longer belong to you. With that, the dog-headed man abruptly ended the call. The live stream chat erupted in chaos. Wow, this is Dog Brother issuing a challenge to Brother Dajian. Brother Dajian, what heinous deed have you committed to offend Dog Brother? Does anyone know the true identity of Dog Brother? To live so lavishly amidst the apocalypse, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. Chui Dajian, you have struck gold. Quickly kneel and apologize. Apologize for what? I am merely conducting a normal live broadcast. I have offended no one. Why should I apologize? Cui Dajian retorted defiantly, though his mind raced with thoughts of those he may have wronged. Besides blinding the blind, insulting the mute, and stealing an elderly woman's underwear, he hadn't committed any grave misdeeds. Could it be related to the woman from last night? Yet, she had been silenced. How could anyone discover that? As Cui Dajian spiraled into frantic thoughts, viewers began to frighten him further. Initially unafraid, he found himself genuinely intimidated by the growing number of threats. He promptly ended the live stream and instructed his subordinates to investigate the man known as Dog Brother. Meanwhile, Yang Xin turned off his phone and redeemed a colossal bed, spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people without feeling cramped. He also exchanged for a silk quilt and down pillows. After satisfying his hunger, he yearned for slumber. Anna and Selena, ever attentive, quickly nestled into the covers to warm the bed for Yang Xin. However, the bed was so large and the quilt so vast that it took them a while to generate warmth. At that moment, Yang Xin glanced at Maria and Qin Mingyao, who stood to the side. The two instantly understood, especially Qin Mingyao, whose cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Soon, both joined him beneath the covers, and their combined body heat swiftly warmed the bedding. Nikolai, you and Liao Tianchun stand guard. The train will arrive at the next supply point in 4 hours, so come and wake me then. With that, Yang Xin burrowed into the warm covers. Chapter 46. The Bridge's Eerie Distortion. Under the watchful eyes of many, for beautiful women warmed his bed. Where is the justice in this? Where is the morality? Where is the sharing? I can hardly bear it. The sight of the 4 women, bare and unadorned, stirred the male passengers' throats into a frenzy. It was infuriating. It was unbearable. Watching the quilt shift occasionally only heightened their frustration. Damn it, I can't watch any longer. I might explode. The most affected was Liao Tianchun, who was already a girl with a penchant for indulgence. She still hadn't resolved her own needs today, and it was excruciating, now that her subordinates were gone. Oh no, she still had Zhanggu left, but even so, she dared not act recklessly. After all, having followed Yang Xin, she should be considered his woman, right? If she were to stray, Yang Xin would undoubtedly find out. Such a monumental betrayal would surely lead to her dismemberment. Just the thought sent shivers down Liao Tianchuan's spine. She forced herself to endure, waiting for Yang Xin's anger to subside, hoping to soothe him. Surely her time would come next. With that in mind, Liao Tianchun turned away and covered her ears. On the other side, Selena's loyalty has increased by 10, reaching 100. Yang Xin mused, indeed, a day as husband and wife fosters deep bonds. That moment, Nikolai, in his naive manner, was picking up fallen food from the ground, munching away. Hey, can you spare me some food? A man approached and asked. With a pure heart, Nikolai handed over several king crab legs. Thank you, kind fellow. Once the dam was breached, more and more people flocked to Nikolai for food, and soon the entire car was scrambling for the delicacies. In the blink of an eye, the food on the ground was entirely consumed, leaving the simpleton knocked aside. Liao Tianchun shook her head at the sight. She now understood why Yang Xin had driven those seeking food away. This opening truly could not be allowed. Once it was, it would spiral out of control as it had now. If Yang Xin were not present, these people might have revolted. Liao Tianchuan's loyalty has increased by 15, reaching 55. Amidst his busy schedule, Yang Xin sensed the shift in Liao Tianchuan's loyalty. He smiled faintly. She wasn't entirely foolish. The journey continued in silence, and Liao Tianchun gradually drifted into slumber. As she slept, the air she inhaled grew increasingly frigid. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Nikolai standing like a wall. Why must he stand in the middle of the aisle when he could simply sit here? Silly boy, Liao Tianchun murmured to herself, finally glancing at the thermometer behind her, which read -9 degrees. It seemed the coal had been entirely consumed. They must be nearing the supply point Yang Xin had mentioned. Liao Tianchun glanced toward Yang Xin's location, only to find that he was still engaged in his endeavors. Just how formidable was his combat prowess? Just as Liao Tianchun hesitated whether to awaken Yang Xin, the train suddenly slowed down. Then the loudspeaker crackled to life. Mr. Yang, we have encountered a situation. Please come here. Hearing this, Yang Xin quickly dressed and got out of bed. Just then, the train came to a complete stop. Yang Xin furrowed his brow. A sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. In his previous life, this stretch of track had passed smoothly. In this life, please let it not be as he feared. Anna, Selena, Maria, and Nikolai, you four stay here. Qin Mingyao and Liao Tianchun, come with me. Qin Mingyao paused, taken aback. Huh? Me? She asked in disbelief. Yang Gu wanted to take her along. Was this a sign of her rising status? Perhaps it was due to her earlier performance? But she truly knew nothing and was still an innocent girl. Surely, Yang Gu had a preference for pure maidens, and she happened to fit that mold. So thus, one must cherish their first time. This was a woman's most precious possession. It must be given to the most important person. Qin Mingyao's loyalty has increased by 10, reaching 60. Huh? Yang Xin was taken aback. What was this woman fantasizing about now? Yet, it was beneficial, as it inexplicably boosted her loyalty by 10. He chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Liao Tianchun dashed over, thrilled that Yang Xin would take her along. Although he had punished her earlier, he still cared for her. Otherwise, why would he choose to bring her over so many others? Liao Tianchun's loyalty has increased by 5, reaching 60. Perhaps accustomed to being a little woman, Liao Tianchun approached, wanting to link arms with Yang Xin. However, upon reaching him, she hesitated. Noticing the loyalty of both women had improved, Yang Xion's lips curled into a slight smirk. Women were truly adept at indulging in fantasies. His reason for bringing these two along was simply that they had the lowest loyalty, should any situation arise. Showcasing his intellect and capabilities would enhance the loyalty of the observers. Yet, these two little girls were lost in their own thoughts. Very well, let them indulge. The faster they fantasized, the quicker their loyalty would increase. You two will accompany me to the front of the train. With that, Yang Xian conjured a set of gel suits for Qin Mingyao. Once she donned it, Yang Xian nodded in satisfaction. See? Outside, the biting wind howled as the three of them disembarked and made their way to the front of the train. Upon entering the carriage, they caught sight of the bridge in the distance, contorting in a bizarre manner. Just as he feared, in his previous life, this bridge had been normal, yet now it was impassable. Damn the butterfly effect. This was infuriating. The second driver, seeing Yang Xian enter, immediately relayed the situation. To make matters worse than Yang Xian had anticipated, they had only 7 hours to resolve the issue. If they could not cross within that time frame, the following train would collide with them. Under such extreme conditions, it was impossible for normal human effort to repair the bridge in time. The most prudent course of action would be to abandon the train and flee. However, Yang Xian rejected that outright. This was his only route back to Longhua. Yang Xian had considered flying, but in such conditions, flying was nearly impossible. Even if they could find an aircraft, it was impractical. They were in a desolate area, needing to traverse dozens of kilometers to reach the nearest town. And what were the odds of finding an aircraft in a town? Probably 0. The third option was to drive. Yet that would entail traveling 7,000 kilometers. What a ridiculous jest. Even if they were fortunate enough to find supplies, it would take at least a month to reach Longhua. Thus, the damaged bridge had to be repaired, and it had to be done within 7 hours. Yang Xian voiced his intention to repair the bridge. The second driver, incredulous, asked, Mr. Yang, are you serious? Indeed, I intend to fix this bridge. Yang Xian replied straightforwardly to Mr. Yang. I know you possess great abilities. But do take a closer look. That is a bridge we're talking about. It is impossible for human effort in these conditions. Before the second driver could finish, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the bridge. Chapter 47. Before the fight, let us first skin ourselves for some excitement. Yang Xian and his companions turned toward the source of the sound. Upon doing so, they were instantly petrified. Leading the charge was an enormous hand, its palm towering to the height of a person. If it were to grasp someone, surely the sheer force would make them lose control entirely. As they gazed beyond the colossal hand, they beheld an unremarkable make-up mirror from which the gigantic palm emerged. Behind the mirror stood a man with a lewd grin, unmistakably of Asian descent. He positioned himself in front of a dilapidated bridge. Could it be that he was responsible for its destruction? The possibility loomed large. Only such a massive hand could possess the power to warp a bridge. But what was his motive? Had he appeared here to intercept the train? Just as Yang Xian contemplated this, he noticed another figure emerge behind the man. This new arrival also bore an Asian visage and stood impressively tall at nearly 2 meters. He was bare-chested, clad only in a black leather trench coat. Accompanying him were two women, those very same two whom Yang Xin had previously let go. So, it was these two women who were up to no good, They finally caught up, a few hours earlier. Yang Xin had released the two women, who were cold and terrified, pursued by zombies. Fortune smiled upon them as the snowstorm intensified, muffling their footsteps. Ultimately, the zombies lost their quarry. They managed to find refuge in a restaurant, intending to warm themselves and perhaps scavenge for food. However, it wasn't long before they heard sounds of a struggle outside, witnessing two individuals slaying zombies in the darkness. Their display of formidable abilities left the two women in awe. In this apocalyptic world, if they could align themselves with such powerful allies, would they still need to live in fear, constantly evading danger? After a brief discussion, the women decided to throw themselves at the two men. Remarkably, they succeeded in captivating their attention. In a world ravaged by chaos, morality had eroded, and women had become a valuable resource. The two women were acutely aware of their worth, though not conventionally attractive. Their experiences had made them resourceful. With this newfound strength, they felt compelled to seek vengeance against those who had harmed their boyfriends. They urged the two men to confront their enemies. The men, not foolish, were willing to play along, but avenge their ex-boyfriends? That was a different matter entirely. The women soon realized this, and cunningly suggested that the individuals responsible for their boyfriends' deaths possessed many weapons and a substantial haul of glittering items. The truth was, the women were oblivious to the significance of the crystal cores, but having observed the men extracting small crystalline entities from the zombies' heads, they surmised these must hold great value. Sure enough, while the men showed little interest in weapons, the mention of a bag full of glimmering crystal cores piqued their interest. Wasn't that just what they were after? Connecting the dots from their journey past the female school littered with zombies. Their curiosity was ignited, and they agreed to help the women seek revenge. Ultimately, the quartet arrived at the scene of the incident, only to find it deserted. They followed the tire tracks in a taxi until reaching the train station, where they discovered the off-road vehicle. Upon entering the station, they realized the train had already departed. The women had nearly given up hope. What was the point of pursuing further? Yet, the men were not willing to relent. After all, it was a bag of crystal cores, with over 1,000 zombies littering the ground of the female school, including a number of second-tier zombies. This was a bounty they would not easily forsake. They urged the women to drive the off-road vehicle in pursuit. The train was not moving swiftly, and they ultimately arrived ahead of it, having sabotaged the bridge. Returning to the present moment, the man in the leather jacket pointed at Yang Xin, asking one of the women, "Is this the one you spoke of, the bearer of a bag of crystal cores?" "Indeed, he is the one who killed my boyfriend." Sun Mimi replied, "I'm asking you if the crystal cores are on him." "Who cares about your pathetic ex-boyfriend?" the man retorted, visibly irritated. Though he regarded the woman merely as a tool for his desires, her nostalgic reminiscence of her ex stirred his pride. "Don't be angry. Bao Ji, the one I love now is you." Slap. The man struck Sun Mimi across the face. "I asked you if the crystal cores are on him. Speak again, and I'll toss you off the bridge." "Yes, Bao Ji, it's him." Sun Mimi covered her face as she spoke. Once done, Bao Ji gazed greedily at Yang Xin and his companions. "Chuangzi, today is our lucky day. Not only does that guy have a bag of crystal cores, but he also has two stunning beauties by his side. Look at those figures. I'm telling you, this is the cream of the crop, a rarity in this apocalypse. What is happiness? Happiness is being able to indulge in exquisite beauties." "Ah-ha-ha-ha," Bao Ji exclaimed, saliva dripping from his chin. "It seems today is our fortunate day. But since that brat has the capability to slay so many zombies, he must have awakened some abilities too. Let us not charge in recklessly. I'll test him first," Chuangzi suggested. "Why fear? I've examined those zombies. They were all slain by firearms. This guy is merely a waste relying on hot weapons. Even if he has absorbed some crystal cores, it merely enhances his strength. Such a waste doesn't deserve to possess abilities," Bao Ji declared. "Let us play it safe. The apocalypse has only just begun, and a bright future awaits us. All right, you rest. Let me handle this." Bao Ji replied. "That works. Your abilities are more suited for probing," Chuangzi agreed. With that, Bao Ji shed his shirt, drawing a dagger to pierce his own arm. In the next moment, a terrifying sight unfolded. He began to methodically slice open his flesh, revealing the stark white of his bones. The two unattractive women nearby were left dumbfounded. What was he doing, self-mutilating when called upon for vengeance? Meanwhile, Yang Xin descended with Qin Mingyao and Liao Tianchun. Instantly, Yang Xin utilized his X-ray vision to inspect the two men's heads. To his shock, he discovered that both had awakened abilities, and their levels had Qin Mingyao was utterly bewildered, as everything before her surpassed her understanding. She was merely an ordinary person, and now, amidst the apocalypse where many had transformed into zombies, she found herself entangled in a celestial battle. All she desired was to live happily with Yang Gu in this desolate world. Why must it be so? After imparting his instructions, Yang Xin manifested gloves and a headgear. Liao Tianchuan's flames were formidable. He had to encase his skin completely within garments crafted from aerogel. Yang Xin, you have slain my cousin. I shall avenge him. Liao Tianchun raged, unleashing flames beneath the vehicle. This cannot continue. You may burn me, but my train is off limits. Yang Xin hastily emerged from beneath the vehicle. Exclaiming, I am right here. Liao Tianchun turned his head, and a fire dragon, 10 meters long, surged towards Yang Xin. The latter stood his ground, colliding head-on with the crimson fire dragon. Sparks erupted, waves of heat engulfed the surroundings, and the ground was charred black. As the flames subsided, snowflakes began to fall upon the scorched earth. Melting snow revealed a dark figure standing amidst the remnants. Liao Tianchun, you truly disappoint me. Yang Xin brandished a Tang Dao. Striking diagonally at Liao Tianchun, clang. The blade met resistance akin to striking metal, sending sparks flying. A skeleton stood in front of Liao Tianchun. Young man, you truly lack appreciation for beauty. How could you harm such a stunning woman? The skeleton remarked, glancing back at Liao Tianchun. Why, lady, please wait aside. Brother will swiftly avenge your cousin. Do not forget to express your gratitude later. Liao Tianchun frowned at the words, yet someone willing to avenge her was preferable, especially when she could not defeat her foes. If you can assist me in avenging him, I would gladly offer my body. Upon hearing this, the skeleton was instantly elated. Excellent. Do not forget your promise to brother. Meanwhile, Yang Xin slightly tilted his head back, noticing the leather-clad man still standing in place, albeit now somewhat altered. Like a boneless fish, he seemed limp, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Ah, so your ability is to become boneless, Yang Xin remarked nonchalantly at Ha. Now you know fear, huh? Kneel and allow me to end you swiftly. Oh, really? When did a boneless chicken wing start speaking human language? The skeleton retorted. Little brat, your bravado is futile. Die. The skeleton grasped the Tang Dao and forcefully yanked it, sending a punch toward Yang Xion's face. Bang. That punch clearly bore 70% of your strength, yet it did not affect him at all upon impact. Oh, it must be this suit absorbing most of the force. A fine piece of equipment, but soon it shall belong to me. With this thought, the skeleton reversed the seized Tang Dao and swung heavily at Yang Xion's head. Little brat, die, whoosh. Just as the Tang Dao made contact with Yang Xion's head, the weapon suddenly vanished. What? Where is my blade? The skeleton exclaimed, astonished. Looking for this? Yang Xion remanifested the Tang Dao, striking down towards the skeleton's crown with great force. Clang! The skeleton was caught off guard and took the hit. Sparks flew, yet the skeleton's head remained unscathed. The Tang Dao, however, snapped in response. Ha ha ha, little brat, though I do not know how you snatched my dagger. I am no useless waste waiting to die. My bones are indestructible. Do you think a mere piece of scrap can harm me? Ha 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 ha. The skeleton laughed uproariously. Is the boneless chicken wing so formidable now? Cease your prattling, little brat. Now that your weapon is broken, let us see what other tricks you possess. Die. With that, the skeleton prepared to strike again. In the next moment, Yang Xin reached behind him, and an RPG-7 rocket launcher appeared in his grasp. The shell pressed firmly against the skeleton's forehead. The expression of the skinless skeleton suddenly turned as grim as if it had tasted excrement. I wonder if you can withstand this. With that, Yang Xian pulled the trigger. Boom. Chapter 49. Brother, welcome death. Entering the little black room, the entire text revised. My fathers, I have done my utmost. In carriage number 7, Anna and Selena were tidying up. Selena's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid. She had intended to date a boyfriend after graduating from university, yet the apocalypse had struck. Not only had she awakened her powers, but she had also inadvertently become a woman of the Dragon Kingdom. Initially, she worried about the internet rumors claiming Dragon Kingdom people were petite. However, after her first-hand experience, the reality was entirely the opposite. Selena felt as if she had just undergone the finest facial treatment. Exuding an invigorating essence akin to a years-long constipation suddenly alleviated. In contrast, Anna appeared far more composed, having experienced Yang Xin's abilities before. She was well aware of their nature. Just as Maria was lost in her fanciful reverie, Anna nudged her and pointed with her nose towards Maria. Selena instantly understood, and the two stunning beauties covered their mouths, chuckling heartily. Sensing their laughter behind her, Maria turned, hands on her hips. "Sisters, could you enlighten me on what is so amusing?" The two exchanged glances and laughed even louder. "If you do not speak, sister may resort to drastic measures. Maria, do not misunderstand, the underwear has not been washed." On the other side, Yang Xin manifested an RPG-7 rocket launcher, pressing it against the skull's head. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Xin pulled the trigger. Boom! The high-explosive shell ignited, and the immense force propelled the skull several meters away, followed by an explosion in midair. A deafening roar erupted, with countless sparks and fragments streaking across the sky like meteors. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the skull stood there unscathed, merely a bit charred. What a powerful supernatural ability! Liao Tianchun was astonished. Bao Gu is truly formidable. Even a rocket launcher cannot harm him. Sun Mimi clasped her hands together, her gaze filled with reverence for the strong. Chuangzi, on the other hand, smirked slightly, appearing to relish the spectacle, saying, "You should never provoke him." "Haha, kid. I didn't believe Chuangzi when he said you were impressive, but now I see you possess some skill, albeit just a little," the skull remarked, breaking two of its own ribs with a forceful twist. Then, it connected the two ribs, enveloped in a white mist. In an instant, those two ribs transformed into a massive bone knife nearly 10 meters long. "Brother, prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 50. The thunderous magic from the sky? Yang Xin furrowed his brow. This creature's supernatural abilities were indeed bizarre. The bones moving independently was not enough. Their hardness surpassed that of steel, perhaps even exceeding it. Now, it could also transform its own bones into a great bone sword. What the hell? Is it cheating? Fine. If you can cheat, so can I. Cheating is exhilarating in the moment, and the thrill lasts indefinitely. The skeletal creature lunged forward, dragging its 10-meter-long bone knife at high speed. As Yang Xin contemplated which weapon to use against this skeletal monstrosity, he suddenly felt a strong wind rush past him. In the blink of an eye, a slender figure appeared before him. "Brother Yang, I'm here." Selena, without looking back, confronted the skeletal creature, not showing an ounce of fear, instead striking a fighting pose. The charging skeletal creature, upon seeing such a stunning beauty as Selena, abruptly skidded to a halt, carving a long trench in the icy ground. "Damn! Another gorgeous woman. Can your body handle it? Why not join in the fun?" it leered. "With that filthy mouth of yours, you truly deserve to die." Yang Xin had not yet spoken when Selena interjected with a scathing retort. "Ugly freak, even if I were inclined to satisfy you, do you possess the ability to do so?" Anna soon arrived, pointing at the skeletal creature's groin. "Tsk, tsk, tsk, yet another seductive beauty. My luck is turning today. Tonight, I'll go for 3 rounds. Let us see how strong you really are." As she spoke, a long stream of drool dripped from the skeletal creature's dark mouth. Yang Xin was curious. How could a mere skeleton drool when its flesh lay elsewhere? "Though you may be ugly, your thoughts are quite beautiful," Selena remarked. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. You truly are a gem among gems. I'd be willing to die after just one encounter. Beautiful lady, stop hitting me. If you like me, just say so, and I'll let you hit me as much as you want, as long as I can touch that lovely skin." The skeletal creature's eyes fixated hungrily on Selena's fair skin. "You are undoubtedly the most revolting creature of 2025, skeleton." Maria also arrived at this moment, albeit she was just an ordinary person and thus the slowest. "Damn, yet another one. I'm hitting the jackpot. It seems tonight I'll go for 4 rounds. Isn't that exhilarating?" the skeletal creature exclaimed with glee. Baozi, there are now 5 of them on the opposite side. Can you handle it? At this moment, Chuangzi finally showed a hint of concern. Rest assured. Chuangzi, even if they all come at me together, I can handle them. Women should stick to what women do. They should be clean and pose properly instead of fighting. Brother Yang, I can't take it anymore. Let me handle this one. I'll smash him into fish food. Selena could no longer contain herself. All right, but be cautious. The opponent is at level 3 peak, which is a significant step up and 2 minor levels above you. It's fine to play around, but don't overexert yourself, Yang Xin cautioned. Got it, Brother Yang. I'll be careful with that. Selena removed her gear, revealing snug thermal pants underneath, causing the skeletal creature to spew blood. I can't take it. If you want me to step in, just say so. Let us find a secluded place and have a 300-round battle. Wouldn't that be delightful? Go to hell. As she spoke, Selena took a deep breath, the energy within her surging like a tide. Her body began to change dramatically. Her bones creaked slightly, her muscles rapidly expanded, and in an instant, she towered over 2 meters tall. Broad-shouldered and thick-set, her limbs robust, each muscle distinctly sculpted. She felt the power surging within her, as if a single punch could shatter the skeletal frame before her. This terrifying strength was easily over 1,000 kilograms. To note, a level 3 peak strength was merely around 900 kilograms. Despite being only at level 2 initiation, her strength already surpassed that of a level 3 peak expert. However, as her power surged, her stamina drained at a rate 2 to 3 times that of others. With every breath, she could feel her endurance fading. Clenching her fists with determination, she knew she had to defeat her opponent in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once her stamina was exhausted, she would become a lamb to the slaughter. The transformation of Selena left everyone present in awe. Even Yang Xin was witnessing Selena's transformation for the first time. It was undeniably impressive. It resembled the transformation of a werewolf or a vampire in a movie, both striking and slightly terrifying. Meanwhile, transformed Selena charged at the skeletal creature, which was equally astonished by the scene. However, it quickly adjusted its mindset, shifting from shock to excitement in the next moment. The disparity between their forms was stark, and the physical experience would undoubtedly be different as well. That a gem is a gem. Even in transformation, you remain extraordinary. Brother adores you. The skeletal creature spread its arms to welcome Selena's heavy punch. Selena combined her hands into a hammer shape, channeling a fierce wind as she struck the skeletal creature squarely on its face. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, the ground cracked, and the skeletal creature's body sank more than half a meter into the earth. Yet, after the snowflakes settled, the skeletal creature was still grinning. Selena was stunned. No one knew better than her just how much force she had put into that punch. Even steel would bend under such impact. Yet, the skeleton appeared unaffected. How could she fight this? Sweetheart, your punch feels amazing. Come on, give me another one, harder this time. I can take it. The skeletal creature even closed its eyes, awaiting Selena's next blow. Damn, what a pervert. At that moment, everyone reevaluated the skeletal creature. It was a monster that simply could not be broken. Facing it head-on, the battle seemed utterly hopeless. While everyone watched anxiously, Yang Xin was busy playing with a bird. Though be precise, he was feeding a hawk. He produced strips of red meat, feeding it. The hawk devoured the food quickly, its belly swelling in no time. Are you full? Yang Xin asked. Cheap, bird language flattering words without sincerity. You're either a thief or a liar. Speak up, what do you want me to do? I don't do the dirty work of killing or arson. After filling up, it flew up to stretch its wings and digest. Yang Xin wore a fawning expression. Cheap, bird language hemph. I knew you had ulterior motives. Spill it. What do you want from my eagle eyes? Honestly, I've yet to witness your supernatural abilities since your awakening. Today's a perfect opportunity. Show me what you can do, Yang Xin replied. Cheap, bird language, you're in trouble. You think a little calamity like this would scare me into helping you? Sigh, fine. Since you've been decent to me, I'll lend you a hand today. The hawk seemed to understand Yang Xion's words, and in the next moment, it soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Brother Yang, where did the hawk go? No, it didn't run. Do you remember that move, the thunderous magic from the sky? The Buddha's palm. You mean the Thunderbird? Yang Xion stated, as everyone looked up at the sky. Even the skeletal creature sensed something unusual in the air. What is going on? I have indestructible bones. Whatever this Thunderbird is, I'm not afraid. If you're not afraid, why are you so nervously looking up at the sky? Selena sneered. Who said I'm nervous? I'm just checking if it's going to rain today. Chapter 51. All-out battle. Nicola goes berserk. Everyone collectively gazed at the sky, while Yang Xin quickly scanned all present. When his eyes landed on Chuangzi, he discovered he was fixated on him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why aren't you watching this splendid show? This guy has a strong psychological fortitude. Since I cannot escape Chuangzi's gaze, I might as well let him watch. After all, everyone here, aside from those loyal to me, must perish. Yang Xion's consciousness entered the gourd, consuming 100 gene of provisions to exchange for 100 drones. 100 drones would suffice to deal with thousands of zombies, so handling 2 level 3 supernatural beings shouldn't pose much of a problem. Yang Xion mused to himself as he manifested the drones. Just over a second had passed, and everyone remained focused on the vanishing hawk. Only Chuangzi noticed the swarm of drones Yang Xion had conjured. A magician? Huh? Interesting. Yang Xion pulled Anna over and handed her the drone remote, saying, "Select one." Anna looked bewildered. Select one of what? The enemy. Anna glanced at the distance, where 2 women, a man, and a flesh creature stood. She recognized the 2 women as ordinary people with no combat abilities. It was uncertain whether the flesh man had any combat power, but he looked far too bizarre and frightening. Only the man holding a makeup mirror appeared somewhat normal. Yang Gu, I shall confront the one wielding the mirror. That man is extraordinary. Do not be stingy with the drones, for your safety is my utmost concern. Yang Xion, not forgetting to express his heartfelt sentiments before the battle commenced, hoped for loyalty to soar to 101. If that were unachievable, maintaining a cordial relationship would suffice. Anna's delicate face flushed slightly as she nodded with affectionate eyes. Yang Gu, I understand. With that, the drone swiftly advanced towards the man with the mirror under Anna's command. Nicholas, you take care of the flesh creature. Understood. Without hesitation, Nicholas charged at the leather-clad man with his weapon drawn. Now, only Liao Tianchun and Yang Xion remained on the battlefield. This woman had consumed the most of Yang Xion's time and energy. With her loyalty plummeting to 1, she no longer deserved to live. If he could not possess her heart, then he would ensure her body remained intact. Who knows, one day, he might find a way to seize another's abilities? After all, such efforts must yield some return. You killed my cousin, wiped out my subordinates, and imprisoned me through despicable means. Today, it is either my survival or your demise, scoundrel. Prepare to meet your end, damn it. Though the adversary spoke the truth, it felt as if he was utterly villainous. With that, Liao Tianchun clasped her hands together, summoning the fiery power within her. Beads of sweat soon appeared on her forehead. She was resolute in her determination to perish if necessary. Was she truly prepared for a mutual demise? The fireball she conjured was primed to unleash its fury, causing countless snowflakes to melt and evaporate in its wake. The snow surrounding her also evaporated rapidly, enveloping her in a thick mist of steam. She placed all her hopes upon this fireball. Failure would mean only one path remained: death. Breathing heavily, sweat cascaded down her face as her clothing disintegrated instantaneously. Even the advanced aerogel beneath it crumbling before the naked eye. That aerogel was designed to withstand temperatures of up to 1,400 degrees. Previously, her fireball had barely exceeded 1,000 degrees, in just a few hours. Its temperature had astonishingly surpassed 1,400 degrees. If it struck head-on, would there be any chance of survival? Burn, you scoundrel! On another front, Nicholas was engaged in combat with the flesh creature. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Sparks flew in every direction. Nicholas wasted no time. Yang Gu had instructed him to eliminate this creature, so he would do so with utmost speed. Yang Xion had previously assured him that ammunition was not a concern. Thus he unleashed his full might without hesitation. Nicholas firmly remembered that bullets were practically limitless. Once the trigger was pulled, it would not cease until the magazine was emptied, even if the target was lost. The weapon remained in firing mode. If Yang Xion were to witness this scene, he would likely be mortified. I told you not to worry about ammunition, and you've gone wild as if you're illuminating the night with gunfire. The treasury could scarcely endure such extravagance. Nonetheless, This approach had its advantages, as Nicholas single-handedly created a veritable storm of bullets. Unaware, one might think an entire squad had arrived. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Click. Until the AK overheated and jammed. Nicholas discarded it, drawing forth his crow pistol. Bang, 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 bang. The flesh creature cursed under its breath. Do you have infinite bullets, or what? The creature was preoccupied with dodging bullets, quickly becoming fatigued, and was struck twice. The bullets penetrated its flesh, severely diminishing its mobility. Meanwhile, at that moment, the skeleton creature suddenly knelt. Selena's heavy blows had not harmed it, yet now it was brought low by a mere chop. Unusual! Selena glanced back and saw the flesh man being battered by Nicholas, kneeling on the ground. Realization dawned upon her. The skeleton creature's weakness lay in its flesh. You ugly creature, I have discovered your weakness. Selena exclaimed with glee. The skeleton creature tensed up, having intended to spare her life. Is it not better to play adult games with my brother? You have sealed your own fate. Do not blame me for my cruelty. With that, the skeleton creature launched itself forward, and Selena felt as though she had been struck by a train, propelled backward over 10 meters. Following that, the skeleton creature swung its immense blade with ferocious force, aiming for Selena's waist. On another front, Anna's swarm of drones was tirelessly conducting a surprise attack. Boom, boom, boom. The drones unleashed a trio of bombardments, yet the Mirror Man remained unharmed. He darted about with the agility of a monkey, evading the drones just as they were about to collide with him. This left the drones with no time to adjust their trajectory, resulting in forced crashes and explosions. Hey, you filthy monkey, can you cease your incessant leaping? I can't aim properly, Anna exclaimed in exasperation. The Mirror Man found her words amusing, laughing heartily. Oh, little darling, you truly have a knack for humor. If I do not evade, should I simply stand still and let you blow me up? With a visage as frightful as yours, you merely scare people. Perhaps I should grant you a swift demise, allowing you to be reborn as a reader's husband in your next life. He chuckled. When did the women of the Battle Nation become so adept at insults? The Mirror Man continued to evade the drone bombardments with ease, all the while jesting. However, at that moment, the flesh creature emitted a blood-curdling scream, prompting the Mirror Man to look over, only to witness Nicholas pummeling the flesh man mercilessly. Nicholas seized the flesh man's legs, relentlessly slamming him into the ground, left and right. Baba! Upon seeing this, the Mirror Man's hair stood on end. Was this not the Hulk's move against Loki? This was unacceptable. In the next instant, the Mirror Man positioned the mirror before his chest and reached inside. The surface rippled like water, and on the mirror's reverse side, an enormous hand emerged. Chapter 52. I have a wish. No, I refuse. Phew. Observing the transformation of that massive hand was akin to witnessing a magic show. The magician's hand entered the enchanted mirror, undergoing a mystical metamorphosis, emerging several times larger. Yet, it was evident that the hand was crafted from various props. However, the hand before them was undeniably real. It was a palpable human hand. Before the others could recover from their astonishment, the colossal hand extended several meters, crashing toward the assailant Nicholas. Bang! This impact sent Nicholas hurtling backward. 40 to 50 meters. He felt as though he had been struck by a locomotive. The overwhelming force compelled everyone to re-evaluate the Mirror Man. Nicholas rose from the snowdrift, brushing off the flakes as if nothing had happened, then drew his Tang Hung knife to charge once more. He was unharmed. The Mirror Man was taken aback by Nicholas's formidable physique. On the other side, the flesh creature, witnessing Nicholas approach, retreated in terror. Let's switch. You deal with this fool, the flesh creature proposed. Yet, before the Mirror Man could respond, Anna seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of drones upon the Mirror Man's position. Your opponent is me. The Mirror Man felt a twinge of urgency. You little vixen, do you dare to engage me openly? Anna was unfazed by his taunts. Defeating him would suffice for her mission. The usual tactics that worked on men held no power over her. This was not an official match, thus, no rules applied. Fair play was a concept for men, but she was a woman, a beautiful woman, and her rule was to use any means necessary to bring him down. With that declaration, Anna's swarm of drones reached the target zone. The Mirror Man's gigantic hand quickly moved to defend. Boom, 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 boom. An array of explosions erupted, flames illuminating the frozen ground as chunks of earth were sent flying. On a different front, the massive fireball conjured by Liao Tianchun surged forward. Just as Yang Xin prepared to evade the fireball, he realized its target was not him, but the train behind him. Liao Tianchun had played a clever ruse. Aware that she could not defeat Yang Xin directly, she sought an alternative path to vengeance. From his earlier reaction to her damaging the train, it was clear that Yang Xin was deeply concerned about the train's integrity, fearing it would prevent his return to Longhua. Thus, if she could sabotage the train, preventing his return, it would serve as a form of revenge. Typically, a small fireball devoid of combustible materials would dissipate rapidly, lacking the potency to inflict significant damage on a steel train. Only by risking her life to shatter this limitation could she deliver a critical blow to the train. It was with this mindset that Liao Tianchun dared to face Yang Xin in a life-and-death struggle. You think I am foolish? I have seen through everything. The aerogel fabric can withstand temperatures of up to 1,400 degrees. This fireball is infused with my heart's blood fire, far exceeding 1,000 degrees. It will easily pierce your aerogel. Now, the moment of decision was upon him. If he chose to extinguish the flames, he would undoubtedly sustain burns from the fireball. In a doomsday scenario, injury equated to a slow demise. If he chose self-preservation, the train would suffer catastrophic damage. Even if he repaired the bridge within 7 hours, the train would remain irreparable. As he longed to return to Longhua, failing to do so would be unbearable. Wouldn't it? Liao Tianchun had contemplated all of this before launching the fireball. When Yang Xin finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, as Liao Tianchun had predicted, he found himself unable to intervene. Realizing the imminent threat, Yang Xin swiftly entered the gourd. Due to the differing flow of time inside and outside the gourd, the fireball would strike the train in approximately 2 seconds. However, within the gourd, that duration translated to around 2 minutes of contemplation. Thus, he had 2 minutes to devise a plan. He quickly dismissed the fire extinguisher. While it might quell a small flame, it would be futile against a raging inferno. After a brief deliberation, coupled with the old man's suggestions, Yang Xin ultimately exchanged for 100 pounds of dry ice. The effectiveness of this item in resisting flames is remarkably potent. Even when directed at a palm-sized piece of dry ice with a flamethrower, it cannot be completely melted in a short span of time. The weight of 100 pounds was determined after careful deliberation between 2 individuals. Dry ice is indeed quite dense. A piece the size of a basin weighs around 20 to 30 pounds. Moreover, Liao Tianchun unleashed an enormous fireball, even larger than a yoga ball by several circles. Thus, Yang Xin articulated his requirements, and the old man proceeded to materialize them, akin to a custom order. The dry ice manifested as a slab approximately 2 centimeters thick, with a layer of aerogel beneath it. This material is undoubtedly a treasure. Most importantly, it is remarkably lightweight. 1 pound could easily be exchanged for an entire truckload. With preparations complete, just as Yang Xin was about to return to reality, Bai suddenly grasped his arm. Remember, survival is paramount. Do not take unnecessary risks. Yang Xin nodded slightly, yet his heart remained unperturbed. In his previous life, Bai had never uttered such words. Even when Yang Xin faced imprisonment and torment, Bai had never expressed a single word of concern. Yet in this life, having known him for merely a day, he began to show concern. In truth, Yang Xin understood that Bai's genuine worry was not for him, but rather for the value Yang Xin could bring to him. Human beings must always possess their own worth, regardless of the circumstances. With this thought, Yang Xin's consciousness returned to reality. Simultaneously, he emerged with a substantial slab of dry ice. Without any unnecessary embellishments, the dry ice collided directly with the colossal fireball, producing a sizzling sound as the entire slab quivered violently. Were it not for Yang Xin's extraordinary strength of over 1,200 kilograms, he would have struggled to contain the tremors of this 100-pound dry ice. Initially, Liao Tianchun assumed the material Yang Xin had materialized was merely ordinary ice. That would have been a fool's errand. However, in the next moment, she realized that this was no ordinary ice. It was dry ice. As comprehension dawned upon her, her heart sank. Yang Xin remained the god she could not conquer. As the frequency of the dry ice's tremors diminished, the fireball vanished. Liao Tianchun, breathless and pale, found her remaining strength insufficient to sustain her. She collapsed, exhaling a long sigh. Ultimately, she had lost. Yang Xin retracted the dry ice into his gourd and stepped forward. Quietly observing Liao Tianchun on the ground in just a few hours, they had transitioned from enemies to allies, and then from allies to life-and-death adversaries. Such a transformation was indeed profound. However, for Yang Xin, who had faced death once before, this would not stir any significant emotions within him. I know I am doomed, but before I perish, I would like to ask you for a favor. Liao Tianchun gazed vacantly at the gray sky. I refuse, Yang Xin replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Liao Tianchun internally cursed Yang Xin's ancestors. I am on the brink of death, and you refuse to even consider my request. After all, she was a stunning beauty. Once his partner, nearly sharing a bed, was he not being excessively cold-blooded? You have yet to hear. Liao Tianchun attempted to negotiate further, but Yang Xin interrupted her, and no need to continue. I have already stated my refusal. His tone remained as indifferent as ever. Liao Tianchun believed that had she not been in her current state, he would likely have beaten her into submission. He was indeed the epitome of cold-heartedness. Your final words have been spoken. Allow me to escort you on your journey. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 53. This shot will reduce you to dust. A 10-meter-long bone knife, propelled by a fierce wind, sliced toward Selina's waist. This strike would not merely devastate flesh. Even reinforced concrete would be obliterated. Realizing the imminent danger, Selina's first instinct was to evade. Yet, the knife was far too massive and lengthy. In her current position, she could not leap beyond its reach. Was she truly destined to perish here? The apocalypse had descended, and she had survived amidst the horde of corpses, only to now face death at the hands of a skeletal figure. Selina felt a pang of regret as she glanced back at Yang Xin in the distance. Farewell, my love. Meanwhile, Yang Xin concluded Liao Tianchun's life. As he had initially intended, he preserved her complete corpse, solely to acquire her fire-based abilities. In that moment, Yang Xin's intuition urged him to look towards Selina. Upon doing so, he witnessed the bone knife poised to sever her. A jolt of anxiety surged within him. He inwardly cursed the unreliable bird. He had instructed it to create a diversion, yet it had remained stagnant in the sky. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and it still had not descended. How utterly untrustworthy! Amidst the dark clouds, a blue-gray hawk was currently tailing a red-gray hawk. The two raptors engaged in playful pursuit. Suddenly, the blue-gray hawk seemed struck by a bolt of lightning, transforming into a purple flash and vanishing before the red-gray hawk's eyes. Two blue-gray feathers drifted gently through the air. Though you are beautiful, alluring, and fiery, it was an egregious error to perceive my flesh as a vulnerability. Those who discern my weaknesses must perish. Only in death can they cease to pose a threat to me. Once you are gone, I shall remain an unconquerable entity. The skeletal monster mused darkly. Boom. At that moment, a bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the clouds, striking the ground. The frozen earth erupted, leaving a pit approximately 30 centimeters wide and half a meter deep. As the dust settled, the great bone knife in the skeletal creature's grasp abruptly splintered in two. As it fell, the blade grazed Selina's clothing, revealing her fair, delicate skin beneath. Why bones are as resilient as iron and steel. They cannot be destroyed. Why? The skeletal monster's hollow eyes bulged in disbelief, its jaw crashing against the ground. What had just transpired? Selina stared blankly, as if awakening from a dream. Only Yang Xin, in the distance, bore a faint smirk. Little creature, if you do not return soon, I shall stew you for dinner tonight. Chirp, bird language, how audacious, caretaker. How dare you harbor such rebellious thoughts? I shall punish you by making you scratch my dairy. Hey, please refrain from rubbing your backside on my face. Meanwhile, Anna commanded 10 drones to bombard the Mirror Man once the smoke cleared. The area where the Mirror Man had stood was utterly vacant. Frowning, Anna swiftly searched for any sign of him. Little beauty, what are you searching for? The Mirror Man's voice suddenly emerged from behind her. With a swift motion, Anna drew the Tang Dao at her waist and swung it in a reverse arc. The sound of clashing metal rang out as sparks flew. However, there was no one behind her. Only the gaping maw of a dark gun barrel, and this barrel appeared excessively oversized. An adult could easily fit within. Cold sweat broke on Anna's forehead. Hee hee, what troubles you, little beauty? Where has your previous bravado gone? Do you not appreciate the grandeur? Not only can I enlarge my firearm, but I can also enlarge other things. Care to experience it? Following the length of the bullet, akin to a missile weighing several tons, had not yet reached its target, yet the powerful gale it generated was enough to destabilize the drone. The Mirror Man's target was Yang Xin. Once he was dead, the remaining individuals would be inconsequential. The bullet was approximately 100 meters away from Yang Xin, and considering the velocity of a shotgun, it would take merely 0.3 seconds to strike him. At such a rapid pace, theoretically, hearing the gunfire and taking cover would be futile. However, Yang Xin was already prepared. Upon witnessing the Mirror Man turn, he anticipated that a shot would be fired. Thus, he had already crouched down. The massive bullet whizzed past Yang Xin's head, and in the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted. The forest behind him, nearly 100 meters away, was instantly reduced to dust. Chapter 54. The Chase. The terrifying destructive power left everyone present in awe. Even Yang Xin was shaken by this formidable force. The only difference was that while others were merely astonished, Yang Xin was contemplating how to eliminate the opponent and acquire their abilities. If he could obtain such powers, with his endless arsenal of weapons and ammunition, conquering the world would be a matter of mere moments. As Yang Xin indulged in such fantasies, the Mirror Man, 100 meters away, was gasping for breath. The shotgun's recoil was already substantial, and the distorted recoil amplified by the abilities was several times more intense. Were it not for both of them being at the pinnacle of level 3, such terrifying recoil could have killed them on the spot. You're lucky to have dodged that, the Mirror Man remarked. And the three of them swiftly made their escape. The two women, who had been observing, quickly followed suit. However, as they approached, the glasses man seized each by the throat. Chuang. Chuang Gu, it's me, your little darling. Sun Mimi choked, her face turning crimson. Darling? Darling, my foot. You wretched woman. If it weren't for your false reports, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Nearly lost our lives over a handful of crystal cores today. I didn't know they were this strong. When I first saw them, they were just ordinary people. Sun Mimi managed to say through labored breaths. Stop making excuses. Aside from being a nuisance, you're utterly useless. Your existence only wastes my resources. It would be better for you to ascend to bliss. On Qingming Festival, I'll burn you a coup. The Mirror Man uttered a phrase before handing Baozi a crystal core. If it gets too cold, consume one to swiftly elevate your body temperature. Chuangzi, how many crystal cores do we have left? Will it suffice for us to reach the nearest town? Baozi inquired. The Mirror Man opened his bag and glanced inside, revealing 21 level 1 crystal cores, 6 level 2 crystal cores, and 1 level 3 crystal core on the verge of breaking through to level 4. These were hard-won treasures, obtained through their arduous efforts. Consuming 1 per hour will be more than enough for us to reach the town, the Mirror Man explained. That foul bird won't return, will it? It shouldn't, came the reply. Why do you say that? That bird had a clear opportunity to strike us, yet it refrained. Can you guess why? The Mirror Man countered. It merely responsible for reconnaissance, reporting our location back to the enigmatic man, Baozi ventured. The Mirror Man shook his head. Given the chance for a decisive kill, why resort to unnecessary complications and relay messages instead? That's true. Why didn't it act directly? Baozi pondered. Because that bird unleashed a bolt of purple divine thunder, expending most of its energy, or perhaps the conditions for using its purple divine thunder are exceedingly stringent. Indeed. How did I not realize that sooner? Baozi exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. By the time it regains its energy or meets the conditions for its purple divine thunder, we will have already reached the town. Once we arrive, surrounded by buildings, we can simply take refuge inside. It will pose no threat to us and will eventually give up, the Mirror Man declared. Splendid. Let us hasten our departure, hoping that foul bird takes longer to recover, Baozi exclaimed. However, no sooner had he spoken than a sharp, clear cry pierced the air. The two looked up to find the very bird that had previously pursued them. Damn it, it caught up so quickly. Chuangzi, didn't you say it wouldn't recover soon? How could it return in just over 10 minutes? Baozi cursed. How would I know? Logically, it shouldn't have recovered so fast unless that creature fed the bird a significant amount of crystal cores or perhaps a millennium-old ginseng. I believe in the crystal cores, but a millennium-old ginseng. Come on. In this apocalypse, who would offer such a precious item to a foul bird? The mirror man rolled his eyes, recalling how narrowly the bird had nearly electrocuted Bowsy. The hawk soared high above, locking onto the two, then summoned lightning powers within its body. With a powerful flap of its wings, multiple bolts of lightning erupted from its feathers, tearing through the air like silver serpents. Boom! This is bad. Get down! The mirror man shouted, but it was too late. Bowsy was struck, his body instantly charred and collapsing to the ground. Without using any powers, Bowsy was merely stronger than an ordinary person. The mirror man gazed at his fallen friend, his eyes filled with rage. This was his dearest companion. They had known each other since elementary school, shared classes throughout their studies abroad, enjoyed meals together, and even experienced their first time guiding together. You bastard! I will shred that foul bird to pieces. The mirror man rose, seizing a handful of crystal cores and stuffing them into his mouth. A warm sensation coursed through his body, gradually restoring his lost energy. He pulled out a mirror and retrieved a mini fan from his bag. You like to fly, do you? Let us see how well you can soar. Through the distortion of the mirror, the mini fan transformed into an enormous contraption, its wind rivaling that of an aircraft's turbine. Whoosh! The gale roared, akin to a 10-level typhoon. The hawk's greatest flaw was its light weight. With a body weighing just over 300 grams, it could not withstand such tremendous winds. The hawk was tossed about uncontrollably in the air. Simultaneously, the mirror man's machinations bore fruit as he swiftly produced a slingshot. Through the mirror's distortion, that slingshot grew to a size that could contend for a Guinness World Record. A pebble the size of a thumb morphed through the mirror, reaching dimensions comparable to a yoga ball. Just as the hawk regained its balance, it suddenly heard the whooshing sound of air. Upon focusing, it beheld the colossal stone hurtling toward it. The hawk had no time to evade, facing imminent doom. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. The yoga ball-sized stone shattered upon impact. How could this be? The mirror man exclaimed in shock. To employ such cruel methods against a bird weighing less than a pound seemed somewhat unjust. The mirror man turned toward the source of the noise and saw Yang Xin in the distance, wielding a smoking rocket launcher. Humph! Why did you resort to sending a bird for a sneak attack if you're so cunning? Have the courage to face me directly, the mirror man challenged. Wasn't I just doing that? Yang Xin shrugged with a smile. Very well, let us engage in a contest of strength between men. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and the mirror man was instantly engulfed in smoke as he fell to the ground. You deceived me. He managed to point at Yang Xin, despair etched on his face, before collapsing. How can this be my fault? After all, you provoked a vengeful hawk, Yang Xin remarked, retracting his rocket launcher and approaching to inspect the two bodies. He discovered 10 level 1 crystal cores, 6 level 2 crystal cores, and 1 level 3 crystal core among their possessions. TSK. I didn't expect you to even possess a level 3 crystal core. I underestimated you. Yang Xin gleefully pocketed the crystal cores. He then located the mirror from the charred remains of the mirror man. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary makeup mirror, save for a metal spike protruding from it, which was smeared with a small amount of blood. Yang Xin furrowed his brow slightly and bit his finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the spike. After a moment of anticipation, nothing happened. It seems the issue does not lie with the mirror, Yang Xin mused. He glanced at the deceased mirror man, and an idea struck him. He pierced the man's flesh, letting a drop of blood fall onto the mirror. Immediately, the mirror began to tremble. Seeing this, Yang Xin carelessly tossed the slingshot onto the ground. And in the next instant, the slingshot enlarged exponentially on the other side of the mirror. Yang Xin was overjoyed. It was evidently related to the blood. He quickly suspended the mirror man, igniting fires around to prevent the blood from freezing. Then, akin to bleeding a pig, he collected the mirror man's blood into 9 500 milliliters bottles. As the mirror man's blood flowed away, the green crystal core within his mind gradually dissipated, while the white level 3 crystal core remained intact. The green crystal core represented powers, while the white signified strength. The mirror man's powers blended with his blood, and once the blood dried, the crystal cores vanished. This was a new discovery in his previous life. After defeating a power wielder, he could only acquire the strength cores from their minds. The power cores would gradually fade with death. Young Xin was uncertain if there was a method to preserve them. After all, in his past life, he had been imprisoned early on, and all information came from his captors. With the Mirror Man's blood, he could now enlarge whatever he desired. For instance, Young Xin mused, and in the next moment, he entered the gourd. Old White, quickly provide me with a model of a snowmobile. Old White nodded eagerly and laid out a plethora of models. Young Xin sifted through them, ultimately selecting the one with the highest degree of detail. Achieving a 1-to-1 scale, the precision was astonishing. Even the non-detailed areas were crafted to resemble the real vehicle. The keyhole, wiring, fuel tank, and exhaust pipe were all incredibly lifelike. Following this, Young Xin spent 3 kilograms of food to exchange for a snowmobile. He then returned to reality and tossed the model into the mirror. In the next instant, a snowmobile appeared before him. Young Xin hopped on to test it, finding it indistinguishable from the real thing. Upon dismounting to inspect the components, he found himself at a loss. He couldn't discern any differences. Everything necessary was present, and the ignition system worked perfectly. With a sense of adventure, Young Xin poured in a liter of diesel. Upon turning the key, the engine roared to life. Wow! Incredible! This model master is invincible, Young Xin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With this precious blood, is constructing a railway still a challenge? What is there that a model cannot resolve? If one model isn't sufficient, then 2 will suffice. Large machinery may weigh several tons, but a model merely weighs a few kilos. As long as the model is detailed enough, it can function as the real thing. He felt invincible. Young Xin rejoiced that chasing after them had been the right decision. Otherwise, he would not have obtained this precious blood. Subsequently, he laid the Mirror Man to rest, excavating his strength crystal core and carefully burying him. Not for any other reason, but to honor the Mirror Man for providing him with this invaluable blood. As for Bowsy, his luck was not so favorable. Although his powers were formidable, they were rather grotesque. Young Xin had no intention of taking any further interest in him, merely retrieving his strength crystal core without plans to bring his body back. With these tasks completed, Young Xin piloted the snowmobile back. The journey quiet. Anna and the others awaited at their original location. Despite the frigid temperatures and the biting wind, the aerogel clothing provided by Young Xin ensured they remained unaffected by the cold. Aside from a slight chill on their faces, they resolved to request a mask from Young Xin for future outings, so that even the harshest winds would not trouble them. As time passed, the distant sound of an approaching vehicle filled the air. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Look, someone is coming. Selena was the first to notice the vehicle in the distance. The group followed her gaze, indeed spotting a snowmobile. This is an uninhabited zone. Why would a snowmobile appear here? Anna questioned, perplexed. Should we fire a warning shot to signal them to steer clear? Maria exclaimed. Brother Young instructed us to remain stationed here. Any potential threats to the train must be nipped in the bud. Fire? Wait. Qin Mingyao suddenly shouted. Look at that man's shoulder. As everyone followed her gaze, they indeed spotted a large bird perched upon the approaching figure's shoulder. Could it possibly be Brother Yang? As the snowmobile drew nearer, they finally recognized him. Where on earth did he acquire a snowmobile? A sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd. This was an uninhabited zone. Just as they were grappling with their confusion, Young Xin drove the snowmobile into the throng of people. Brother Yang, they chorused in unison. Young Xin nodded in acknowledgement. Anna, Selena, and Maria soon noticed bloodstains on his clothing and rushed over to examine him. Maria, a trained nurse, was particularly attentive, ensuring that there were no injuries on Young Xin before she felt relieved. Qin Mingyao, however, appeared embarrassed. She had overlooked this detail and realized it only after others had already acted. Nikolai stood there, motionless and oblivious. Young Xin, however, remained nonchalant, as Qin Mengyao's loyalty was still far from unwavering. He had grown accustomed to Nikolai's clumsiness. Turning to Anna, Young Xin instructed, Please bring those passengers here. We must repair the bridge within 6 hours. For anyone willing to lend a hand, there will be a reward of 2 pounds of beef if we succeed, and even 1 pound if we fail. The more, the merrier. It was crucial to be generous at this moment. Expediting the bridge's repair was paramount. Although Anna harbored doubts about completing the task within 6 hours, she chose to trust Young Xin and replied, Understood, Brother Yang. I will take care of it before long. Anna returned to the carriage and relayed young Xion's message. The passengers exchanged skeptical glances. The notion of repairing a bridge in 6 hours seemed utterly fanciful. However, the prospect of receiving a pound of beef, even if they failed, was undeniably enticing. A day had passed since the apocalypse struck, and those on short trips had already exhausted their provisions. Most long-distance travelers had intended to dine at restaurants and had not brought sufficient food. With the onset of the apocalypse, restaurants were now overrun with zombies, making food a precious resource. A pound of beef could last 2 days if rationed wisely. Reflecting on this, a clever individual raised their hand eagerly. Me, I'm in. I'm a weightlifter, strong as an ox. Anna glanced at him and confirmed, approved. I'll join too. I work in a factory. Don't let my lean appearance fool you. I have plenty of strength. Anna scrutinized the speaker, noting that while he was slender, he appeared quite sturdy. Approved. One by one, people began to stand up, and within a short span, all 50 remaining individuals in the carriage volunteered to join. Young Xion had said the more, the better, and Anna welcomed all willing participants. She then led the group to the front of the vehicle. Upon their arrival, the scene left them all in shock, frozen in disbelief. When did an engineering crew arrive here? There were bulldozers, cranes, and dump trucks, all pristine and brand new. Wait a moment. What is that contraption plastered with a model of the Olympic water? Are these construction vehicles merely models? Are you foolish? If someone possessed the skill to manufacture such large machinery, who would waste time creating models, and who would even use such massive models? It must be an advertisement. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Just then, young Xion fired a shot into the air, silencing everyone. As you can see, the bridge has been compromised and is impassable. I now require professionals, or even those with a rudimentary understanding, to assist in its repair. Anyone who participates, regardless of whether we succeed in 6 hours, will receive 1 pound of beef. Should we complete the repairs within that time frame, each of you will receive an additional 2 pounds. Wait a minute, didn't we previously hear that the reward was 2 pounds? Why has it now become 3? Mr. Yang is generous, but can he truly provide enough beef for all of us if we succeed? That amounts to 150 pounds. If it were anyone else, perhaps not. But I believe Mr. Yang can. Why? Have you forgotten about his magical suitcase from Doryman? If there are no further questions, let us commence our work, young Xion declared, firing another shot into the air. The passengers began to approach the construction vehicles. Remarkably, several individuals knew how to operate them, and not just one. Some attempted to maneuver the machinery and managed to get it running, which made sense since most of them hailed from a country with a long history of agricultural mechanization. They had been exposed to large machinery early on, allowing them to adapt quickly. Those who were less adept received assistance from others who provided guidance. Young Xion conjured a chair for himself, clearing a space before setting up a campfire with some dry wood. Although his clothing made from aerogel kept him warm, who wouldn't want to enjoy a fire in such a frigid environment? Moreover, breakfast had yet to be consumed. Young Xion traded for a black goat, already processed to conserve resources and eliminate the hassle of slaughtering it. He then procured a metal rack, skewered the goat, seasoned it, and marinated it in a gourd for a while. Once he removed it, the seasoning had infused the meat. He placed it over the fire, and soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing many to pause and savor the scent. Wow, it smells incredible. I can smell the lamb skewers. Look, Mr. Yang is roasting a whole goat. Why is it that we, as fellow humans, toil in the cold, while he basks in the warmth? Enjoying a roasted goat? What must one do to follow this Mr. Yang? Surely it requires some special condition. Can't you see? He is surrounded by beautiful women. It must be beauty that allows one to follow him. Is it too late for me to undergo gender reassignment surgery? As time passed, the goat was finally readied. A group of women gathered around to share the feast. Wow, it looks delicious. Selena closed her eyes, fanning the delicious aroma toward her nose. Thank you, Brother Yang. The best decision I've made in my life is confessing my feelings for you. Anna, unable to contain her excitement, tore off a piece, savoring it with grease dripping down her chin. Brother Yang, I love you. Maria was direct and forthright. Seeing everyone else speaking up, Qin Mengyao felt compelled to say something as well. Brother Yang, I want to bear you a whole bunch of little monkeys. After satisfying their hunger, Anna and Selena volunteered to oversee the work. Young Xion reclined in his chair, picking his teeth, while Maria and Qin Mengyao offered him a massage. Nikolai stood vigilant, gun in hand. Scanning the surroundings, after a while, Anna returned with news that the passengers were beginning to show signs of frostbite. If this continued, it would delay their progress. Yang Xin pondered that distributing a set of aerogel thermal suits to everyone could resolve the issue. However, giving away clothing for free would not inspire gratitude. It might lead them to believe they were of great importance and demand more from him, resulting in unnecessary complications. To mitigate potential problems and maintain control over the group, Yang Xin decided to reward those who worked especially hard with a set of aerogel suits. Once donned, the cold would be a thing of the past. Word of the super warm clothing quickly spread, motivating everyone to work even harder. Before long, noon arrived, and Anna reported joyous news. The bridge had been completed. The bridge, which had seemed impossible to repair in 6 hours, was finished in under 4. With such speed, who could claim that foreigners worked slowly? Those who said so simply did not know how to utilize their workforce effectively. Yang Xin then brought the second driver to inspect the work. As the driver's approval was crucial, the second driver meticulously examined the structure from every angle and then nodded slightly. Mr. Yang, while the welds may be a bit rough, as long as the train proceeds slowly, it should be fine. However, subsequent trains may face danger. What do I care about potential dangers? As long as I can pass through, that is all that matters. In this apocalypse, why should I concern myself with the lives of others? Besides, whether there are any survivors on the subsequent trains is uncertain. Why waste time reinforcing the bridge for such an unknown? As long as it is passable, that is sufficient. How things unfold afterwards is not your concern. Yang Xin stated firmly. The second driver had no further objections. After all, his second chance at life was granted by Yang Xin, and he had no reason to question him. Following this, Yang Xin conjured 150 pounds of beef and laid it out on the ground. Originally, each person was to receive 3 pounds for completing the task, but he had noticed many slacking off during work. Thus, the beef was laid out for all to see. You may take as much beef as you believe your labor is worth. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, particularly those who were more cunning. They believed that Yang Xin sat there merely to indulge himself, unaware of whether they had put in any effort at all. In truth, Yang Xin did not need to oversee things personally. The hawk perched upon his shoulder was not one to sit idly by. With a pair of keen eyes, he could effortlessly monitor every individual from a height of 100 meters. Yang Xion's actions were not driven by a desire to shirk responsibility for the 150 pounds of beef. Regardless of how he distributed it, the total would remain 150 pounds. He simply could not abide those who resorted to deceit and trickery. If one chooses to be lazy and cunning, then one must bear the consequences that follow. As Yang Xion's words echoed, he thoughtfully placed an electronic scale and a small knife next to the beef. The first to approach for their share were those who had diligently worked from start to finish. They could honestly hold their heads high and, naturally, deserved their rightful reward. The first man, a crane operator, seemed to have experience in related work. He had exerted himself throughout the task, leaving no room for criticism. The man took a hefty piece of beef, placed it on the scale, which showed a weight of 4 pounds. After making a few cuts with the knife, the final weight was 3 pounds. The man glanced at Yang Xian, who remained silent. The second individual followed suit, also taking 3 pounds. Yang Xian said nothing. The third and fourth individuals did the same, each taking 3 pounds. However, when it is high time for this group of beautiful women to undergo an upgrade. Otherwise, they will be left to tackle everything themselves in the future, rendering their presence rather futile. They cannot merely be expected to offer their physical attributes when needed, can they? However, to facilitate their enhancement, one must procure level 1 crystal cores, which will incrementally bolster their physical constitution. Absorbing 3-level crystal cores all at once would overwhelm their bodies, leading to dire consequences such as burst blood vessels or, in severe cases, fatalities. With this in mind, Yang Xian summoned Nicola. Nicola, proceed to carriage number 4. Eliminate the zombies and bring back the crystal cores for me. Understood, Brother Yang. Without hesitation, Nicola armed himself and set off to fulfill the task. It would take Nicola approximately half an hour to return after completing his mission. During this interval, Yang Xian instructed Anna and Selena to remain by his side. He then commenced the absorption of 3-level crystal cores. Before doing so, his foremost task was to consume all the food supplies. Failing to do so would result in a refresh of the food stock post-upgrade, leading to unnecessary waste. In recent skirmishes, Coupled with some food exchanges, he had consumed a total of 442 pounds. With 558 pounds of food remaining, Yang Xin exchanged for 50,000 steel balls, 200 pounds, 5,000 rounds of 7.62 ammunition, 137 pounds, and 10,000 rounds of 9mm bullets, 60 pounds. The leftover 61 pounds were exchanged for 4 QCQ-171 submachine guns and 4 AKMs, all fully equipped. Since Anna and Selena were already armed, Yang Xin only provided Maria with a complete set. As for Qin Mingyao, her loyalty level had yet to reach a point of trust, consequently excluding her from this allocation. Qin Mingyao's expression fell instantly, but she was wise enough to recognize the source of her sustenance. Given Yang Xin's temperament, she firmly believed that should she dare to throw a tantrum, he would not hesitate to expel her from the team. Without a firearm, she would be at a disadvantage, but she had no skill in using one anyway, as long as she could stay close to Yang Xin. Her priority was to serve him well. Once these matters were settled, Yang Xin began to absorb the crystal cores. Having reached the threshold of level 4, he estimated that absorbing around 53 level crystal cores would elevate him to level 5. Yang Xin stuffed the 3-level crystal cores into his mouth one by one, akin to munching on peanuts. Upon consuming the 46th core, he finally felt the sensation of a breakthrough coursing through his body. Yang Xin closed his eyes, embracing the burning sensation enveloping him. This time, the pain was significantly milder than in previous instances, as his body had gradually acclimatized to the agony brought on by evolution. After more than 10 minutes, he opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. He had finally ascended to level 5. The daily food production had surged to 1,800 pounds. The standard strength for level 5 is 1,300 pounds, but through the loyal fruit and enhanced food, Yang Xin had augmented his strength by 260 pounds. Together, that amounted to 1,560 pounds. Observing that he still had 152 3-level crystal cores, he realized that further absorption would yield diminishing returns. To advance by 1 level with a crystal core of the same rank requires 9 cores, while a lower rank necessitates approximately 5 times that amount. As the rank decreases further, the enhancement effects become negligible. And by the time one reaches 3 ranks lower, the benefits become virtually insignificant. Therefore, it is best to limit absorption to cores of at least 1 level lower. Anything less would be exceedingly unprofitable. Next, he aimed to enhance his X-ray vision level. After careful calculation, Yang Xin consumed 19 3-level crystal cores in one go. As the 3-level cores entered his system, he immediately felt a scorching sensation in his eyes, as if they were about to explode. This sensation persisted for 10 minutes before subsiding. His X-ray vision had now reached the threshold of level 4. Yang Xin slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The clarity was markedly superior to before, and the viewing distance had significantly increased. If his previous viewing range was 100 meters, he could now see approximately 400 meters. Additionally, the duration of use had extended from the initial 10 seconds to 4 minutes. This upgrade had greatly enhanced his combat capabilities once again. With time to spare before Nicola's return, Yang Xion's consciousness entered the gourd. At this moment, 2 loyal fruits hung from a tree, one orange, belonging to Selena, and the other blue, corresponding to Qin Mengyao's loyalty level of 60. The lower the loyalty, the lesser the probability of fruit yield, which is why Yang Xin chose not to touch the blue fruit. He directly plucked Selena's orange fruit and began to devour it eagerly. Moments later, he sensed the effects the fruit bestowed upon him. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he felt no increase in strength. Rather, he experienced a sensation of lightness. Yang Xion's eyes widened in realization. Could it be what he suspected? Unable to suppress the grin tugging at his lips, he concentrated on that buoyant feeling. Seconds later, his feet began to lift off the ground. He was flying. Yang Xion was ecstatic. Damn it, I can fly. He focused intently, controlling his body to ascend higher. Gradually, he soared, experiencing the exhilarating freedom of flight. Overjoyed, he shouted, "Yay!" The gourd's space was boundless, allowing him to fly as he pleased. After approximately 10 minutes, he began to feel fatigued and descended gracefully in front of the thatched cottage. Upon completing his overall assessment, he was quite satisfied with the flight's performance. After all, having only reached level 1 in flying, it was normal for the speed and duration to be somewhat limited. With this reflection, Yang Xin returned to reality and continued absorbing 3-level crystal cores. In a single instance, he consumed another 19 cores. In no time, his flying level reached the threshold of level 4. The flying speed was now 40 kilometers per hour, with a maximum duration of 40 minutes. The improvement from level 1 was quite evident. With the newfound ability to fly, Yang Xin felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This was a power that countless individuals yearned for, yet he had acquired it merely by consuming a single loyal fruit. Considering the increasing number of loyal followers, he would soon have an endless supply of loyal fruits. While others struggled to survive in the apocalypse, Yang Xin was truly enjoying the journey of life. Once he returned to Longhua, he was determined to create his own paradise. Just as Yang Xin was lost in these thoughts, Nicola finally returned, covered in blood, though it was solely that of the zombies, leaving him unscathed. After all, Nicola was already at level 3, fully equipped, making it difficult for him to be harmed by the undead. Yang Xin counted the spoils: 30 level 1 crystal cores and 29 level 2 crystal cores. The prevalence of level 2 zombies was rising, and he believed that following this night, level 1 zombies would become increasingly scarce. Those who had yet to hunt zombies to enhance their bodies would find survival increasingly challenging. Moreover, even if they were fortunate enough to obtain high-level crystal cores, they would be unable to absorb them. This vicious cycle would inevitably lead to their utter elimination, unless one was ruthless enough to convert humans into zombies and then kill them. They would be able to procure level 1 crystal cores in his previous life. As time passed, level 1 crystal cores became increasingly rare, and their prices soared. During that time, some individuals specialized in hunting humans, infecting them with the zombie virus, and ultimately killing them to acquire their level 1 crystal cores. At that time, Yang Xin had yet to develop the loyal fruit tree and was unaware of the preciousness of level 1 crystal cores. He was solely focused on enhancing himself and those who were absolutely loyal to him, rendering level 1 crystal cores relatively inconsequential. Now, with the existence of the loyal fruit tree, he needed to cultivate a multitude of loyal followers, necessitating a substantial supply of level 1 fruits. Thus, he would require a vast collection of crystal cores of all levels. Only then could he gather sufficient resources to nurture his loyal supporters. With this in mind, Yang Xin began to allocate the crystal cores. First up was Nicola, who had reached level 3 and would ascend to level 4 with a boost in overall strength. 9 3-level crystal cores would elevate Nicola to level 4.4 Anna. 9 level 1 cores to reach level 2, 9 level 2 cores to ascend to level 3, and 9 level 3 cores to progress to level 4. For Selena, 9 level 2 cores to reach level 3, followed by 9 level 3 cores to attain level 4. For Maria, 18 level 1 cores to rise to level 2, 9 level 2 cores to ascend to level 3, and 9 level 3 cores to reach level 4. The remaining counts were as follows: level 1 cores, 31 to 9, 18 4 left; level 2 cores, 29 to 9, 9 to 9 2 left; level 3 cores, 133 to 9, 9 to 9, 997 left. With the exception of Qin Mingyao, everyone had reached level 4. At this moment, Yang Xin's team was extraordinarily formidable. Just 2 days into the apocalypse, nearly all members had attained level 4 status. Conservatively speaking, this would position them among the T1 level in Longhua, if not globally. They could not claim to be T0. As there would undoubtedly be exceptional individuals outside their ranks, perhaps some destined children awakening unparalleled abilities, or state-level entities that would likely outpace ordinary citizens in the early stages. Hence, Yang Xin needed to persistently strive to close the gap between his team and these high-caliber competitors. Only by ensuring that others could not keep up could he secure an invincible position, in the event of mutated animals besieging cities or ancient creatures wreaking havoc across the continent. Yang Xin would be prepared to confront the challenges head-on. The beautiful women, aside from Qin Mingyao, were overjoyed by their ascension to level 4. Maria, particularly thrilled, had undergone her first physical evolution, achieving a remarkable leap to level 4. After enduring the pain, she could now unleash a force of 1,000 kilograms with a single punch, a complete transformation. Not only had her combat prowess undergone a dramatic change, but even in her interactions with Yang Xin, she would no longer be at his mercy. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao sat silently in a corner, devoid of expression. Having endured the absence of weaponry before, she now found herself bereft even of the opportunity for bodily evolution. It was as though she had been cast aside in isolation. Qin Mingyao felt tears welling in the corners of her eyes, struggling to comprehend why Yang Xin was treating her with such disregard. As she quietly wept, Yang Xin dispatched everyone to clear the zombies. With a swift motion, he lifted the covers, subsequently enveloping both of them within the pitch-black space. Yang Xin leaned closer, inquiring if she was angry. Qin Mingyao wiped her tears, pondering why everyone else received Yang Ji's affection while she seemingly did not. If you do not care for me, Yang Gu, then why take me in? Yang Xin gently brushed away the tears from her eyes. In his heart, he mused, with your loyalty at merely 60, investing resources in you could backfire if you were to flee, leaving me to face the wrath of the readers. Naturally, such thoughts were not to be voiced. It was a moment when a woman's emotional defenses were most vulnerable and easily breached. Yang Xin embraced Qin Mingyao, tenderly stroking her hair. Foolish girl, I have indeed enhanced their abilities, but what have they done with that strength? They have gone to work to confront the dangers of the undead. You're aware of how perilous that is. I keep you close to shield you from harm. Those delicate hands and fair skin of yours. How could I bear to turn them into tools for slaying zombies? Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyao wiped her tears and asked, Yang Gu, is what you say true? Of course it is, among all these people. You are my favorite, my beloved, the one I most desire to share my bed with. At that moment, Yang Xin felt as though he had been possessed by the spirit of a romantic. In his previous life, he would have never uttered such words. He was a paragon of steadfast masculinity. Qin Mingyao's loyalty increased by 20, now at 80. Yang Gu, you are insufferable. Qin Mingyao's face flushed a deep crimson. You say it's too dark under the covers to see? My apologies, but on the day Yang Xin gained his X-ray vision, his night vision became exceptionally acute. Now at level 4, darkness is as bright as day for him. Having successfully won her over, Yang Xin knew that barring any significant emotional upheaval, her loyalty would not rise further for a while. He then lifted the covers and turned away, resting his feet upon Qin Mingyao's delicate legs. Now, give me a foot massage. Qin Mingyao frowned, utterly speechless. Just moments ago, there had been sweetness, and now, less than a minute in, he was asking for a foot rub. Humph, how vexing. Just wait until I nibble on your toes.